Gravity Wave, Book 1 in the Quantum Realm series. Chapter 1, Friday, December 21st, Tucson, Arizona. Reckless, undisciplined, arrogant were the words Dr. Green posted to describe Lucas Ramsay's thesis in the online science magazine called Astrophysics Today. Lucas couldn't help but stare at those 29 letters filling the screen space on his aging laptop. The display was covered in lingering dust, with scratches spreading across its surface. Every time he opened the unit, it seemed like they were multiplying in the dark. The screen looked like he felt, tired and worn out from years of abuse. But regardless, the marred surface didn't obscure the words, making his stomach ache and churn. He wanted to close the laptop and forget he ever saw the article, but he couldn't. His career was now circling the black hole of ruin, and he knew there'd be no escape. He sat on the edge of his bed in the apartment he shared with his foster brother Drew, wondering if life could get any worse. He ran his bare feet across the tile floor, letting the coldness penetrate the skin. The drab green army surplus blanket scratched at his thighs, so he tossed it aside, making a clear path for the chilly Tucson air to surround him. The burn of his senses was welcomed. He figured it would help etch this moment in his mind for all of eternity. Life was about to take a wicked turn south now that his public disgrace was official. He needed to remember how he got here and why, the exact moment when history changed and swallowed him alive. He looked down at the laptop, seeing Dr. Green's summary staring back at him with vicious intent. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, hoping the words would magically disappear when he brought his attention back to the screen. Lucas counted to 10, then opened his eyes. They were still there, bold and harsh, not like any words he'd read before. Sure, he'd enjoyed plenty of scathing reviews of scientific papers before, but never one aimed squarely at him. Dr. Green had a knack for tearing theories apart with a few choice phrases. The man's reputation as a self-righteous prima donna was legendary. So was his literary temper. The retired 80-year-old physicist was revered as a god in the realm of theoretical physics. His words alone could spark endless research grants and guarantee immortality in the annals of science, or they could be used to kill a career. Like mine, Lucas thought, knowing his humiliation had gone global, coursing through cyberspace like a malevolent force hell-bent on global annihilation. Until a minute ago, Lucas had been proud of his thesis, titled "The Laws of Physics Are Merely a Suggestion." He thought it was a brilliant take on interdimensional connectivity theory. True, his paper on quantum linkage stretched the envelope a bit, challenging mainstream science at every turn, but the work was sound, and he could prove it. All he wanted was a chance to be part of the conversation. Of course, now that the senior editor had shit all over it, no respected scientist on the planet would consider it, not without reaping the whirlwind that was Dr. Green. Lucas's heart sank. The glimmer of respect he'd worked painstakingly to build during his first 2 years as a physicist was now being swallowed by an ever-expanding digital black hole. A gnawing sensation was building in the pit of his stomach, somewhere between nausea and hunger. There was simply no way to recover from a debacle of this magnitude, not after the world's most famous physicist called your theories pure speculation, founded on nothing more than adolescent fantasy, and then blasted it across the internet for all to see. He closed his eyes again for another 10 count, trying to untangle the knot swelling in his gut. It was useless. The knot grew unchecked. The only way to change things would be to travel back in time and stop himself from pressing that damned send button on the keyboard. All it took was one snap decision made in the wee hours of a brisk December morning to ruin everything. What the hell had he been thinking? He wasn't ready. Neither were his theories. He should have known this would happen. He groaned, chastising himself for being impulsive and undisciplined. His foolish arrogance would now harm not only him, but his family too. He let out a slow exhale, then shut the laptop quietly, trying not to wake his foster brother sleeping in the bed across from him. It seemed to work. There was no sign of movement from under the pile of covers, just the usual rumble of disjointed snoring. Drew was a noisy sleeper, but Lucas had gotten used to it over the years. Others might complain or walk away, but he didn't. He had no choice, really. You never give up on family. Or maybe it was that he didn't want to have a choice, since Drew was one of the few good things in his life. Lucas would never walk away from the one person he trusted above all others, the one person who always had his back, no matter what came gunning for them. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, he'd lie in bed and just listen. The rhythm of Drew's night sounds was comforting, finding its way across the room and landing softly on the petals of his heart. The snoring had become a soothing reassurance in an otherwise chaotic world. Knowing his brother was nestled safely in the bed across the room was a constant reminder that all would be right again in the morning, as long as the two of them stuck together. Lucas unplugged the laptop from the wall socket and put the thin profile device on the floor next to the bed. He slid his body under the edge of the covers, hoping to catch another 10 minutes of shut-eye. Maybe his stomach pain would subside if he lay still enough and let the thoughts of disgrace melt away against the backdrop of Drew's breathing. A split second later, he felt something crawl across his shin and down the inside of his right calf. "Holy shit!" he screamed, tossing off the covers. A brown scorpion the size of a hockey puck sat on the sheet, with its venomous stinger arched high above its back. It had crawled into his bed, searching for prey. Lucas grabbed one of the sneakers from the nightstand between the twin double beds and smashed the creature with such force that he jammed his right wrist, but the 4-inch beast was still alive and coming his way. "Die, you bastard!" he shouted, whacking the invader 3 more times until its front claws, stinger, and 8 legs stopped moving. He hated the stealthy night crawlers almost as much as his adoptive father did, and would have gladly used a bazooka to kill it. "Geez, Lucas, did he owe you money or something?" Drew asked, sitting up in his bed. He used the tip of his index finger to pry the sleeper crust from the corners of his watery Italian eyes. His curly hair was flat on one side after pressing against the pillow all night. Some of it had fallen forward, covering his forehead and one eye. His olive skin was usually perfectly smooth, but right now it was covered in temporary wrinkles matching the creases in the pillowcase. "Sorry, bro, I didn't mean to wake you up." "You didn't. I was awake already," Drew said, yawning and stretching, which showed off his stout chest and thickly muscled arms. If it weren't for the car accident that crushed his legs, he could have easily passed for a collegiate athlete, or maybe even a pro. "Anyway, sorry about that. Not like I had much of a choice. Look at the size of this thing," Lucas said, using the cardboard backing from one of his notebooks to scoop the carcass into a plastic cup. "You think we'd be safe on the 3rd floor? Not with the way those things can climb. They're relentless. I'd give anything to have a few of Dad's sonic pads to spread around. Those things worked perfectly," Lucas said, thinking about his father and the device he'd designed specifically to deal with scorpions. "If it wasn't for the damn EPA, every house in Arizona would have them by now, and we'd probably be rich." "Yeah, all he needed was another chance." Lucas carried the remains to the bathroom and dumped the creature into the bottom of the toilet and gave it a middle finger salute. He saw a 2-inch black cockroach lying on its back next to the tub, with one set of legs still kicking. It crunched louder than he expected when he stepped on it with the heel of his left foot. He used a Kleenex to pick it up and toss it into the toilet, and used the same sheet of tissue to wipe the creature's runny blood and guts from his foot. "And we wouldn't be living in this dump either. We'd have a big house with plenty of room for Mom," he said, loud enough for Drew to hear in the next room. "Still, you can't beat the price." "Maybe so, but that's beside the point. We wouldn't need free rent if they hadn't killed his invention," Lucas yelled, flushing the John to send the pair of mangled carcasses swirling around the bowl and into the sewer. He emptied the toilet a second time for good measure before returning to the bedroom. He took a seat on his bed across from Drew and continued. He could have solved the problem with the dogs, but no, all it took was one scathing report from the EPA and the investors go running for the hills. Don't they know science is all about trial and error? Bunch of wimps. All Dad needed was a little more time. He would have worked out the bugs. No pun intended. Drew nodded. "Sometimes all someone needs is a second chance." "You got that right, brother. Lucas said, moving Drew's wheelchair closer to the bed. He waited for him to slide his frail legs over the edge and onto the floor. "Need any help?" he asked, already knowing the answer. "No, I got it. Just give me a minute." Drew used a handlebar hanging from the ceiling to prop himself up against the side of the raised bed. He was able to stand for short periods, but couldn't walk, at least not without assistance. He turned around and sat in the wheelchair, then looked at the floor. "What were you doing with the laptop?" Lucas paused, taking a moment to think. "Nothing. I woke up early and couldn't sleep, so I was just reading Dr. Green's blog, checking out the new submissions and his reviews, to kill some time." "Anything interesting today?" Drew asked, bending down to get the computer. Lucas grabbed it, holding it out of reach. "Just the usual half-baked theories submitted by wannabe scientists. Nothing nearly as cool as what we're working on in our lab." Drew sat upright in his chair. "Maybe someday we'll publish one of our theories on that website. Then we'll be as famous as Dr. Green." "No thanks. It's better to stay off the grid, remain anonymous. Prehistoric dinosaurs like Green steal people's ideas all the time and cash in. The shitty thing is people like us can't do a thing about it. After all, it would be his word against ours. And who are we? Right now, we're nobodies. You don't even have your doctorate yet, and I'm just starting my career." "I never thought of it that way," Drew said, with a perplexed look on his unshaven face. Lucas tossed the laptop to the farthest corner of his bed, making sure Drew couldn't reach it easily. "Trust me, you don't want to be famous. It's not all it's cracked up to be. If you ask me, it's best to be the brains behind the scenes and not the person out front in the limelight." A shiver ran down Lucas's spine, and he wrapped his arms around his rail-thin, nude body, a stark contrast to his foster brother's handsome Mediterranean looks and muscular upper body. Lucas hated his red hair and freckles, but at least he had blue eyes. One redeeming feature, at least. Well, that and his prominent dimples, something his adoptive mother cherished. However, they didn't do much for his confidence, not with the prominent cheek scars nearby. He shivered again, inwardly cursing the ancient heating system in their apartment. Most people didn't realize that even in the desert, the nights turned chilly. He walked 4 steps to the end of the room, where the in-wall HVAC system was installed, and rubbed his hands over the rattling output vents. "Hardly anything comes out of this piece of crap." "What'd you expect? That thing's probably older than Sputnik." "Even so, you'd think Cleeseby's super could find a way to keep this thing working. We could hang meat in here." Lucas returned and slipped on a pair of navy blue boxers and a long-sleeved faded red t-shirt with Arizona printed on the front of it. Drew pulled out a neatly rolled pair of socks from a custom-built dresser compartment under the bed and tossed it to Lucas. They had raised their mattresses 4 feet off the ground, using 4x4 redwood posts and birch plywood from their dad's workshop. Storage space was at a premium in their 500-square-foot apartment. Lucas walked to the study desk to see what yesterday's mail had brought them. 3 envelopes were sitting on top of the last pile, face up, with fresh postmarks and, no doubt, a swatch of Drew's fingerprints. All 3 were from someone in the medical field. "More bills for Mom? Are you kidding me?" "They keep multiplying," Drew answered, his brow furrowed. Lucas opened the first envelope and almost puked when his eyes locked onto the invoice's grand total. 22 grand for 3 days in urgent care? Drew rolled next to Lucas in his wheelchair. "Good thing you had them send the bills here. If Mom finds out, she'll have another heart attack. I doubt she'd survive another one." Lucas opened a second bill. It was even more. He slammed it onto the pile, face down. Drew snatched the invoice and looked at it with eyes wide. He gasped, "52,000?" Lucas gritted his teeth and shook his head. "This day just keeps on getting better. It just never ends. You can bet if Mom knew the insurance company was going to deny her claims, she would have just told the attending physician to pull the plug, end it right then and there. How are we going to pay for all this?" Lucas sighed as he put his elbows on the desk, resting his face in his hands. He didn't know how much they owed in total, but the figure had to be staggering. He wished he'd told his family the truth, that he'd forgotten to mail the check for his mother's insurance premium, which was why the claims department denied the coverage. But at this point, he was too embarrassed to come clean. He already felt bad enough, and it wouldn't change anything anyway. It was his problem, and he needed to solve it. His original plan was to pay off the medical bills after he proved one of his revolutionary theories and sold the rights to a defense contractor or to NASA. He hoped submitting his paper to Green would have been the first step toward funding a project of his own. But after Dr. Green's harsh public criticism, he knew nothing short of a miracle could help them now. "I don't know. We'll think of something. We could ask Professor Cleesby. Borrow money from my boss? Why not? He's loaded. Besides, he might just give us the money." "No, we're not going to take handouts. Not if I have anything to say about it. We'll figure it out on our own." Just then, his mind played a vision of him walking into a crowded grocery store with a black ski mask, gun, and brown paper sack, only to be shot dead before he reached the cash register by some Weight Watcher flunky in a wrinkled security guard uniform. A minute later, Lucas looked at the clock. "Damn, it's almost 9. We'll have to bust nuts if we're going to make breakfast with Trevor." Yeah, it's Friday. Knowing Trevor, he's probably already in the cafeteria waiting for us, which means we're late, again. He'll understand. He always does. "That man has more patience than me," Lucas said. "Yeah, there's a shock." Lucas ignored the dig. "I hope he fixed the computer glitch in his code. I want to run a few more system checks tonight in the lab while we still can. I'm guessing you're not going to do your workout today?" "No, I'll do my push-ups tomorrow. Besides, I'm pretty sure I'm at DEFCON 1 already. Right guard only covers up so much." Lucas's sour mood made it easy to hold back a chuckle, now standing in front of his brother's side of the closet. "What shirt do you want?" "Come on, that was funny," Drew said, giving Lucas a playful shove. "Yeah, it was. I'm laughing on the inside, can't you tell? Everything okay, bro?" Lucas wanted to tell Drew what had happened with Green and the insurance premium check, but he couldn't find the courage to come clean. His brother counted on him to handle everything, and he didn't want to shatter his confidence. "Yeah, I'm fine. Didn't sleep well last night. So, I ask again, what shirt do you want?" "It doesn't matter. Something with long sleeves, as long as it's blue. Yep, it's Friday. I should have known," Lucas said, retrieving a pullover shirt from a hanger. He removed it from the red hanger and gave it to his brother. He was careful to put the hanger back in the closet precisely where it had been, exactly 2 fingers away from the hangers on either side of it. Drew slipped the shirt over his head. Lucas handed Drew the wallet-sized leather pouch on the nightstand next to the bed. "Don't forget this." "No, never." Drew opened the straps and put them around his head and neck. He tied them together and tucked the pouch inside the front of the collared shirt. Lucas and Drew were headed east along one of the sidewalks bordering the landscaped student mall. The entrance to the University of Arizona's Student Union was now only half a block away, meaning their morning trek was almost complete. The low angle of the brilliant sunlight cut through the shade trees lining their path, casting a wide array of shapes across the concrete sidewalk. When the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, the changing shadows reminded Lucas of the calculations he and Drew had been working on in the lab all week. For the uninitiated, the endless fractal patterns could have been used as a rudimentary demonstration of subatomic space-time turbulence, also known as quantum foam. "You can always tell when Christmas break hits. The place empties out the minute finals are over," Lucas said, missing the abundance of stunning eye candy that typically blanketed the mall. Seeing all the girls running around in their skimpy outfits was his favorite part of the day. "I like it this way," Drew said. "I hate it when I have to dodge everyone on the mall. Those ultimate frisbee players always find a way to hit me when I'm crossing." "That's because you cut right across in the middle of their game." "That's where the sidewalk is. Why should I have to go all the way around?" Lucas stood behind Drew as he effortlessly wheeled himself up the steep incline to the building's main entrance. When Drew reached to open the glass entrance door, a tall, gorgeous blonde co-ed beat him to it. She was on the inside and held the door open for him, giving Drew a friendly rainbow smile as he rolled past her. Lucas couldn't see her eyes through her sunglasses, but the woman's body language suggested she knew his brother, or possibly was attracted to him. She wore a short, dark miniskirt and tight t-shirt, despite the cool morning temperature. She had legs for days and a toned figure that could only be the result of plenty of gym time. Sometimes he was jealous of his little brother. It was common for women to be intrigued by Drew's boyishly handsome good looks. If it weren't for a car accident that mangled his legs, Drew surely would have been a world-famous Italian underwear model instead of a PhD candidate. But, on the other hand, Lucas thought, if not for the accident, they never would have met in the orphanage and been adopted together by the Ramsay family. The universe works in mysterious ways. The multiverse, he corrected himself. Before she looked his way, Lucas checked that his shirt was tucked in and his fly was zipped. He rubbed his tongue across the front of his teeth to make sure nothing foreign was attached. The girl glanced his way, and her smile faded. Lucas wasn't surprised. Women didn't always go for the jagged scars on his face. He thought they made him look ruggedly handsome, but that obviously wasn't the case with this chick. Years of living in state-run facilities had taken their toll, leaving him looking more like an Irish gangster than a nerdy scientist. Despite her reaction, he gave her his best smile and said, "Thanks for your help. It's much appreciated." The cafeteria line extended outside the entrance and past a pair of vending machines in the hall. 24 students were waiting in line before the buffet closed its doors until lunchtime. Most were chatting with each other, but a few were rocking on their heels, listening to headphones. Lucas recognized the elderly woman walking toward him with a cane and swollen ankles. "Would you like to go ahead of us, Professor Atkins?" he asked her. She smiled, but her saggy, spotted skin camouflaged most of the grin. "Why, thank you, young man." Lucas moved his brother aside to let the woman waddle past. It took her a good 30 seconds, giving Lucas plenty of time to sample her aroma, a powerful combination of hairspray and Ben Gay. All she was missing was blue hair and support hose. Lucas waited for her to move ahead before whispering into Drew's ear, "I wonder if she knew Columbus." Drew smiled through a partially held-back laugh, then said, "Maybe one of us should go find Trevor and let him know we're stuck in line." "I'm assuming that someone is me?" "Well, that's awfully nice of you, brother. I'll stay here and keep our place in line." Lucas found their Swedish lab assistant sitting at a table in the back of the dining area, his weightlifting belt and workout clothes still damp with perspiration and clinging to his well-defined physique. Everyone on campus knew who the imposing blonde figure was. Trevor Johansson, former Olympic wrestler turned scientist, a giant who could block out the sun at 6'7" tall. His enormous size rivaled that of a defensive lineman in the NFL. Not the old-school defensive lineman who was nothing but big and oafish, but one of the freakishly athletic new breed of linemen filling the broadcast screen on Sundays around America. Even his appetite was huge, with 4 plates sitting in front of him, overflowing with a pile of fruits and vegetables. "Having a little snack, are we?" Lucas said, using humor to disguise his trepidation around the giant. Trevor responded, his Swedish accent thick. "Yeah. Hungry? Want some?" "No, thanks. I'm not a big fan of fruit. I'll grab something else." Each time Trevor put the fork to his mouth, his biceps came alive as the twisted cords of muscle and vein stretched the skin to the point of eruption. Drew was the only other person Lucas knew with arms close to that size. It wasn't only his arms, though. Everything about Trevor was cut. Even his jaw muscles bulged when he chewed. The guy could probably chew rocks. Trevor opened an issue of Olympic Coach magazine and turned to the table of contents. His meaty fingers struggled with the periodical's flimsy paper. "You're not thinking of leaving us, are you?" Lucas asked, trying to gauge his friend's interest in the sports magazine. "No, I stay here," Trevor said, flipping to an article with photos of 2 male wrestlers. "Are any of your old friends still on the team?" "Yeah, they do well. 2 gold medals and a silver." "Do you miss it?" "Yeah, very much." "Did they ever apologize for botching your drug tests?" Trevor stopped chewing in an instant. Then his eyes glazed over and his face went blank. He looked down at his food in silence, not moving a muscle. Lucas knew he'd just upset his mammoth assistant, putting his foot in his mouth. He'd obviously crossed the line from professional colleague to nosy friend. He scrambled to change the subject. Did you order your tickets yet for the 2015 games in Orlando?" Life returned to Trevor's face. "Tampa Bay. Yeah, tickets ordered." "Sorry, my bad. Shows you how much I know about the Olympics. I might have to actually watch some of the events this time since our country's hosting it." Trevor only grunted before scooping up another spoonful of mixed fruit. Lucas had known Trevor for almost 2 years and had eaten with him countless times. He knew it was pointless to try to carry on meaningful conversation with his lab assistant once the brute started replenishing his calories. Trevor was on the other side of 30, but there certainly wasn't anything wrong with his appetite, a byproduct, no doubt, of his overcharged metabolism. Trevor had started his academic career late, but held twin doctorates in physics and computer engineering. Lucas was intimidated by his friend's sheer size and would take odds that Trevor was probably the largest scientist on the planet. Even though Trevor was assigned to their team as his underling, Lucas never really felt comfortable about it. Trevor was almost 9 years older than he was, and he often wondered how his Swedish friend felt about working for, as some of the other researchers called him, a grubby-faced youngster. Trevor never gave him any indication there was an issue, but Lucas was cautious nonetheless. Okay then, I guess I should get back to Drew. I just wanted to let you know we're here, but it may take a few minutes to get through the line. Lucas returned to the cafeteria door and saw Drew in trouble. A bespectacled, lanky student was standing between Drew and 3 burly students wearing red and blue rugby uniforms. The athletes were all tall, tan, and clearly spent far more time working on their muscles in the gym and lounging in the sun than they did studying in the library. Rugby wasn't an official Pac-12 NCAA sport, but the members of the rugby club were every bit the arrogant jocks as the guys on the football team. They walked around campus like they owned the place and were notorious for getting drunk and picking on anyone they determined to be a geek. His eyes took in the facts, instantly realizing what was happening across the room. His disabled brother was being picked on, and the underweight kid with glasses was sticking up for him. Lucas couldn't make out what Drew's protector was saying, but it was obvious the skinny guy was arguing with the rugby jocks. Great, Lucas thought. Just what we need today. More bullshit. He took off for his brother. The tallest stranger, who sported a mohawk-style haircut, grabbed the skinny kid and shoved him hard, sending him across the polished tile floor. He landed in an awkward sprawl. Then, the burly jock took the handles on the back of Drew's wheelchair and shoved it with force toward the back of the line. The chair wobbled to the right as it shot across the floor, sending the upper half of Drew's body over the left armrest. Chapter 2. Lucas made it to Drew, glancing back at the rugby players to check their position. They weren't close. "Are you okay?" he asked Drew. Drew nodded, though it wasn't convincing. "What the hell's going on here?" The skinny kid with the glasses stood up and came over to Lucas, looking more than a little agitated. He pointed at the rugby players. "Those assholes were trying to cut in front of your brother." "Thanks for sticking up for him," Lucas said, trying to remember where he knew this kid from. "I know you, right?" The young man nodded. "I'm Stephen Carr. I work in the geophysics lab, 2 buildings down from you guys. The 3 of us had a class together a couple of semesters ago. You guys are the Ramsay brothers, right?" Lucas gave him a quick, respectful nod. "Thanks, Stephen. You didn't have to do that." "Yeah, I did. Guys like that think they can do anything. I'm sick of it." "You ain't the only one," Lucas said, looking back at the miscreants who were laughing with each other. Just then, the tallest of the rugby players shouted with a confident smile on his face, "Look, guys, another nerd joined the herd. They're everywhere, like goddamn cockroaches." Another of the players spoke. "You got that right, Zach. A bunch of spineless, limp-dick cockroaches." Lucas pushed Drew back in line, then looked at Stephen. "Will you stay here with Drew?" "Sure. Why? Time to put a stop to this, once and for all." "Lucas, no. They'll kill you," Drew snapped, grabbing Lucas by the arm. "I'll be right back," he said, pulling out of his brother's one-handed grip. Lucas walked over to the tallest rugby player, taking position directly in front of him. The skin across his forehead tightened as a warm sensation swelled within his cheeks. "Keep your goddamn hands off my brother." The rugby player moved a step closer, flared his eyes, and then raised his chin. "Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it?" Lucas pushed out his chest and stood toe-to-toe with the stout man. He leaned in close to his face and looked him dead in the eye. "Go ahead, asshole. Take your best shot. I'm not afraid of you." A slender, red-headed security officer appeared from around the corner and pulled Lucas away from the rugby player. He stood between the two would-be combatants with a hand pressed against both of their chests. "Someone care to explain?" "These assholes cut in line," Lucas answered, fixing his shirt collar. The officer looked vaguely familiar, but Lucas couldn't place him. He figured he must have seen the older man around campus somewhere. Two British students waiting in line behind them agreed. "Yes, they jumped the line in front of all of us." The security guard turned to Stephen. "What did you see?" "Same thing. They cut the line, then started getting physical with me and the kid in the wheelchair," Stephen added. The officer went to the rugby players, who were no longer laughing or smiling. In fact, they looked concerned. "Time for you boys to leave," the officer said, his face stiff and flushing with red. "I don't want to see you here for the rest of the day. And next time, wait in line like everyone else. If this happens again, I'll drag your ass in and have you expelled. Am I making myself clear?" The brutes complained to the officer before finally leaving the cafeteria and walking upstairs. They maintained eye contact with Lucas the entire way up the steps. The player with the mohawk mouthed the words, "Your ass is mine, punk," on his way out, then flipped Lucas the bird. Lucas crossed his arms and put his trembling hands under his sweat-soaked armpits. The officer spoke to Lucas. "Just because they cut in front of you is no reason to get physical." "You're absolutely right, officer. I'm sorry. I overreacted, but really, picking on a guy in a wheelchair? That's crossing the line. Somebody had to stand up to them." "He's right," Stephen said, butting into the conversation. "Enough is enough. I understand, and frankly, I might have done the same thing if I'd been in your shoes. But regardless, next time just ignore them and let the situation de-escalate on its own. A few extra minutes in line aren't worth a fight or a trip to the medical center." "Yes, sir. Won't happen again." Lucas waited for the officer to disappear around the corner before asking Drew, "Did you see the size of those guys? They would have kicked my ass 6 ways from Sunday." Drew nodded. "Maybe we should eat someplace else tomorrow." "No. We eat here, same as usual. You can't let guys like that push you around, because if you back down once, they own your ass, just like back when we lived in the orphanage. Gotta show strength." "But those guys," Drew said. Lucas wasn't going to let his brother cave. "No, Drew. We stand our ground. Nobody puts their hands on a Ramsay and gets away with it. And I mean nobody." Drew nodded, letting his eyes run soft. Lucas followed his brother through the buffet line, waiting for his temper to cool as he dished up 2 trays of food and slid along the display counter. His pulse rate was still in overdrive, but he knew once the adrenaline eased, so would his shaking hands. He finished the loadout and carried both of their trays to Trevor's table in the back and put them down. He removed one of the chairs to allow Drew to scoot his wheelchair under the table. Lucas sat between Drew and Trevor. "Sorry we're late again," Lucas told Trevor. "We got delayed by a bunch of soccer hooligans." "They were rugby players," Drew said. "Rugby, soccer, same difference. Jerks are jerks." Trevor glanced at both of them, but did not respond. He was busy eating a large cluster of seedless grapes. One of the grapes squirted its juice across Lucas's tray. "You ready for lab tonight, Trevor? Did you fix the programming bug?" Lucas asked, watching Drew rearrange his chow in alphabetical order, carefully spacing each food group a precise distance from the others. "Yeah, no more system crash." "Good thing, because they're taking down the mainframe tomorrow for maintenance. After tonight, we won't have computer access again until late Sunday." "Isn't tonight when the new lab tech arrives?" Drew asked. Lucas loathed the documentation requirements of their research. "I hope so. We could use the help. You know me and paperwork. I'd rather have my toenails pulled out." "It's too bad Gracie graduated. I really liked her. She was nice." A smile grew on Trevor's lips as he shoveled in another spoonful. Lucas had been glad to see Gracie leave. She was always staring at his scars, making him even more self-conscious about them than he already was. She was a quirky young woman who seemed to twitch and prance when she got nervous, but he had to admit she was an excellent assistant and kept their paperwork in perfect order. "Let's hope the E-121 material gets here soon. If we have to keep running simulations, I'm going to go Bundy on somebody." Trevor nodded, then put his hand on Lucas's shoulder and squeezed gently. It was clear Lucas wasn't the only one tired of waiting for the Navy to deliver the power cores. Lucas saw an abandoned newspaper sitting on a neighboring table. "Drew, could you hand me that paper over there? I want to see if the Board of Regents voted to increase the tuition again. Only one more semester to go, brother." "You're lucky you're done. I've still got a full load to get through plus exams," Drew said, handing the paper to Lucas. "Don't sweat it. You'll ace them. You always do. I was the one who had to study my ass off." At least you're getting a steady paycheck. I'm still working for free. How about I trade you my puny paycheck for your eidetic memory? Fine by me. I'd rather work in the lab than study, anytime. Lucas opened the paper and scanned through the articles while they finished breakfast. His mind quickly wandered, dreaming about Drew's graduation day, when Drew would receive his PhD and could join their anti-gravity project as a paid physicist. He smiled, thinking about his mother sitting in the audience, watching Drew roll up to the podium after hearing his name announced by the university president. She'd cried at Lucas's graduation ceremony, and he figured she'd do the same for Drew. Too bad Dad hadn't lived long enough to see it. If there was a heaven, Lucas figured his old man was looking down right about now and watching with a grin on his face. Both of his adoptive parents put everything they had into making a better future for the two of them, and he was thankful. Drew's life in the wheelchair would have been much different if they hadn't been adopted out of the orphanage together. Drew owed the Ramsays big time, and so did Lucas, more than either of them could ever repay. It was the most compelling reason Lucas was committed to doing everything possible to make them proud. PhDs were just the first step. Both he and Drew were going to make something of themselves. Then they'd make their mark in the scientific community. At least, that was the plan before his paper submittal to Dr. Green went completely off the rails. Shit. He still didn't know how he was going to break the news to his wide-eyed little brother. That evening, Lucas and Drew cut across the street just west of the Student Union, headed to the John Cone Memorial Science Lab for their nightly shift. The Tucson sun had just disappeared below the horizon in the west, setting the edge of the sky ablaze with color. Red, orange, and purple hues stretched across the fading sky in random patterns, giving way to the first twinkle of stars. Nighttime viewing was about to begin, making all those waiting astronomers giddy with anticipation. Soon the heavens would open their folds and reveal more of their precious secrets. The science lab's exterior was boring and drab, like its neighboring buildings, red-bricked and shaped like an oversized chalkboard eraser. Each floor was outlined by a protracted series of evenly spaced metal-grated windows, giving it a 1950s industrial look. The complete lack of imagination that went into the exterior design of the science buildings on campus always baffled Lucas. He couldn't think of anything less conducive to inspiration and creative thought, two essential ingredients in the advancement of science. He'd always thought the buildings on campus looked more like Soviet tractor factories than university laboratories, which just so happened to be located in the heart of the desert Southwest. He could hear the grind of motorized gears overhead while walking through the building's courtyard. Above him was an 8.4-meter binocular telescope being repositioned along the building's roofline. The $136 million telescope was the pride of the astronomy department. His boss, Dr. D.L. Cleesby, dean of the astrophysics department, had labored for years to raise the funds needed for its construction. Looks like they finally got that thing operational. Cleesby must be pleased, Lucas said, letting a thin smile grow on his lips. Speaking of Cleesby, there he is, Drew said, pushing his wheelchair forward with both hands. Where? I don't see him. You don't have to. Just follow your nose. Lucas caught a whiff of acrid cigar smoke in the air. He'd never understood why Cleesby, who was loaded with money, chose to smoke the cheapest cigars on the planet. Ah, yes, you're right. He's close. I smell him, but I still don't see him. He's to the right, behind the flower bed. Lucas leaned to his right to see beyond the rose bushes blocking his view. His mentor was wearing his usual attire, blue coveralls and an orange-colored flannel shirt, standing bent over with one foot resting on the top of a short cement wall. As they moved closer, Lucas realized Cleesby was talking on his cell phone. It was partially hidden by a gray beard that stretched down to the middle of his chest. His trademark cigar smoldered between the index and middle fingers of his other hand, dangling precariously close to the flammable hairs on his frazzled beard. Damn, that thing is disgusting. I can't believe he smokes them. I can't believe he gets away with it, Drew replied. Seriously? Who's going to stop him? Certainly not us. Still, it's against the law. Never gonna happen, little brother. In the world of U of A astrophysics, D.L. Cleesby is the law. And let's be honest, the powers that be would rather look the other way than give up all the money he raises. Lucas intended to stop and ask his boss about their new lab tech, but changed his mind when he overheard Cleeseby's side of the heated conversation. Some poor, unfortunate soul was on the other end of the line, getting an earful. He knew firsthand not to stand in the way of Cleesby once that flannel-covered tornado got rolling. Cleeseby's voice was sharp and charged with anger.
Look, I don't give a rat's ass what you think. You don't know the first thing about it. Show me your degree in experimental physics, and I'll listen to what you have to say. Until then, you have to trust me. I'm the expert, and this is what the university hired me to do. You need to let me do my damn job and quit sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong. I've been at this for more years than I can count, and I guarantee you the project is perfectly safe. Besides that, it's a done deal. The committee already signed off on it.
Let's talk to him later, Lucas said, grabbing hold of Drew's wheelchair and pushing him to the entrance of the science lab. The ancient revolving door screeched on its bearings as they made their way inside the apparatus together. Space was at a premium, so Lucas tilted the wheelchair back to raise up the footrests before pushing them against the thick plexiglass. He'd learned through the years of trial and error that this was the best method to fit them both inside at the same time, far easier than the backwards dance they had to perform on most regular doors. The brothers were waiting in line to check in through the lab's front desk security when Cleesby approached them from behind, gently grabbing Lucas by the shoulders.
How are my two favorite scientists doing today? He asked, massaging Lucas's neck with finger squeezes.
Lucas slid out of Cleesby's grasp and turned around. The professor's keen, dark eyes were intense and probing, set deep in his face under a crop of thick, gray eyebrows. Lucas always had the sense his boss was hiding a myriad of secrets behind those eyes, making him wonder if he was about to become the punchline of a cosmic joke. It was a strange feeling and difficult to explain, a feeling he figured was due to lingering paranoia from his younger days, when he struggled to survive in a state-run orphanage.
"We're good, boss," Lucas said, as his nose was hit with a waft of cigar smoke from Cleesby's wrinkled clothes.
The odor nearly knocked Lucas off his feet, smelling as though the professor just walked through a rubber fire.
"What's the latest on the new lab tech?" "She starts tonight. I think you'll like her. She's brilliant. I just have to arrange her security pass, and then I'll send her down with Trevor. Do your best to bring her up to speed quickly, all right?"
"Will do," Lucas replied, praying the new girl wasn't as high maintenance as their last assistant.
"How's your mom doing after her surgery?" Cleesby asked, with a genuine tone in his voice.
Lucas appreciated the man's concern. "She's getting around okay. The neighbor lady's keeping an eye on her."
"Are you guys planning to go home for the holiday?"
"No, we've got way too much work to do here."
"You know, if you like, I can send Bruno to Phoenix to pick her up for you. I'd be more than happy to let her stay in one of my vacant apartments. I hate to think she'll be spending Christmas alone."
"Thanks, Professor. It's really nice of you to offer. I'll ask her, but I doubt she'll take you up on it. She hates to be a bother to anyone."
"It's no bother at all. It's the least I can do, since she always takes care of me with her delicious care packages," Cleesby said, smiling. "Dorothy should really open a bakery. She'd make a killing."
"Everyone tells her that, but she likes teaching at the college too much. I don't think she'll ever leave that place."
"I know how she feels. I don't know what I'd do if I couldn't work here every day," Cleesby said, patting Drew on the back. "I'm having Bruno and his guys over for a poker party at my apartment on Christmas Eve, if you're interested."
Lucas wasn't sure how to respond. He didn't want to disappoint his boss by saying no, but he and Drew didn't play poker. He knew they'd be suckers at the table. "We appreciate the invite, but we really don't know much about poker."
"I think it sounds like fun," Drew said to Lucas. "Come on, let's give it a shot. How hard can it be? It's all about numbers and probabilities, right? We're good at those, remember?"
Lucas nodded, but didn't give an answer.
"I'll make sure there's plenty of grape soda and nachos for you two," Cleesby said.
"How much money would we need to bring?" Lucas asked, considering the idea.
"It would need to be a super cheap buy-in, otherwise they couldn't afford the play, not with Mom's medical bills piling up." "We don't play for money. We play for vacation days," the professor said in a confident voice.
That was exactly what Lucas needed to hear. "Okay then, if that's the case, we're in. What time should we show up?"
"The game starts promptly at 8. Don't be late."
"Anything else you need, Professor?" Lucas asked, remembering Cleesby's heated phone call outside the building. He pushed Drew's wheelchair to the front of the screening line, wondering what bombshell was about to explode.
Yeah, there's one more thing I need to talk to you about. One of those goddamn suits from legal is on his way over here. That frickin' a-hole of a prick, Larson. God, I hate that pompous bastard. He says he wants to see firsthand what you two are working on. I hope you don't mind the intrusion, but I need to give him the nickel tour. No problem, Lucas replied, trying to hide his nervousness. The last thing he needed was some bureaucrat poking his nose around their lab. He didn't want the scrutiny, not ever, and certainly not today. He was worried that the paper he'd submitted online and the subsequent criticism from Dr. Green had sparked the inspection. If Cleesby found out, he was fucked. All because of one mistake, something he did on impulse, something he wished he could take back. Any idea what it's about? I have no idea what his true agenda is. You'd think even a suck-ass weasel like him would have something better to do on a Friday night, but apparently not. I think he really gets off on being a total pain in my ass. Lucas nodded in support as Cleesby continued. The man is a real piece of work, always pretending the rules don't apply to him. He doesn't think I know what he does at lunchtime, but I do, sneaking off like that behind his wife's back. He should be ashamed of himself. What does he do? Lucas asked, wondering if he might be able to use the juicy secret as leverage against the man if he ever needed it. It doesn't matter. Let's just say it's not the type of behavior you'd expect from a former gunnery sergeant in the Marines. It's a wonder he still has a job around here. Lucas was disappointed Cleesby didn't cough up the secret, but he wasn't surprised. When are you coming by, Professor? In about 30 minutes. Don't worry, I'll run interference and handle the prick. Okay, no problem. Whatever we can do to help. You know my motto. The project always comes first. That's one of the main reasons I hired you, Lucas. I know you've got your priorities straight, and you'll never let me down. A stabbing pressure hit the middle of Lucas's chest when he heard those words. Shit. That'll all change if he catches wind of the Dr. Green debacle. What the hell was I thinking? Cleesby turned to walk toward the building's entrance door. Then he stopped. Hey, I almost forgot to tell you. Your material finally arrived. Really? When? Lucas said, celebrating with a huge grin. A short while ago, Cleesby answered, returning his grin. You look like a kid on Christmas. Yeah, I'm psyched. Never thought we'd ever get that stuff. Well, we have it now, which means this is a big night for us. I need you to have everything ready to run, okay? Don't worry, Professor. We're on it, Lucas answered, thinking about the unbelievable timing of this delivery. They'd been waiting for this material for months and months, and had he known it would arrive today, he never would have sent his paper to Dr. Green. He should have waited. Damn it, he couldn't believe his luck. A few more days, and he never would have been humiliated in front of the entire scientific community. It was almost like time and history were conspiring to twist his life into a knot with circumstances and coincidences meant to torment him, then sit back and see how he'd react. I'll see you in a bit, Cleesby said, before walking back outside the building. Lucas swung his eyes around, focusing them on 3 armed security officers monitoring the security checkpoint. He emptied his pockets, as did Drew, preparing for the usual inspection of their possessions before they'd be allowed to walk through the X-ray scanner and weapons detector. As the lead officer came toward them, Lucas leaned in close to his brother's ear and spoke in a whisper. Here comes Bruno. Remember, don't mention Mom, okay? Drew nodded. Yeah, got it. Drew's disability required a member of the security staff to carry him through the scanners. The task was usually handled by Bruno Benner, a 20-year veteran of the campus security force. Bruno was easy to recognize even from a distance, given his hefty size, shaved head, and neatly groomed goatee. Bruno removed his duty belt and all the metal objects from his pockets before asking Drew, Hey, Chief, you ready for a lift? Drew smiled and nodded. Taxi, he joked. Where to, mister? Bruno replied. Uptown, Drew said. The Ritz. Yes, sir. Bruno lifted Drew from his wheelchair and used his keg-sized gut to prop up and carry Drew to the security equipment. Both of the guards' powerful forearms were covered with orange and black-colored tattoos of ferocious-looking creatures, which came alive whenever his muscles were active. The tattoos reminded Lucas of sinister comic book creatures, complete with big heads, pincher claws, and sweeping long tails. He'd never asked his friend about the amazing artwork, even though he was curious to know why Bruno chose them over something more common.
The guard was a talkative guy, and Lucas figured Bruno would someday tell him the story behind the tattoos and the expensive-looking digital watch he wore on his right wrist. It was a unique timepiece with a 5-sided shape, much like the Pentagon building, and featured a series of tiny orange push buttons around its perimeter. Just before entering the first screening device, Bruno told one of his colleagues to fetch the backpack from the back of Drew's wheelchair and bring it through the inspection station. A second wheelchair was waiting for Drew on the other side of security.
How's that project of yours coming along, Dr. Lucas? Did you hear Dr. Cleesby found a replacement for Miss Gracie? Bruno asked.
Yes, DL just told us. Trevor's supposed to bring her by shortly. I don't know about Drew, but I'm pretty excited. Always nice to have some new blood in the fire.
New blood in the fire, huh? That's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, you know, anything to get out of all that damn paperwork. Gracie was much better at it than me. If the new chick is half as good, we'll be golden, Lucas said, thinking about remaining behind for a few minutes to witness the new lab tech's first encounter with Bruno. The guard had an uncanny knack for putting people at ease with very few words. His ability was truly remarkable, and it seemed to work on everyone he met. Bruno could probe someone's background and gather details about their life and family with just a couple of choice phrases, while revealing very little about himself. Lucas knew about it firsthand because it had happened to him the first time he'd met the friendly soul. Within seconds, he began sharing private information with Bruno, information he thought he'd never tell anyone outside his immediate circle of trust, much less a total stranger. Whenever he needed the inside scoop on someone, he'd ask Bruno. The man was a walking, talking information station and seemed to have the lowdown on everyone. The CIA and NSA had nothing on this dude. Once through screening, Bruno deposited the younger Ramsay into the wheelchair waiting on the other side.
There you go, Chief. Safe and sound. The Uptown Ritz, as promised.
Thank you, sir, Drew said, giving Bruno a firm fist bump. Don't know what I'd do without you. Drew turned around in the seat to make sure his backpack was in its proper place, hanging over the handles on the back of the wheelchair. Drew was obsessive about his pack and tended to freak out if it wasn't exactly where he expected it to be at all times. Bruno adjusted the spin of his belt and raised it up along his waistline before leaning back and rubbing his oversized belly.
Now that I've had my exercise for the day, I think I might take a break to get my chocolate fix. Obviously, I need it to maintain my girlish figure.
Lucas laughed at the man's worn-out gag, even though he'd heard it a dozen times. He liked Bruno and accepted the heavy-set man for who he was, but it still didn't stop him from worrying Bruno would develop diabetes. All his friend seemed to eat was mounds of sugar from the vending machines in the security team's break room, only a short 15 feet inside the checkpoint. Candy bars seemed to be Bruno's order of choice, though he did see him munching on a sleeve of Oreo cookies a few times. Regardless of the snack food, a can of Pepsi was sure to follow it down the hatch, and there was no chance it would ever be a can of Diet. Bruno started down the hallway for the break room, then stopped and turned back.
Dr. Lucas, I forgot to ask, how's your dear sweet mother doing these days?
Lucas had to bite his lip, stopping the urge to release too much personal information. Bruno was a one-man intelligence gathering agency, after all, and he didn't want everyone in the lab to know his family business. Not that he didn't trust Bruno, he just thought it best to keep most of the family matters private, especially the medical bills and the stupid decision to submit his paper to Dr. Green. He locked eyes with Bruno and faked a thin smile. Pretty good, considering everything she's been through. The doc says she can go back to work in January, thank God. I think she's starting to go a little stir-crazy without work to keep her busy.
That's great news. I'd be tired of being cooped up in that house, too. It's always better to have something to do than just sit around all day and stare at the wall.
Yeah, no lie. Bruno gave him a quick hand wave.
Be sure to tell her I said hi, and that I'm looking forward to more of her delicious fudge bars.
Lucas responded with a quick nod and said, "Will do." He turned and grabbed the handles on the wheelchair, pushing Drew down the hallway toward their lab. Their assigned workspace was located at the far end of the science lab through a maze of interconnecting corridors 500 feet away. Along the way, they passed 24 lab doors, many without windows, plus a scattering of restrooms, storage rooms, and utility closets. A security card reader controlled access to each lab and was installed a few inches above the project number next to the doors. The hallways between the security checkpoint and the entrance to their lab were a curious mix of odors. Old, musty, moldy smells were strong in some places, while bleach and cleaning products dominated others. The same contrast was true with the paint and lighting fixtures. Some hallways were bright, shiny, and clean, while others were downright dilapidated, with paint cracking and ancient fluorescent lights buzzing and blinking sporadically. Lucas assumed the disparity was tied to the amount of funding each of the individual projects received from the university. He was thankful his section of the building was in the well-kept category. It smelled clean, the lights worked perfectly, and while the paint in the hallway outside his lab wasn't exactly new, it wasn't peeling either. When he pushed Drew around the final corner, he saw 3 silver-colored boxes the size of microwave ovens sitting outside the double automatic swing doors of their lab. The containers were labeled with block lettering that read U.S. Department of Defense and wrapped with 3 evenly spaced strips of yellow security tape. Lucas wanted to let out an excited whoop and give Drew a high five when he saw the delivery, but thought better of it when he noticed 2 imposing Marines guarding the precious cargo. They were standing at attention with shoulder-slung rifles and unyielding attitudes. The taller man, a first lieutenant by his insignia, was holding a red briefcase and fussing with the handcuff fastened around his left wrist. Chapter 3. Lucas wondered how the Marines were able to pass through security with their weapons in hand. Bruno's scanning systems must have lit up like a Christmas tree the second they got close to the equipment. Then again, Cleesby may have cleared the way since he seemed to have pull with almost everyone. The professor was the man in charge of the science lab, after all, so who would have questioned his decision to send them through? "Which one of you is Dr. Ramsay?" the lieutenant asked. Lucas raised his hand. "That'd be me," he said. He held up his ID for the Marine to check. The lieutenant nodded once and then removed a written manifest from the briefcase. He gave it to Lucas. "Project AG 35612, Lucas said in a matter-of-fact tone, scanning the paperwork. He checked the items against the boxes sitting on the floor. "Yes, that's correct. Looks like it's all here. Do I need to sign for it?" "Yes, sir. Just sign the form on the line at the bottom." Lucas pulled a pen from his shirt pocket and signed it. The Marine took the document, put it in his briefcase, and the 2 marched in unison the opposite way down the hall toward the newly completed NASA annex. Their movements were measured, precise, and efficient, without a single misstep the entire way. "Drew, did you see where they went? That's weird." "Yeah. Cleesby didn't say the stuff was from NASA, did he? Not that I remember. But I guess it doesn't really matter where it came from. I'm just glad it's here. We finally get to move ahead. We've been in a holding pattern for way too long." Drew snatched the manifest from his brother and looked at it. "Me too. I'm tired of running simulations. We needed this stuff months ago." Lucas bent over and tested the weight of the closest box. "These modules are much heavier than they look." He wondered how the 2 Marines managed to carry the containers. They were both taller and stronger than he was, but still, they must have had help. "Hang on a minute while I find a dolly. There has to be one around here somewhere." "I think there's one in Dr. Davies' lab. He usually works all night on Fridays and should still be there." Lucas whirled around and stared at the door to Dr. Griffith Davies' lab with trepidation. The lab of a world-renowned astrobiologist who specialized in the origin and evolution of life in the universe. The man held a slew of PhDs in chemistry, molecular biology, physics, and astronomy. From what Lucas had heard from Bruno, Dr. Davies was the go-to guy for Dr. Cleesby whenever something unexplained landed on his desk. Davies was beyond brilliant and well-respected by his peers, but had a few personality quirks that jumped off the page. He was an odd duck, to be sure, but then again, most would say the same thing about any of the accomplished scientists working in the science lab. Intelligence and polished social skills didn't always go hand in hand for the members of the Genius Guild. "That guy drives me crazy. He never shuts up and is always trying to ingratiate himself," Lucas said. "That's because he has a little man crush on you." Lucas ignored the imagery swirling around in his head. "Thanks, just what I needed." "I think he wants you as his boy toy." "Knock it off. That's not even funny. The guy's not gay. You've seen his wife. She's a total knockout." "Yes, she is." "So what's your point?" "Nothing. I was just messing with you. It's all good, bro." "Can we get back to work now?" Lucas asked, wondering how Griffith managed to land such a gorgeous trophy wife. She was 10 years younger than Griffith and had a stellar homegrown body that supermodels would envy. To keep her satisfied, he assumed Griffith was packing a 10-pound wonder dog or a plentiful balance sheet. Either way, Lucas was jealous. Lucas stood in front of Griffith's lab door and planned his actions carefully. Griffith had several close friends on the advisory committee, any one of whom could shut down his experiment with a single phone call. He knocked twice and took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Be nice, but not too nice, he told himself. Griffith answered the door, wearing a wrinkled white lab coat and cheater glasses. His cheap black toupee was sloped forward, threatening to cover his brown, rheumy eyes. His right hand was on the door handle, while his left was filled with a cordless soldering gun and a coil of resin. But what caught Lucas's eye was the heavy smear of ink on the smiling man's cheek. It stretched from just under his eye, clear down to his chin. Lucas had to manufacture a cough to cover up his involuntary laugh. It seemed to work. "Hey, Lucas," Griffith said, his face beaming with a smile. "It's wonderful to see you. Do you need my help with something? Wow, you look especially handsome today. How's your project coming along? I hear you're getting a new lab tech tonight. How's your mother feeling? What were those Marines delivering? They sure looked impressive in their uniforms, didn't—" Lucas was in a rush, but couldn't afford to be rude. Keep it simple and to the point, he decided. "I'm fine. The project's fine. Drew's fine. We're all fine. If you're not using it, can I borrow your hand truck?" "Sure. Go right ahead. It's right by my desk." He kept a safe distance away from Griffith to avoid his constant hand touches. The man smelled of cleaning chemicals. Some of them were probably toxic, even fatal. Lucas was barely inside the door, and already his nasal passages were flooded with noxious fumes. He minimized his breathing. "Do you need me to help? Did you know I work out regularly and can lift heavy objects? You should be careful with your back. Be sure to lift with your legs. Hernias can happen easily." Lucas stopped listening as Griffith continued to ramble, talking aimlessly about anything and everything. Lucas nodded and smiled, adding the occasional, yes, fascinating, at the appropriate times. He just needed to find the hand truck and get back to Drew. Nothing else mattered. He found it right where Griffith said it would be, spun it around with one hand to face the door, and pushed it ahead of him. Focus on the door, nothing else, he told himself. Just get back to Drew. He kept his head down to avoid eye contact. The hallway wasn't far, but Griffith was still right on his heels, yammering on about absolutely nothing. Truth is, on any other day, the endless jabbering without a breath between sentences might have been impressive. Today, it was just annoying. Lucas knew the man was going to follow him into the corridor and possibly into their lab. He needed an excuse. He turned around and held out his hands while standing near the exit. "Sorry, but this delivery belongs to Dr. Cleesby and contains classified material. Nobody else is allowed within 20 feet of it." "Okay, I understand. Take your time. Just return the dolly when you're done. I won't need it for at least a week. When you stop by again, we should go to lunch." Lucas rolled his eyes in relief when he heard Griffith's lab door close behind him. Drew was waiting for him in the hallway, laughing quietly with the back of his hand covering his mouth. Lucas scowled. "Glad you're enjoying yourself. Now let's get this stuff inside already." Drew slid his access card through the security scanner. After a loud buzz and a hollow click, the double doors swung open automatically. He used his wheelchair as a stop block to keep them from closing. It took all of Lucas's strength to load and center the 3 containers onto the hand truck. He hauled them into the center of the lab, being careful not to lose the heavy load along the way. Drew followed him inside with the doors closing behind his wheelchair. Lucas slid the stack off and left the boxes sitting on the floor next to a rectangular work table. Before he could put the first container on the table and open it, the security scanner guarding the lab doors buzzed. Lucas turned around in a flash. "Crap, what now?" he muttered, wondering if Griffith might be popping in for an unscheduled visit. When the doors opened, he knew instantly it wasn't the annoying Griffith. It was worse. It was Randall Larson of the advisory committee. The pencil-thin attorney was carrying a clipboard and gold-colored pen as he walked into the lab, his head tilted slightly back. "I guess it's up to me to deal with this guy," Lucas mumbled when he didn't see Cleesby tagging along. He waved a quick hello to Bruno, who was standing just outside their door with his master security card in hand. Apparently Bruno had used it to let Larson into their lab. Larson, who appeared to be about 10 years younger than Old Man Cleesby, was dressed in a form-fitting blue pinstripe suit. His medium-length blonde hair was neatly feathered front to back on the left side. It adhered to the side of his head, defying both gravity and air pressure as he moved. He had blue eyes, a sharp, pointed nose, and high cheekbones covered with acne scars. He looked like a nervous bird scanning the area for insects to gather up in his narrow beak. Lucas assumed Larson's spotless presentation was intentionally calculated to distract people from noticing the scars on his face, which made his cheeks look like the surface of an asteroid after a year-long meteor shower. He agreed with Cleesby's earlier assessment of the attorney. It was hard to believe this frail-looking man was a former gunnery sergeant in the Marines. Larson brought his eyes around and looked at Lucas. "Dr. Ramsay, I presume. I am Randall Harrison Larson III, lead counsel for the university's advisory committee for theoretical research." "Yes, sir, I'm Dr. Ramsay, and this is my brother Drew. What can we—" "Where's Cleesby? He was to meet me here 30 seconds ago." Lucas looked at his brother and then back at the attorney. "I don't know, sir. I know he intended to be here to show you around in person. I'm sure he'll be here any second." Larson clicked his pen frequently as he walked slowly around the room, stopping periodically to transcribe something onto his clipboard. Lucas figured Larson needed to document the contents of their lab, possibly for insurance purposes, but he wasn't sure. He considered asking the man, but decided to let Cleesby handle it when he arrived. Larson stopped in his tracks and stared through the 10-foot-wide window that led into the adjoining chamber. He scribbled a long series of notes before clicking his pen one final time and sticking it back in his shirt pocket. He whirled around and went to Drew's location, leaning in close to Drew's face. "All right then, let's get on with it." Drew rolled his chair back a few feet and didn't respond. "Come on now, I don't have all day," Larson said, louder this time, pulling the pen from his pocket again. Lucas moved in front of Drew, chest expanded, fighting the urge to strike the pushy bureaucrat. It was an instinctive reaction brought on by years of torment in the orphanage. "Can I help you with something?" Larson took an uncoordinated step back, lowered his head, and began fiddling with his gold pen while shuffling through several layers of his paperwork. This guy's a former Marine? Larson cleared his throat before looking at Lucas. "I've just received this lengthy attorney-prepared disclaimer agreement from the Defense Department. Obviously, I need a comprehensive briefing concerning the nature of your project and its need for the material in these 3 containers. Liability must be assessed. Damage must be mitigated." Goddamn attorneys, Lucas thought, remembering the family's hefty legal bills to defend his dad's failed pest control invention. He'd thought about hiring a lawyer to fight the insurance company over his mother's denied medical claims, but hated the idea of lining some future politician's pocket with what little money he had. Then, a new thought popped into his head. Maybe he should team up with one of the chemical geeks down the hall and invent a biotoxin that targeted only insurance executives and lawyers. He liked that idea. Would probably make him rich in the process, since everyone would want a lifetime supply. Larson continued, "Which one of you wants to explain this to me? I need to know who authorized this." Before Lucas could respond, Cleesby buzzed in and bolted through the lab entrance. He pushed at the doors, not waiting for them to fully open on their own. "Damn it, Larson, I'm here. I told you earlier I'd handle this. Let's step outside and let these guys work. I'll explain it all to you, probably very slowly, so you'll understand." Cleesby took Larson by the arm and led him out of the lab. Lucas looked at Drew, who was sitting in his wheelchair, smiling. Lucas took a deep breath and then let the air seep out through his lips. He rolled his eyes after realizing Cleesby had come to their rescue as he'd done countless times before. It seemed like any time they needed help, Cleesby would somehow know and magically arrive just in time to assist. "That was a close one," Drew said, with a concerned look on his face. "Yeah, tell me about it. Thank God Cleesby showed up in time. I never know how to talk to people like that. All I wanted to do was deck his ass." Just then, the lab doors opened again and Cleesby walked through. He looked pissed. "Next time, run the paper by me first," he said to Lucas. "You're lucky nothing in it violated this project's confidentiality agreement. "Sorry, boss," Lucas said, assuming Larson had just told Cleesby about the paper he'd posted online. The professor returned to the hallway as quickly as he came in. "What was that all about?" Drew asked. "Nothing. I'll tell you later. Let's get to work." Lucas and Drew began their shift by dressing in their customary white lab coats and logging in to the computer network. Chapter 4. A short while later, Drew was seated next to Lucas at the lab's center work table when the lab doors buzzed behind him again. He prayed it wasn't that jerk of an attorney, Larson. He didn't think Lucas would be able to keep his temper in check this time, assuming the man came at him like before. When he turned his wheelchair around, he saw Trevor and a lovely young Asian woman standing next to each other. His heart nearly stopped beating. She was a petite, black-haired beauty with an adorable figure and dark, soulful eyes. She flashed a bright, alluring smile, revealing a gorgeous set of sparkling white teeth. "Hi," she said to Drew. Drew's tongue shriveled up and swallowed the words in his mouth, leaving him to muster an uneven grunt. His lungs suddenly forgot how to breathe properly, taking shorter and shorter breaths. He desperately wanted to say something, but he just sat there, staring at her like a creepy dumbass. As she moved into the lab, her hair shimmered under the fluorescent lights like heat waves rising up from the desert sand. Her curly, flowing locks wrapped around her neck and cascaded gracefully down the front of her shoulder, drawing his eyes lower and lower until they found her curvy chest. Drew couldn't believe his eyes. She was a vision, a goddess who wore a yellow flower just above her right ear. Lucas extended his right hand when she arrived at the work table. "Hi, I'm Dr. Lucas Ramsay. Welcome to Project AG-35612. She bowed her head slightly and then gripped and shook Lucas's hand. "Hello, I'm Abby Park." She looked at Drew. He dropped his paperwork. Lucas let out a short laugh, then put a hand on Drew's shoulder. He shot a casual smile at the new girl. "And this slobbering member of the male species is my little brother, Drew." "Hi, Drew. It's nice to meet you," she said, looking as though she was waiting for a return greeting. Drew tried to speak again, but his tongue still wouldn't cooperate. He felt his face turn an even darker shade of red, if that was even possible. He looked at Lucas, sending him a subtle, "help me" look. Lucas didn't hesitate, turning to Trevor to draw attention away from Drew's embarrassing stumble. "I assume you've already introduced yourself to Abby?" "Yeah, I did." "Have you signed your non-disclosure agreement?" Lucas asked the girl. Abby nodded. "Well then, let's get started," he said, motioning for her to follow him toward the reactor chamber, only a 7-step walk. It was on the side of the room opposite from the lab's entrance doors. Drew remained behind with Trevor to organize the items scattered across the top of the rectangular work table in the center of the room. He still couldn't take his eyes off her. Lucas began Abby's introduction with the control station located just to the right of the reactor chamber's door. It featured a 7-foot-wide stainless steel counter with a flat panel computer screen at each end and was attached to the wall below the viewing window. In front of each console was a black wireless keyboard and matching mouse, and between the two stations was an angled instrument panel covered with switches, knobs, instrument gauges, and the like. 2 rolling desk chairs were offset to the left, leaving room for a third to be added on the right end of the counter. "This is the primary control station where all the action happens. Drew sits to the right, and the other console is mine. The chair in the middle is yours." Abby opened her spiral notebook and started taking notes. "What about Trevor?" "He usually stands over there and monitors his system," Lucas said, pointing at 3 heavy-gauge steel shelving units installed on the wall to the left of the reactor chamber. They were loaded with rack-mounted computer equipment actively processing data, with their LED lights flashing and their hard drives whirling. A retractable network console was located waist-high in the center rack, with its hideaway keyboard pulled out on sliding rails. "Trevor designed the system from the ground up, and it controls our reactor. Everything else is networked to the university's mainframe, and we share CPU time across all active experiments." Lucas guided her to a pair of tall, red and blue storage cabinets on the other side of the room. He opened the first storage unit, which contained an assortment of hand tools, cleaning supplies, paper, pens, and other miscellaneous materials. "If you ever need any supplies, you'll find them in here." He removed a clipboard hanging on a magnetic hook inside the cabinet's door. Just be sure to write down what you took in this inventory log. Dr. Cleesby wants every penny accounted for. He opened the second cabinet, which held an array of equipment, wire, and other electronic parts. He pulled out a handheld device the size of a DVD case and held it up in front of her. Radiological detector. Hopefully we'll never have to use this puppy. How likely is that? Not very. We've spent the last 18 months making sure this experiment is perfectly safe. But there are always risks, right? Sure, but I wouldn't be too concerned. Cleesby made sure we took every precaution. Abby scribbled some more words into her notebook. Can I see the reactor? Sure, I was planning on showing you that next. He walked to the door to the reactor chamber. Drew followed along behind them. Lucas led Abby into a smaller room just inside the chamber's entrance. Drew stayed outside. He and the girl were standing in a closet-sized room that resembled a two-door airlock system, like those found aboard a submarine. The reactor's a clean room, so we use this decontamination chamber each time personnel or material enters the chamber. Lucas reached around her and closed the thick outer door. He turned around and powered on a 12-inch LCD monitor to the right of the inner door. Drew's face appeared on the screen once the image stabilized. He's sitting in front of his console at the primary control station, Lucas told her, pointing. Lucas opened a cabinet to his left and gathered one of the 6 yellow protective suits hanging inside. Below them were several pairs of steel-toed boots and chemical-resistant gloves. A handful of voice-operated microphones and earpieces were sitting on the top shelf. A hazmat suit? She asked. Yes, Level A. Provides airtight protection from all forms of chemicals, including gases and vapors. Safety protocols require we use them inside the reactor. He pulled out a second suit and gave it to her. We even have one in your size. Here, put this on. Let me know if you need assistance, he said, spinning around to give her privacy. 5 minutes later, both of them were wearing their protective gear, including boots, gloves, and the voice-activated communication devices. Abby, can you hear me? Is your comm unit working? Yes, it is. Can we go inside the reactor? Wait until Drew sets everything up. He'll give us the all-clear signal when it's time. Lucas looked at the pea-sized camera mounted above the video monitor. Okay, bro, we're ready in here. An upward stream of air blew past them as the process began. 30 seconds later, Drew gave his brother a thumbs-up signal. Lucas entered a 5-digit numerical code into a keypad next to the video monitor and waited for the inner door to unlock and slide open. They both stepped inside. The reactor was a gray metal sphere the size of a commercial walk-in freezer, with a series of cables and heavy industrial piping above it that fed into the backside of the unit. There were dozens of valves, conduits, and other industrial components leading to and from the reactor's base. What kind of material is this? She asked, tapping on the reactor's housing with her pen. She pinched her eyes with a look of curiosity on her face. It's not like any metal I've seen before. It's one of Dr. Cleesby's inventions. He calls it VX-312. We call it tritanium. Like in Star Trek, she quipped. Exactly. It's a chemically altered blend of hardened titanium and tungsten composites, which have been infused with a series of interwoven membranes of nanocrystalline diamond fiber. It can withstand fusion-level temperatures and intense gravimetric shear. That's impressive. Dr. Cleesby is full of surprises. There's more where that came from, believe me. The man's a walking enigma. She adjusted her headgear, then pointed to one of the 8 black rectangular devices installed evenly around the perimeter of the reactor in 45-degree increments. What are these? I'm assuming they're some kind of magnet, right? You got it. Superconducting electromagnets, to be exact. They've been specifically calibrated to allow us to control our gravity wave experiment. Lucas saw her looking up at the elongated silver tube attached to the dome of the reactor, which extended to the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. He continued his introduction. That fires a focused cold neutron beam at the core. It's what jumpstarts the experiment. He unlatched and slid open a protective shroud covering the midsection of the reactor. Inside was a white, egg-shaped receptacle the size of a thermos bottle. It was being held in place at the exact center of the reactor by a surrounding lattice of non-metal struts. What goes inside? She asked, after examining the interior of the reactor. The reactive element? Right again. You catch on quick. I'm starting to see why Cleesby assigned you to our team. She smiled. So did he. What goes inside is the really cool part of this whole setup. Follow me and I'll show you. They completed decontamination procedures and removed their hazmat suits before stepping out of the chamber. They returned to the center work table where Trevor was standing. Drew joined them, maneuvering his wheelchair up under the work table. Lucas pointed to the 3 metal boxes near his feet, then looked at Abby. "These were just delivered today. You couldn't have picked a better day to join the project. We've been waiting months, and now they're finally here." "Just dumb luck, I'm afraid. I never thought Dr. Cleesby would pick me. I'm sure he had lots of applicants." "Probably not as many as you think," Lucas said, thinking about the professor's reputation as a demanding perfectionist. "Trevor, would you do the honors?" Trevor picked up one of the boxes with ease and put it on the work table before cutting the bands of yellow security tape with a pair of shears. He unsnapped 3 metal clasps along the front of the box, opened its hinged cover, and then pushed the box closer to Lucas with one hand. Lucas slid on a pair of safety gloves before removing the surface layer of the packaging material. Inside was a perfectly round black sphere the size of a baseball. He removed it with both hands, straining to lift the object up high enough for all to see. This material is called unbionium, which is a new super-heavy element recently discovered by the U.S. Navy. Its atomic weight is 121, which is why we call it Element 121, or E121 for short. Abby narrowed her eyes and furrowed her brow in what Lucas was beginning to recognize as her go-to look of concentrated scientific curiosity. "I thought elements larger than 92 on the periodic table were theoretical and didn't occur naturally. Even if they could be synthesized by fusing 2 heavy elements together, wouldn't it be unstable and instantly decay into lighter elements?" Lucas's arm muscles couldn't support the weight of the material any longer. He lowered the sphere down to chest level, locking his elbows in tight to hold it still for her inspection. Yet here it is, stable and in solid form. Cleesby said he pulled a lot of strings to get us access to these samples. "Where'd the Navy get it?" "In an unexplored deep-sea trench off the coast of Mexico, near Chicxulub, just off the Yucatan Peninsula. From what Cleesby told us, the Navy found a substantial amount of it." "Chicxulub? Isn't that where they found the impact crater that killed off the dinosaurs?" Lucas nodded. "Yep, sure was." Abby stared at the ground before responding in a softer tone. "I do remember reading something about a gravitational anomaly found at that impact site. I suppose it's possible that E121 may have had something to do with that." She leaned over and peeked inside the shipping container. Lucas was excited to be sharing his talisman with the appreciative new assistant. "This special material has some very unique properties, which are essential to the last phase of our project. Without it, we can't run the experiment. Super heavy elements like E121 have an ultra-strong gravity field that extends well beyond the perimeter of its atom, making it accessible. Just like any other field in the electromagnetic spectrum, E121's gravitational wave has a specific frequency and amplitude. Since we can access it, we plan on using the reactor to control it." "Are you trying to manipulate the element's strong nuclear force to bond its particles together?" "No, we plan to morph the actual gravity field itself," Drew replied, picking up an egg-shaped capsule sitting next to him on the work surface. He unscrewed the capsule's dome-shaped lid before holding out the bottom half with both hands. "Don't you think Trevor should take it from here?" Lucas asked. "Nope, I got it," Drew replied, resting his elbows on the table. Lucas wanted to say something else, but didn't. He put the E121 sample into the container and screwed on its lid. Drew tugged the capsule across the tabletop and put it in his lap, partially wedged between his legs. Lucas told Abby, "We'll use E121 as the catalyst for our experiment. We hope to compact one side of the element's immense gravitational field under the control of the powerful electromagnetic system, which will in turn push out or bulge an equal and opposite reaction on the other side. While the quantum morphing occurs, we expect the surrounding subspace to counteract the change in force and effectively push against our material to maintain spatial equilibrium." Abby nodded several times while writing in her journal. She folded her arms with the notebook pressed flat up against her chest. "Assuming I understand you correctly, in theory, that could result in transmutation of the laws of gravity, or anti-gravity, as it were. Like what would happen if you pushed against the side of a floating soap bubble." Lucas nodded. "We hope this will lead to a revolutionary new type of interstellar propulsion system, which is why NASA agreed to fund this project in the first place." "The power requirements must be enormous," she said. "That's where the cold neutron beam comes into play. While an atom's strong nuclear force is trillions of times stronger than gravity, we believe there's an underlying quantum energy stream that's even more powerful." Drew was smiling when he added, So powerful, in fact, we should be able to use it to manipulate E-121's gravity field. Did you say quantum energy stream? She asked Lucas. If we can precisely match the frequency of E-121's gravity wave, the beam should be able to wedge open a crack between the exposed section of the gravitational field and the element's perimeter. This should allow us to tap into the energy matrix connecting our universe to the next. With it, we should have an endless supply of energy to power our experiment. Abby's mouth dropped open, and she did not respond. Lucas smiled internally. He'd finally impressed her, which he was learning wasn't easy to do. Cleesby had chosen her well. Not only was she much better looking than Gracie, but she was smarter too. Chapter 5. Drew shot a covert glance at Abby across the work table, just as the lab's security system buzzed. He turned his head in time to see the double doors spring open. Dr. Cleesby breezed in, carrying a black 3-ring binder with the phrase AG 35612 written on a white label affixed to the cover.
"How are things progressing?"
Cleesby asked with an unlit stubby cigar hanging from the corner of his lips. The professor made his way to the work table and stood next to Lucas.
"Perfectly," Lucas replied. "We're just about ready to load the core." "Excellent. Let's get to it," the professor said, placing the binder on the table. "I finished reviewing your work and everything appears ready to go. Nice work, you two. I only changed a few things with respect to power utilization. Let's begin with the flow regulator set at 50%. We can always increase it from there if needed."
Lucas and Drew nodded. Cleesby winked and smiled at Drew.
"Time to man your station. Abby, you go with him to observe."
"Yes, Dr. Cleesby," she answered crisply. Drew gave the E-121 container to Trevor and wheeled himself to the primary control station. He sat in front of the right console. Abby sat down to his left. When she scooted her chair closer to his, he could smell her strawberry-scented perfume. It reminded him of his mother's backyard vegetable garden. Abby was looking over her right shoulder when she whispered to him, "What's the deal with Trevor? He sort of gives me the creeps."
"Trevor? Oh, he's harmless. He's a big teddy bear and would never hurt a fly."
"But he just stands there with his arms folded and never says anything."
"That's just the way he is. Sometimes he goes an entire day without saying a word."
"I'm glad you're not that way," she said, touching her hand lightly on his shoulder.
Drew felt his face flush when she smiled at him. He had difficulty stabilizing his hand when he reached for a series of red switches located on the riser panel in front of her. When he pulled his arm back after turning on power to the chamber's video system, his forearm grazed her shoulder. The tiny black hairs on his arm tingled, sending a wave of shivers throughout his body. He waited for his LCD screen to fill with 4 equal-sized windows. 3 of them contained camera feeds showing the exterior of the reactor. The 4th was a shot of the reactor's core.
"So, what happens next?" Abby asked, opening her documentation journal. Drew hadn't looked closely at her journal before. This time, though, he noticed it was a blend of normal and unique. The notebook inside was filled with typical college-ruled paper, something anyone could buy at a store that sold school supplies. But the cover was made of tanned leather, with faded Asian characters stenciled into the front. It was dark and worn, like an old saddle. He wondered where it came from. It was clearly old. A family heirloom, perhaps? He'd have to ask about it later. He changed the upper left video feed to show Trevor and Lucas standing inside the decontamination chamber. Lucas was holding the E-121 container while Trevor put on his XXL hazmat suit.
"It's time to load the core," Drew told her.
He brought up a command window on his computer screen, obscuring all the video feeds except the one monitoring his brother. He waited until he received the thumbs-up signal from Lucas before entering a series of programming commands into his wireless keyboard. 30 seconds later, the decontamination sequence was complete. Lucas stepped through the inner door first and led the way back to the reactor. He unscrewed 4 wing nuts securing the reactor's protective shroud and slid it open. He stood aside and waited for Trevor to place the E-121 container inside the core's main housing. The container fit perfectly inside the precision-made receptacle. "The material's in place. Closing the core now," he announced over the communication system. Lucas closed the heavy shield, secured it, and the two scientists headed for the exit. They followed established airlock decontamination procedures before removing their safety gear and leaving the chamber. "All set, boss. We're good to go," Lucas said, sitting down in front of the left console. He was only a few feet to the right of the chamber's door. Abby was seated to his right, with Drew on the other side of her. Lucas spent the next several minutes preparing his workstation for the experiment, but was distracted by Abby and Drew babbling away. Occasionally, the chatter was interrupted by one of Abby's giggles. He looked back to see Cleesby talking with Trevor near the center work table. Lucas couldn't hear their conversation, but based on Cleesby's body language and the professor's frequent glances at Drew, he suspected a problem. Lucas leaned around the front of Abby and quietly told his brother, "You need to concentrate on the work. Cleesby's watching, and he looks pissed." "Sorry," Drew said, straightening himself up in his chair. A short while later, Cleesby and Trevor had finished their conversation and joined the crew at the primary control station. "All right then, let's fire this baby up," Cleesby said. Drew opened the procedure manual, licked his forefinger, and used it to turn to the first page. It contained almost 40 pages of instrument checks, startup protocols, calculations, and notes to run the experiment. The first order of business was to boot the various systems and reset the instruments. Cleesby's procedure manual included extensive notes regarding startup protocols and baseline readings. "Control systems initiated. Stage 1 complete," Lucas reported after calibrating the final set of instruments. Abby documented every facet of the experiment in precise detail. As was true with most scientists, Lucas despised the tedious documentation requirements mandated by the advisors and often chose to shortcut the process by avoiding it altogether. He was pleased to see direct evidence of Abby's detail-oriented nature, knowing she would save him a tremendous amount of grunt work. Cleesby was standing watch over Lucas's shoulder, his arms folded high across his chest. He was grinning and seemed proud of their accomplishments. Lucas felt the same way. They both had good reason to be proud. They'd worked their asses off to get to this point, and if everything went the way they thought it should, their team was about to rewrite the laws of gravity. "Go ahead and remove the atmosphere from the core," Cleesby said. Drew started typing into his keyboard, and seconds later, the custom-built reactor engaged, filling the lab with a momentary swooshing sound. Lucas's pulse began to race as excitement took control. He checked his instruments to verify the reactor's core had transformed into a space-like vacuum. "Core's ready, Professor." "Now, let's flood it with the gas," Cleesby said. Drew turned to another page in the procedure manual and pressed a series of bright yellow switches in order from left to right. Then he twisted 2 quarter-sized control knobs and pressed a black button labeled Flow. "Flow regulators are set. Releasing the radon gas now," he said, typing commands into his console. "Radon gas?" Abby asked Drew. "We use pressurized inert gas to stop unwanted chain reactions from occurring." "Status?" Cleesby asked. "Seals holding. All systems report green," Drew replied after checking his instruments. "Lucas, fire up the EM system and make sure it's calibrated properly," Cleesby said. Lucas activated the electromagnets surrounding the core by lifting 8 toggle switches simultaneously. Within milliseconds, he could hear the reverberating hum of the superconducting magnets starting their power-up sequence. As expected, a series of low-pitched tremors started in the floor and tickled his feet. Within seconds, the vibrations intensified, shaking the console desk and sending a jar of pencils and a pad of sticky notes off the edge. Abby bent down in her chair to pick them up off the floor. "This is the point of no return. Let's have a full systems check before we proceed," Cleesby announced to the team, his voice unsteady from the mounting rumble in the room. Drew reviewed each subsystem. "Calibrations are good. Power levels check. Monitoring and safety systems are active and ready. E-121 is stable, and pressures are holding. It looks like everything is working perfectly and within specs. I think we're good to go." Lucas checked his watch. 10:24 p.m. He enshrined the time in his mind. This was it, the moment of truth. If this worked, all would be right with the world. His world, a world in which Drew and his mom were the 2 most important things. The fact that he'd royally screwed up by impulsively submitting the paper to Dr. Green's journal wouldn't matter anymore. His mistake would quickly disappear into the background and be buried under the enormous success of this project. It would make their entire team famous and bring instant respect among their peers. He'd be able to take care of his brother and his mother for as long as was necessary. No more living in a rent-free apartment and eating cafeteria food on a meal plan. Lucas put a halt to his runaway excitement, returning his attention to the chamber. First things first. Prove the theory, verify the results, then report the success. That's the order a true scientist follows. After a long exhale, Cleesby said, "Set the beam's power to level 1. When the capacitor is charged, let her rip." Lucas reached forward and unlocked a palm-sized black control knob attached to the vertical portion of the control station. He twisted it counterclockwise and set its indicator to level 1 before locking its protective cover back into place. He pushed a neighboring red charge button and waited for the capacitor's power meter to increase. When it reached capacity, a green ready light lit up on his panel. He looked back at his boss. "We're all set, boss." Cleesby nodded. Trevor scrunched up his face and took a giant step backward as if he expected the chamber to explode. Trevor's movement surprised Lucas because he'd never seen Trevor scared of anything. He couldn't think about that, though. He needed to focus on the task at hand. The project comes first. Everything else comes second. Lucas steadied his finger and pressed the green ready button. A short, pulsating whir resonated from deep inside the chamber, signaling that the capacitor just released its stored energy. "Almost there," he mumbled with excitement. He could feel his chest tightening, making it difficult to breathe. Soon, the monitors in front of him began to stream multiple columns of numerical data up from the bottom. The numbers crawled up the screens like a swarm of digital army ants on the march toward immortality. When the final set of results appeared, Lucas took a double take to make sure he was reading the results correctly. He was. There were no results. He couldn't believe it. Not a goddamn thing. He stood up and yelled, "Shit!" and threw his safety glasses across the room with a side-armed throwing motion. Abby flinched. "What's wrong?" Lucas raised his hands against the sides of his head. While looking to the heavens, he said, "Nothing. That's what happened. 2 years of work, and then—" He struggled to bring his emotions under control, but they were too powerful to hold back. "Nothing! We got nothing!" Cleesby put a firm hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Lucas. Have patience. It's only our first attempt with E-121. The professor turned to Drew. "What's the status of the core?" Drew checked the reactor instruments. "Looks good. E-121 remains viable and the core is adequately pressurized. Should we try again? Possibly at full power?" "No, not yet. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. At this point, there's no guarantee that doubling the power will accomplish anything." Cleesby began to pace the room while everyone else remained silent. He shuffled to the far wall and back, looking immersed in thought, his hands folded behind his back. Then he stopped pacing and addressed the group. "Before we do anything, I need you to perform a complete systems analysis of the available data. Let's see if we can tell what, if anything, happened. We might have missed something. Remember, details are everything. For now, let's power down the EM system, but leave the core pressurized." Cleesby's cell phone rang. He opened the phone's flip cover. "Go for DL." Partway through the conversation, he held his hand over the phone's microphone and told the crew, "I need to go take this call. I'll be back in a few." Half an hour later, the team was huddled around the center work table after concluding their detailed systems analysis. Cleesby still hadn't returned from his private phone call. "Let's run through it one step at a time," Lucas told his team after a long exhale. Drew's shoulders slumped as he read from a list of notes. "I checked the core's internal data feeds and didn't detect anything anomalous. The core's material remained viable throughout the test, and the internal housing was structurally sound. The core's internal pressure held steady and was right on mark, but our instruments failed to show any notable change in E-121's EM field." Lucas sensed his brother had more to report. "Anything else?" Drew nodded. "The really odd thing is that with all the energy released, you'd think our instruments would have recorded something. If nothing else, it should have at least registered a power spike when the core was bombarded. But zilch. All that energy had to go somewhere. It's as though the beam never fired." "Drew had me review the operational logs," Abby said. According to the project specs, the capacitor's power level was precisely where it was supposed to be, and the beam frequency was tuned perfectly. All readings indicate the energy was discharged and the beam fired. I check magnets and calibration matched. Power okay, no failure, Trevor added with his thick accent skewing some of the words. Okay, then let's recap what we know, Lucas said. Everything was calibrated perfectly. The core and E-121 were stable. We had the proper amount of power. All our readings were normal before, during, and after the test. The capacitor's energy discharged and engaged the core, but no power was registered. Lucas rubbed his temples. Damn, that makes no sense. What are we missing? Nothing. Everything went perfectly according to plan. It should have worked. I know. This whole thing is fucking nuts. What do we do next? Drew asked, looking as perplexed as Lucas felt. What about full power? Drew hesitated, his eyes tightening into a long stare. Worth a shot. Yeah, it's possible the beam's energy level wasn't sufficient enough to morph E-121's EM field, but we'll need to crunch a whole new set of numbers. We could also try reversing the EM polarity, Abby asked with a look of confidence. Maybe use inverse wave frequency, Trevor added. Lucas took a minute to consider the merit of each suggestion. After a short pause, he decided a politically correct answer was in order. It would keep everyone happy and help cover up his indecisiveness. He wasn't ready to make a decision, not one of this magnitude. All three ideas have potential, but we need to run them by DL to see what he wants to do, if anything. Before he could finish the sentence, the room started to shake violently. The procedure manual slid off the console desk, and the storage cabinet's metal doors rattled and flung open. Several items fell off the shelves and landed on the floor. Abby grabbed Drew's arm. The tremor lasted less than 10 seconds. Was that an earthquake? Abby asked, letting go of Drew. It felt like one, but that's not what it was. We started feeling those tremors about a month ago. We checked with the USGS, but they said there hadn't been any seismic activity in the area, Lucas replied. We think the NASA group down the hall must be firing up one of their experiments. Some type of underground test, most likely, Drew said. I wonder what they're working on, she asked. Nobody knows, Lucas said. If you go past our lab and around a few more corners, you'll see their security checkpoints. There must be something big going on there because they have a full complement of guards on duty around the clock. I'm pretty sure it's the most secure place on campus. So I take it you've never been down there? She asked. No, never. Those guards and their assault rifles are a great big sign that says, stay the hell away. Drew added, we call it the zone. If they think you're a threat, they'll charge at you with their guns drawn. Several people have been arrested for just taking a wrong turn and not following their commands quickly enough. Before anyone could respond to Drew's comment, the lab's telephone rang. It was mounted on the wall next to the entrance. Lucas sprinted over to it and snatched its receiver from the cradle. Dr. Ramsay speaking, he said, turning sideways and leaning his right shoulder against the wall. To balance himself, he crossed his right leg over his left. He remained silent until the very end of the conversation. Okay, I'll let the team know, he told the caller before slamming down the receiver. That was Cleesby. He said our project is on hold indefinitely, at least until he can convince the damn advisory committee to let us continue our work. What? How can that be? They've already approved this project, Drew snorted. Apparently, that shit stain of an attorney, Larson, just got in touch with the committee chairman and somehow convinced him to suspend our experiment, pending a formal review. Cleesby said it has something to do with government liability in the E-121 samples, Lucas said, figuring there was more going on behind the scenes than just that. Probably had something to do with his paper to Dr. Green. All I know for sure is Cleesby told us to shut down for now. He thinks it might take a while to talk some sense into the group. He said we might as well all head home for the holidays. But we're so close. How can they do this to us now? His brother asked. Lucas was sure it was his fault. He'd give anything to go back in time and stop himself from hitting the send button on his laptop. But it was too late now. His heart had been in the right place. He was trying to take care of his family, but it completely backfired. He felt like such an idiot. Now his actions were going to affect everyone involved in the project, not just him. How could he have been so stupid? He wanted to tell Drew the truth, but didn't want to disappoint him, not in front of the rest of the team, especially not in front of the new girl, Abby. There's no way to tell with these bureaucrats, Lucas said, choosing to keep his secret quiet for a bit longer. Could be any number of reasons, and probably nothing to do with science either. Let's hope DL finds a way to work it out. I can't believe this is happening. We deserve better than this. I hear you, bro, but we'll have to wait a few days until Cleesby gets back. He said he was heading to Washington right away to meet with the entire advisory committee. I guess they're at some technology conference in the Pentagon. He turned his attention to the techs. You two can leave if you want. There's nothing more for you to do right now. We'll call you when the project's back on. He looked at Trevor. Cleesby said he wants you to call him right away. Trevor nodded. Abby slipped Drew a folded piece of paper before gathering up her belongings and walking to the door. Trevor held the door open and waited for her to walk through. Then they both disappeared to the right as the doors closed behind them. Chapter 6. After Abby left the lab, Drew opened her handwritten note and saw a phone number with a tiny heart symbol drawn just below it. His face flushed. Then his breath turned shallow as his palms began to sweat. 1,000 fantasies leapt unbidden into his mind. "So, what do you think we should do?" Lucas asked. Drew thought about Abby's smile, the swell of her breasts in her tight t-shirt, the sway of her hips as she walked, and the alluring way she'd wiggled into the hazmat suit as he watched over the monitor. He had no idea how she'd managed to make the ugly suit into something sexy, but she had. "Hello, Earth to Drew," Lucas asked. Drew snapped out of his reverie. "What?" He glanced down at the slip of paper in his hand, memorizing the number before folding and stuffing the note into his shirt pocket. "I asked, what do you think we should do about the experiment?" "Not sure. After all those months of planning and testing, I really expected this to work," he said, pausing as an idea took shape in his mind. He knew it would be risky, but he didn't see another way. There was no guarantee Cleesby would ever get approval from the advisory committee to resume the project, so that left only one choice. They had to try again, right then, before they were locked out of their own lab. For all he knew, their security codes might have already been canceled, meaning they'd never get back into the lab once they left for the evening. He wouldn't put it past a weasel like Larson. Plus, Drew's quantum energy thesis was due in less than a month, and he needed the neutron beam technology to show positive results. Otherwise, he'd never be awarded his PhD at the end of the year. Everything he'd worked for his entire collegiate career depended on it. He looked at his brother, but didn't say anything. Lucas flared his eyes. "Hey, I know that look. You got something, don't you? Come on, brother, out with it." Drew cleared his throat, double-checking with himself that he actually wanted to utter the words that were about to erupt from his lips. After careful reflection, he let him fly, adding in a mix of conviction and anger to his tone. "Well, we can't quit now. We're so close I can taste it. We've worked too darn hard for too darn long. If they shut us down now, our project will be a total failure. I've never failed at anything in my life, and I'm not about to start now. If it were up to me, I'd re-engage the EM system, charge the capacitor, this time to full strength, and hit it again. Unless someone checks the power logs, which is highly unlikely, nobody will ever know about it unless we succeed." "Holy crap! Where did all that come from?" Lucas said, with a look of shock on his face. "I don't know. It just did. Stress, I guess." Lucas smiled, like he understood the motivation, or maybe the desperation. "Try again? Full power? I don't know about that. Cleesby's orders were very specific." Drew had never used an obscenity in his life, but was ready to cuss like a sailor if it would persuade his brother to try again. He'd do anything to convince Lucas he was right. I know he was, but what are our options? Just give up and give in? Let someone like Larson ruin our lives? You know as well as I do that we may never have this chance again. There's no guarantee Cleesby will ever be able to get the committee to give us the go-ahead. Who knows how they're going to react? I hear what you're saying, but you know what Dad always said? Don't be afraid to go after what you want, because nobody else will do it for you. Lucas sighed, but didn't answer. He shook his head slowly. Please, we're running out of time, Lucas. We have to try before they lock us out of our own lab. I've got a bad feeling about this. Larson wants us shut down, permanently. Lucas still didn't respond. Look, if it works, we can sell the patent and pay off Mom's medical bills. If it doesn't work, no one will ever know we even tried. I think this is what's called a win-win proposition. Lucas appeared to be considering the idea. After a minute, he said in a matter-of-fact way, It would be nice to get rid of those vultures once and for all. I don't know how else we're going to clear all that debt. Certainly not with my measly paycheck. Then you agree? Lucas shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. So you think full power's the way to go? Absolutely. There's no sense in replicating what we just did. We have to make some sort of change if we expect a different result, and running the experiment at full power seems like the simplest thing we can do in the limited time we have. They could lock us out at any minute. This might be our one and only chance. All right, let's go for it. I'm with you 100%, he said, giving Drew a knuckle bump. All for one and one for all, Drew finished, wearing a full smile. The brothers spent the next 45 minutes preparing for their next attempt. They cross-checked and completed each step in the procedure manual, except this time around, they charged the beam's capacitor to full power. Drew completed the last step and was ready to begin. He recorded the new time into the logbook, 11:52 p.m., December 21st. Just then, Drew wondered if Abby's suggestion to reverse the polarity might actually work. He knew her proposal was a long shot, but it was worth considering. He flipped through the procedure manual, stopping on page 16 to review the equations. Then something caught his eye. Hey, wait a minute. That can't be right, he mumbled. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a copy of their original work. After comparing the two versions of the manual, he said, Holy cow, DL changed our calculations. What? How the heck did I miss this? Drew asked, using a yellow marker to highlight the changes. He handed both copies of the manual to Lucas. Here, see for yourself. He changed our wave displacement factors. Lucas spent a minute reviewing the calculations. You're right. Why would he do that and not tell us? I have no idea, but it might have caused the failure. It certainly would explain the conflicting data. We should use our original equations and run it again. Do you still want to use full power? Lucas asked. Yes, definitely, Drew said, plowing forward on his keyboard to enter the correct calculations. They spent the next 15 minutes reconfiguring their experiment. Okay, we're ready, Drew said. Let her rip, Lucas replied in an old man's voice, sounding like he was trying to do an imitation of Cleesby from earlier. Drew pressed the green ready switch to fire the charged neutron beam, listening for the sound of the pulse. Once he heard it, he sat back to watch the steady stream of data fill the center monitor. So far, so good. Everything was going according to plan. Maybe his idea to run the experiment at full power was going to pay off. Then, a few of the readings changed. His excitement started to change into nervousness. Then, more of the readings scrolled into view, but were off a bit. Then, he realized something wasn't right. He wasn't sure what it was until some anomalies in the data values jumped out at him from the right column. His heart skipped a beat. The reactor's internal mass readings were low, much too low. No, he thought. That can't be right. Maybe the monitor was malfunctioning. It would explain the change in numbers. He scrambled to enter the commands into his keyboard, trying to validate the readings. But the checksums validated. The numbers shown on the monitor were correct. He sat forward to lean in close to the screen, looking over the data values one final time, making sure he wasn't misinterpreting the results. There was no denying it. The mass of the material inside the reactor had dropped by almost 100%. He changed the screen to show the video feed from inside the core. He was afraid to look, but did anyway. Are you kidding me? What's wrong? Lucas asked. Drew pointed his finger at the screen. Look, it's gone. What's gone? Lucas asked, scooting his chair closer to Drew's station. You need to be more specific. Drew couldn't stop the barrage of cuss words he'd been storing up his entire life. They came flying out of his mouth with force. The goddamn bitch-ass E-121 is not fucking there anymore. Lucas's jaw dropped, his face frozen in time like he'd just seen a UFO. Drew looked at his brother and shrugged, pretending he didn't know what had just stunned Lucas. What? I don't believe what I just heard. You spewed like a drunken sailor. A sickening feeling began to churn in Drew's stomach. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. I feel awful, but I couldn't help it. It just came out before I could stop it. Lucas chuckled with a smirk on his face. It's okay, bro. You made your point. It's gone. I get it. Now I need you to show me what the hell happened. Drew turned his attention to the video replay, using frame-by-frame mode to show the recording from inside the chamber. The evidence showed that just before E-121 and its container disappeared, an instantaneous white flash of light filled the core. It originated as a microscopic point near the center of the container before expanding vertically and then horizontally, like a four-pointed star. A few frames later, the brightness vanished, and so did E-121 and its receptacle. "Where did it go?" Lucas asked. Drew zoomed in the camera. "Beats the crap out of me. What's that stuff covering the base?" "Looks like some type of black film." "I need to get in there," Lucas said, pointing. "Prep the chamber." Drew flipped several switches on the riser panel to power down the reactor's subsystems. Lucas rushed to get into the safety gear before snatching 2 electronic devices from the equipment cabinet and a plastic sample container from the supply cabinet. He went to the chamber, stepped inside, and completed decontamination procedures before hurrying back to the reactor. When he arrived, he paused to take a few deep breaths before opening the core's protective shield. He didn't want to face reality, but it was about to look him dead in the face. Drew was never wrong, but Lucas still couldn't keep himself from wishing that wasn't the case, just this once. His entire future was inside the core. At least, it used to be. When he looked inside, he confirmed the reactor was empty. Shit. No sign of E-121 or its container. Only the black residue remained. He couldn't help but stare at the emptiness, hoping the material would somehow return to set things right. But it didn't. He gulped, wondering how he was going to explain this to Cleesby. A series of painful flashes from his past roared through his thoughts, making him relive some of the more difficult moments from his days in the orphanage. The beatings, the lonely nights, the crappy food, and the overcrowded bedrooms. Everything he'd survived thus far had led up to this moment, and now, complete failure. He took another few seconds to let it all sink in. Then he decided to press on and try to determine what happened. Lucas used the portable multi-spectrum analyzer from storage to scan for all known forms of radiation, but found none. Next, he used the radon detector to check for signs of the toxic gas. He held up its sensor probe while walking the length of the chamber, but the results were negative. He turned to Drew and gave the thumbs-down signal, waiting to see his brother's reaction. Maybe Drew wasn't as disappointed as he was, but his brother's face told a different story. Drew looked downright depressed, which was saying something, since he was usually the happiest man in the room. Even at a funeral, Drew could somehow push through the heartache and project an upbeat attitude. Drew's happy demeanor was usually infectious, but it was nowhere to be seen today. Not now. Not after this. Lucas opened the plastic container and used his glove-covered finger as a scoop to retrieve a sample of the black powder. He left the reactor with the specimen in hand, completed decontamination procedures, and changed back into his clothes. He put the sample container on the desk in front of his brother, trying to think of something witty or clever to say to alleviate the suffocating tension in the room. However, the words failed him, so he went with an old standby line. "Here, don't say I never gave you anything." Drew picked up the plastic container, held it close to his eyes, and shook it gently. "What do you think happened to E-121? Lucas sat down and leaned back in his chair while rubbing the back of his neck and shoulders. "I have no clue. Do you think we used too much power and vaporized it? I wish I knew. Cleesby's going to be royally pissed." "Yeah, at me. This was my idea," Drew said, looking petrified. "That's not how it's going to be, bro. DL put me in charge, and ultimately, I'm responsible." "Are you sure? Because that doesn't seem right. I talked you into this. Look, I know you want to be a stand-up guy and all, but bottom line, this was my call. I need to take the heat, not you. Besides, I don't want anything to jeopardize your PhD candidacy," Lucas said, thinking about the thesis he submitted to Dr. Green. Blowback from the article was coming, and this latest failure was the least of his worries. If he was going down for it, might as well be for everything. No reason to let Drew's future be affected. Trust me, this isn't the first time I've screwed the pooch, or the last. I'm sure it'll all blow over eventually. It's not like they're going to fire me. They need us, both of us. It's all good, bro. Drew hesitated, then let out a concerned smile. "Thanks, Lucas. I owe you one. But it probably wouldn't hurt to figure out what happened and see if we can't reverse it, or stop it from happening again in the future. Mistakes happen in labs all the time. That's how breakthroughs and discoveries happen, on the heels of failure. We're no different, right?" Drew nodded. They spent the next hour checking the available data logs, instrument readings, and video feeds. "The answer has to be in here somewhere." Lucas flipped through the final pages of data on the computer screen. He sat back in his chair, yawned, stretched, and then rubbed his watery eyes. When he looked back at the computer screen, he noted a single non-conforming data value just below the top edge of the screen. He almost missed it. He scrolled back a page and found another strange value just above it. Holy shit! What? There was a massive power spike inside the reactor. Are you serious? Yes, deadly. How massive? Drew asked. According to the readings, about 1 trillion times the level we were using at the time. That's not possible. You must be misreading the results. Hey, all I can tell you is what the log says. Somehow, the reactor was hit with a huge power spike. Drew tilted the computer screen toward him and stared at it for a good minute before flipping through several of the data pages. You're absolutely right. The spike's timing does seem to coincide with the E-121's disappearance. Now what? Well, a few minutes ago, I was thinking we should run it again and try to recreate the conditions that led to the sudden loss of mass. However, the energy spike changes things, he said, handing the black powder container to Drew. I think the first thing we need to do is figure out what this stuff is. You should go see if Griffith can identify it. Why me? Because it's your turn. I've had my fill of Griffith for the day, Lucas said, smiling. Have fun, little brother. A short while later, Lucas was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed when he heard Drew come through the lab door. He sat up and turned to face the entrance. What's the verdict? It doesn't exist. What the hell does that mean? Drew gave the container to Lucas. It means it doesn't register at all. Griffith ran it through his mass spectrometer, but it didn't detect any chemical or biological compounds. It's as though the stuff wasn't even there. Okay, let me ask you this. If we don't know what this stuff is, how do we know it's safe to be handling it right now? We don't. There's no way to tell. Well then, I guess if it doesn't exist, it can't hurt to inspect it a little closer, he said, opening the lid. He retrieved some of the black substance and rubbed it around between the tips of his fingers. It felt smooth, almost like baby powder, but heavier. He held his fingers up to his nose and took a whiff. Kind of smells like oranges. Drew leaned in and sniffed the sample. He shook his head. I don't smell anything. Well, I do. Your sniffer must not be working. So, what's next? Drew asked. Lucas reattached the container's lid and cleaned off his fingers with a paper towel. I don't know about you, but I'm totally spent right now and can't think straight. It's been a brutal night. Let's close up shop and come back tomorrow to see if we can figure this out before DL gets back from Washington. Sounds like a good plan, but we'll have to wait until Sunday to come back, though. Why? Mainframe? Servicing? Tonight? Did you forget? Oh, crap. That's right. Okay, we'll come back Sunday then. Lucas backed up their instrument readings and data logs onto a USB flash drive in case he wanted to review the data later. He unzipped Drew's backpack and put the thumb drive and the black powder container into it. The brothers followed established shutdown procedures for their equipment before leaving the lab and heading back to their apartment. Lucas was looking forward to crawling into bed. He hoped when he woke up in the morning, the events of the day would turn out to be nothing but a bad dream. A long, painful, never-ending nightmare. One he planned to forget ever happened. Chapter 7. Saturday, December 22nd. The next morning, Lucas stepped out of the handicapped-accessible shower stall in their apartment, wiping himself off with a beige terry cloth towel. The bathroom was filled with rising steam trails after his long, hot cleansing, flooding his nostrils with moisture. He closed his eyes and slid in front of the mirror, never wanting the relaxing moment to end. The tranquility raced into his soul, filling him with peace. He took a few moments to let the comforting feeling soak in and register, because he knew when he opened his eyes again, reality would return with a vengeance. There was a good possibility his life might never be the same again after this blissful moment passed. If he was right, he needed to remember what it all felt like before the balance of his own history began to write itself into the annals of time. A future history filled with ramifications from a series of poor decisions. Lucas sucked in a deep breath and held it for a 3 count before letting the air out in a slow release. He repeated the same methodical breathing process 2 more times, thinking of nothing but the tepid humidity caressing his skin. When he was done, he felt invigorated and ready to face the day. It was time to open his eyes. He wiped off a spot in the mirror with the towel, clearing a path to witness the pain. There it was, the look of disaster staring back at him, a face littered with the after effects from the previous day's debacles. There was nothing he could do about all that had happened except move forward and take destiny on with all he could muster. And that's what he decided to do, right there, right then. It was time to man up. He slipped on his boxer briefs and a pair of ankle-high white socks he had sitting on the bathroom counter. Then he wiped off the rest of the mirror so he could keep watch on his hands as they lathered up his face with shaving cream. "What do you want to do for breakfast?" he yelled to Drew, almost smearing some of the cream into his right eye. "Hang on a minute, I'm on the phone," Drew yelled back from the other room. Lucas scraped the 5-bladed razor across the middle of his chin, trying not to cut open any of his childhood scars. The blade pulled and ripped at his stubble, reminding him to buy replacements at the campus drugstore. When he finished, he rinsed off his face, toweled it dry, and then waited for signs of blood to appear. There were none. He ran a blast of hot water through the blades and tapped the razor twice against the edge of the sink. Drew rolled into the bathroom and squeezed past the back of Lucas's legs, positioning his wheelchair between the sink and the toilet. Their apartment had an oversized, handicapped-accessible bathroom, its only redeeming quality. Drew put his maroon-colored shaving kit on the edge of the sink, along with a can of air freshener. The can was still shrink-wrapped with a price sticker on its side. "Round 2?" Lucas asked, sending a wide smile at his brother. Drew laughed. "I should have known better than to have those onion rings yesterday. Can you wait a minute? I just need to brush my teeth." "Sorry, can't. I've been holding on too long already. I think that's the longest shower you've ever taken in your life." "Yeah, got lost in my head for a bit. Sorry, needed to chill." "You should probably get out of here. What I have to do ain't gonna be pretty." Lucas laughed, appreciating the delicate touch in his brother's words. He was usually much more graphic about his bowel movements, like any other college student would be. He gave Drew an extra roll of toilet paper from under the sink. "Here, sounds like you might need this." Lucas was on the couch when he heard the toilet flush and the air freshener canister go off in 3 long bursts. He went into the bathroom and stood next to Drew, who was washing his hands in the sink. "I think you need to use more of the spray. It's hard to breathe in here," Lucas said, holding the shirt collar over his nose. "I don't smell anything." "You never do. Like I said yesterday in the lab, your sniffer ain't working." Lucas dodged his brother's left arm as Drew removed his pajama top. It was all part of his brother's shaving ritual. After that, Drew would spend a good 10 minutes brushing each of his teeth 21 times. "Damn, how many push-ups did you do today?" Lucas asked, seeing Drew's pumped-up biceps. 375, a new personal best. Lucas looked at his physique in the mirror. "I'd be lucky to do 50, plus it would take me all day. I had a lot of extra energy today." "Maybe you should think about wearing a short-sleeved shirt to show off those guns to the ladies." "Nah, I don't think so." Lucas flexed his right bicep in the mirror, but it was barely noticeable. "I know I would if I had your biceps. It seems like no matter how hard I try, I can't put on any weight. I still look like I did in 8th grade. Even my koala bear birthmark looks the same. Nothing ever changes. Except you're a foot taller. Seriously, dude, you should think about it. I see major hotties checking you out all the time." "I doubt that. Besides, I don't care about them. I figure I found the only girl for me." "Who?" "Abby. Our new lab assistant?" Drew smiled. "Granted, she's smoking hot, but you just met her. She could be a bunny boiler for all you know. Besides, how do you know she's even interested?" "Because she gave me her phone number yesterday, and I just called her. We're meeting this morning for coffee at the Wildcat House." Lucas was impressed by his brother's initiative, especially since Drew didn't drink coffee. His brother was more of a milk and cookies kind of guy. "Am I invited?" "Are you serious? It's sort of a date. I'd look totally lame if I brought my brother along to help me out. Besides, I'm pretty sure she's only expecting me." "Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'll just grab something here." "I guess it would be okay, though. It's up to you. She probably won't mind if you join us." "No, you go ahead. I'm going to make some cinnamon oatmeal, maybe even fry up a slab of bacon," Lucas said, trying to flex his non-existent chest muscles in the mirror. "You might want to bring her a gift." "What kind of gift?" Lucas smiled. "Like a dozen red roses wrapped in a big yellow bow. She obviously likes flowers since she wears them in her hair." "I don't know. That sounds expensive. Can't I just get her something small? Maybe a box of chocolates?" "I'll think about it," Drew said, thumbing through the dust inside his wallet. Hey, when Mom calls later, be sure to find out what the cardiologist said. I was planning to ask her, but since I won't be here, do you really think you'll be gone that long? Drew grinned. I hope so. Drew waited for the shuttle driver to retrieve his wheelchair from the rack on the front bumper of the bus. After getting in his chair, he thanked the driver and tipped him $1, not knowing if gratuity was appropriate or if the amount were sufficient. Lucas normally took care of fetching his wheelchair from the rack in gratuities, so tipping the driver was uncharted territory for him. Either way, the buck was all he could spare. He made his way along the sidewalk next to the science lab. To his right was a flower garden, flush with the glowing reds and enchanting purples of mums, pansies, petunias, and some other flowers he did not recognize. Perhaps the botany department was experimenting with some new type of flora, genetically modified to burst open with vivid colors and fragrances. He strolled next to the flower bed, reached down, and snapped off one of the more radiant red flowers. He placed it across his lap, then untucked his shirt and used it to hide the gift. Drew resumed his trip, entering the west end of the Student Union, where he rode the elevator up 2 levels and found Abby sitting at a table near the front of the Wildcat House restaurant. In front of her were 2 jumbo-sized styrofoam cups of coffee and a plate of muffins. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he could really go through with it. She was more gorgeous than he remembered and was wearing a low-cut pink sweater and a pair of what looked like tight blue denim stretch jeans. Her long black hair fell over her clear skin in a soft cascade, and her red, full lips stirred feelings inside his body that he wasn't used to dealing with in the wild, so to speak. She smiled when they made eye contact. Drew blushed. She stood up and walked over to greet him, catching him off guard when she wrapped her arms around his shoulders for a tight hug. Drew went to hug her back, but missed the opportunity when she let go before he could react. She looked into his eyes as if he needed to say something. He swallowed hard, scrambling for something cool to say, something that would cover up the fact that he failed to hug her back and may have embarrassed her. "Wow, it's nice in here," he said, loud enough for everyone to hear. Not what he expected his lips to say. Could the words have been any less cool? I'm such a geek. "Haven't you been in here before?" she asked, looking away as if she just became disinterested in him. Then her eyes returned, and so did her smile. He relaxed a bit, slipping into the comfort of her gaze. "No, we always eat in the cafeteria on the first floor. I try to avoid stairs whenever I can. Tough on the knees, if you know what I mean." She laughed, glancing at his wheelchair for a second. But he wasn't trying to be funny. Oh well, her eyes were totally focused on him, so he decided to just go with it. "Well, in that case, I guess it's up to me to show you the ropes. I know all the coolest hotspots and how to avoid being on your knees," she said, winking, then handing him one of the cups of coffee when he reached the cozy 2-person table. "I love this place. It's my favorite place to sit and chill on campus." He smiled, then put the cup on the table before sliding his wheelchair under the edge. He was sitting directly across from her, only an arm's length away. He wasn't sure if the time was right, but he couldn't wait any longer. He reached under his shirt to retrieve the flower he'd picked from the garden outside, then gave it to her. "This is for you." "Oh, Drew, it's so beautiful. Thank you so much. Nobody has ever given me flowers before." Drew smiled. "To be honest, this is the first time I've ever given someone flowers." The instant those words left his lips, he felt like such a tool. Smooth, he thought. Let her know exactly how inexperienced you are. Could you be any more of a total goof? "What kind of flower is it?" "I really don't know, but when I saw it, it made me think of you. It's breathtaking." He wasn't sure where those words came from, but he was impressed with himself. Just when he thought he couldn't be more lame, he actually sounded smooth and charming, as if he'd done this before. Lucas would be proud of him. So would his adoptive father, if he were still alive. Abby gently hugged the flower across her chest. She stood up, came to his side of the table, and then hugged him again, though this time she lingered much longer. He took a deep, slow breath and let the aroma of her hair filter into his nose. Apple was the scent he detected, and the touch of her smooth skin made him blush again, but this time he felt the blush hit his entire body. A second chance, he thought. Don't mess up. He wrapped his arms around her, finding her tiny body soft and inviting. The warmth of her gentle breath caressed his neck, and her sweet perfume was intoxicating. The combination of everything made him tremble, and he was glad she couldn't see his hands or read his thoughts. He was in heaven, praying she'd never let go. But she did. Drew wasn't sure what to say next, so he just smelled his cup of steaming java, hoping she might continue the conversation. The coffee blend had an enjoyable aroma. If it tasted half as good as it smelled, he might actually like it. He took a sip, and then understood why he avoided coffee as a rule. It was nasty. It tasted like feet, old feet that had been wrapped in the same pair of socks for a week. He wanted to spit it back into the cup, but figured that wouldn't look too cool on a first date. Abby had just said she loved the place, so he needed to play along. He smiled at her, then sucked in another mouthful. The java was scorching hot, burning the roof of his mouth. He hated it, every last drop. "Do you like it? It's my favorite," she said. "Yes, it's really delicious." He tore open and dumped 4 packs of sugar into it. He took another drink, wondering if he'd ever get used to the disgusting taste. It was bitter and pungent. The 4 packets of sugar didn't help take the edge off. "Yum," he said. "They sure know how to do it right in this place." "Yeah, I come here all the time. It's always packed. Did you have any trouble getting here?" "No, I took the shuttle. It dropped me off a block away." "Lucas didn't drive you?" "No, we don't have a car. But the shuttle's pretty handy. Not expensive either." "Do you live close by?" "We're just north of Speedway in an old apartment building Dr. Cleesby owns." "He owns an apartment building? I never would have guessed that by the way he dresses. Looks like he shops at Goodwill." "Don't let his appearance fool you. Cleesby's loaded." "Really? Dr. Cleesby?" "It's true. Have you ever heard of BTX Enterprises?" She said, then hesitated. "Actually, I have seen their signs all over town. At construction sites and stuff, I think. Are they a developer or something like that?" "They have their hands in a bunch of things. It's Cleesby's company." "It's his?" "Yep, he owns it." "Wow, impressive. If I remember right, aren't they building the new Atlantis World Mall halfway between here and Phoenix?" Drew nodded. "They are, and I can't wait to see it. It's going to be the world's largest indoor mall by the time they're finished. Cleesby told me they're building a really cool science exhibit for the kids, too. I hope it includes a telescope for some decent nighttime viewing. The kids will love that. I just wish it was going to be closer." "Is your apartment nice?" "Not really. It's old and small, but it does have a bathroom big enough for my chair. I need handrails and stuff. Cleesby lets us live there for free, so we can't complain." "That's very generous of him," she replied, with a surprised look on her face. "He does that for a lot of his staff. Bruno and Trevor live in our complex, too. He even keeps a place there, though I'm not sure why. He's never there. I think he sleeps in his office most nights." "I see he wears a wedding ring. Is he married?" she asked. "Yeah, supposedly. That's the story, at least. I don't think anyone's ever seen his wife, though. I've been in his office and his apartment, but there aren't any pictures of her or any kids. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure what the deal is." Drew's eyes wandered away from Abby on their own, looking beyond her at the checkout counter along the back wall of the Wildcat house. A broad-shouldered man with a mohawk haircut was standing in line, talking to 2 female students in front of him. Drew recognized him. It was the jerk rugby player from the altercation in the cafeteria, the one who had shoved his wheelchair across the room. His heart raced, and he started to sweat. Not now, he thought. Not in front of Abby. If the rugby player decided to pick on him again, he'd be humiliated. He should have invited Lucas along for the date. "Is it a 2-bedroom?" Abby asked. Drew slumped down in his chair and leaned to his right, using Abby as a shield. If the jock turned his way, he'd be hidden from view. He looked down at his muffin and coffee. He'd read somewhere that if you don't stare at someone, they're less likely to turn around and look at you. Some kind of psychic connection, the article said. "Did you hear me?" she asked. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "Is your apartment a 2-bedroom?" "No, it's only a 1. Lucas and I share a room, just like we did as kids. What about you?" Drew kept his eyes on Abby, and prayed Mohawk Man was preoccupied with the girls he was talking to. Abby's smoldering eyes drew him in, and he focused on the soothing sound of her voice. "I live in Cochise Hall. It's just on the other side of the science lab." Drew took a full bite of the chocolate chip muffin and washed it down with another sip of the revolting coffee. His throat wasn't working properly, making it difficult to swallow. He was worried that if he choked or coughed, if he made any move or noise at all, the rugby player might notice him. Then he realized he was sweating like a pig and his face was red. He was sure Abby could sense his nervousness. He went to take another sip of coffee to wash down the muffin, but accidentally swallowed more than he could handle. He choked, coughed, and had to grab his napkin from the table to wipe the coffee dripping down his chin, sending his fork clinking onto the floor. Great, he thought. There's no way Mr. Mohawk didn't hear that. My date? Ruined. My ass? Toast. He cringed, closed his eyes, and waited for the jock to come over to their table. The moment stretched into 2 moments. Nothing happened. He opened his eyes, and all he could see was Abby. "Drew, are you okay?" she asked, using her foot to retrieve the fork. She bent down, grabbed it, and put it on the table. It took a few moments to get his voice working again. "I'm fine. Just went down the wrong pipe, and I got something in my eye. Sorry about that." "It's okay. Was kind of cute, actually." "It was?" "Yeah. It's nice to know I'm not the only one who's a little nervous. I usually don't go out on coffee dates, like ever, or any real dates either. You know, with studying and all, there just isn't much time. Plus, most guys I meet are complete selfish jerks. But this is nice." Drew smiled. He was relieved. Maybe his date wasn't ruined after all. He reviewed their conversation in his head. She'd just told him she lived in Cochise Hall. He decided to pick up right there, not knowing if he should address all her nice comments. "What's it like living in Cochise? I've never been in that dorm. Are there single rooms or doubles?" "Doubles, mostly. I have a roommate, just like you. Her name's Jasmine. She's a pre-med student from Colorado. I'm lucky. I've heard so many roommate horror stories, but she's really fun, and we get along great. Her dad's in the military, some general, she said. I've never met him face to face, but he called once and I answered." "Are they close?" Drew said, thinking of his deceased father. "Not really. He's too busy, I think." "Are you from Colorado too?" he asked, checking the checkout line. Rugby player was still busy working his way through. "No, I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin." Drew wasn't much of a sports fan, but felt confident he could fake it. He guessed at some facts, hoping he remembered them correctly. "Oh yes, the home of the Packers and the Wisconsin Badgers. Do you get home much?" "Only during the summer when I can drive back home. It's too expensive to fly over the Christmas break." Cool, Drew thought. She'll be on campus over the break, just like him and Lucas. He wouldn't have to wait long for another date, assuming he didn't mess this up and she wanted another date. Just keep the conversation moving, he thought. No awkward pauses. "My mom lives up in Phoenix. Usually she drives down and picks us up for the holiday, but she had heart surgery recently and can't drive. So we plan to stay here and work on our project over the break." "Is she okay?" "Yeah, she's doing great. One of our neighbors watches out for her. The doctors say she should be able to get back to work soon." Drew glanced at the counter again. The rugby player was still chatting with the girls in line. So far, so good, except now his stomach was turning flips. He might need to make a run for the bathroom soon. Not a bad idea, he thought. It would make a good place to hide, for a while at least. But what would happen if that guy followed him into the restroom? He'd be cornered, alone, and helpless. He decided to remain where he was. Plenty of other people around. "What's your mom do?" Abby asked. "She's a mathematics professor at Paradise Community College in Phoenix." "And your dad?" "He died 2 years ago." She reached over and squeezed his hand. "I'm so sorry, Drew. I didn't know." "It's okay. There's no way you could have." "Still, I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry," she said, rubbing her soft forefinger across the top of his hand. He looked at her, and she smiled back with a glaze of tears in her eyes. "It's okay, really. We've put it all behind us as a family. It was tough, though. Kind of came out of nowhere. Dad went into the hospital one day for a routine test and never came out. They were doing an angiogram on his neck and something went wrong. We never really got the whole story." "You must really miss him." Drew stared into his coffee while swirling it around with a thin red straw. He looked up, but couldn't see the bully through Abby's head. "Yeah, very much. Besides my brother, he was my best friend. We used to spend all day working on inventions in his workshop. Those were great times." "Your dad was an inventor?" "Well, he tried to be, but he never really had much success. He did come up with this cool self-cleaning toilet, but nobody was interested. I guess electricity and bowel movements weren't meant to go together." She laughed. He continued with confidence. Dad's best invention was a sonic pest control system. He even found some investors for it, but the EPA chased them away when their field testing showed it liquefied dog brains. Gross, she said, slurping from her cup. I know, right? It was epic. Do you ever think about continuing his work? Sometimes Lucas and I talk about it, but we've never had the time. We've both been so busy with school. I guess we should, though. The idea is solid, and I'm sure we could work out the kinks. All his equipment is still in the garage back home. After he died, Mom couldn't bear to part with any of it. He thought he was talking too much about himself. How about you? Are your parents back in Wisconsin? Her smile vanished, and her shoulders slumped. They both passed away my senior year in high school. I miss them so much. Drew tried to respond, but couldn't find the words. His throat went dry, and he felt a stab of compassion for her. She looked so sad. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know if he should hold her hand or roll over to her and give her a hug. He did neither. He felt useless. I'm sorry for your loss, Abby. I can tell you really loved them. Abby wiped a tear from her cheek. Mom died from colon cancer. Dad passed away in his sleep 6 months later. I think he died of a broken heart. They were together almost 40 years. I've heard that's pretty common for couples who've been married for a long time, he said, with a soft tone in his voice. Sounds like they loved each other very much. A smile washed over Abby's lips. She nodded quickly. The joy returned to her eyes. Yes, they did, and we were close. I was lucky growing up. We were a happy family. Drew took another swig of coffee. It didn't taste quite as bad this time. It still wasn't pleasant, but at least he no longer wanted to spit it out. Anyone else? Sisters or brothers? I'm an only child, just like my dad. My mom had a sister, though, but she died when I was really young. Some horrible dump truck accident. I don't remember her at all. What about you? Any aunts or uncles? Nah, just me, Lucas, and Mom. Oh, and Grandpa Roy, but we never see him anymore. Why not? I don't want to bore you with family drama. I'm curious. I want to know more about you. You sure? Yeah, unless I'm prying, she said. I'm sorry, am I being too nosy? No, not at all. Drew tried to wrap his mind around the idea that an attractive girl was interested in his family life. He didn't understand why, but decided to tell her anyway. Well, he began, we haven't spoken much since the time we almost had to call the police on him. Oh my God, Abby raised her eyebrows. What happened? It was Thanksgiving 4 years ago. Everything was going along fine until Roy decided to open a second jug of wine. It wasn't long before he and Dad were totally sloshed, and then all hell broke loose. They started cussing and shoving each other. Then Roy took a swing at my dad. Next thing I know, they're beating the crap out of each other, and Mom is screaming at them to stop. Lucas jumped in to break it up, but he took one in the jaw, knocked him out cold. The fight stopped on its own at that point. What started it? Seemed like every time Roy stayed with us, he'd harp endlessly about Dad getting a real job. He's a real traditional guy. He didn't approve of Dad being an inventor and working from home. He thought the husband's job was to work and the wife's job was to stay home, raise kids, and cook and clean. He didn't approve of my mom's teaching career either. Most of the time, my dad just brushed it off, but when he drank, he had less tolerance for Roy's constant criticism. That night, he'd just had enough. He got tired of it and said something he shouldn't have. I can see why Roy's not welcome anymore. Drew continued. He's a high-ranking Army intelligence officer and moves around a lot, so we wouldn't see him much anyway. I think he's back east somewhere now. The last time we saw him was at Dad's funeral. He arrived late and sat in the back of the church. He left before the service was over. That's too bad. Family's important, and you'd think he'd want to stay in touch, especially after your dad died. Actually, he and Lucas started talking again recently. They did? Yep. But Lucas doesn't know I know. Last week I stumbled across a few emails hidden in his spam folder by accident. He puts them in the spam folder? I guess he figures I wouldn't look there, but I probably shouldn't have told you. I'm sorry. Don't say anything, okay? I won't, Abby said. Have you ever thought about calling Roy? To be honest, never. He and I have nothing in common. I'm into science and he's career military. Lucas is into all that stuff, but I could care less. You and Lucas seem to get along well. Yeah, we do. I don't know what I'd do without him, Drew said, missing his brother more than ever at that moment. He checked the counter line again. Mohawk Man was still there. He wished he'd just go away. I take it you're older than your brother? Abby asked. A lot of people think that. Actually, he's 6 months older than me. You guys look so different. That's because he's Irish and I'm Italian. I'm sure Dr. Cleesby didn't tell you, but we're both adopted. She paused, giving off a look of surprise. Oh, that makes sense. I thought you were stepbrothers or something. I'm sure a lot of people think we're brothers from a different mother, which, of course, we are, just not in the way they think, but we don't go around advertising. I don't blame you. It's really nobody's business, including mine. It's okay, Abby. I want you to know everything about me. He suddenly felt like he'd said something wrong. Was that too much? Not at all, she smiled. Is it too much that I want to know everything about you? No, he said. I like it. Good, she said. So, go ahead. Tell me. He decided to start at the beginning. It's simple, really. The state put us together as roommates when we were really little. Lucas barely said anything to me the first month, but he finally came around. I guess I grew on him. We've been best friends ever since. Your parents adopted both of you together? Yeah, we were a package deal. It doesn't happen that way very often. We lucked out. Drew checked the counter again. The miscreant was next in line at the cash register. He thought about faking an excuse to go home, but didn't want to leave Abby there all alone. What if the rugby player tried to hit on her? Or worse, what if he spotted him leaving and followed him outside? The rugby player opened his wallet and handed a few bills to the checkout girl, who was chewing gum and blowing 6-inch pink bubbles with it. Drew's heart sank. It wouldn't be long before Mr. Asshole spotted him. Sweat dripped from his temples and his hands shook. He decided to roll up his sleeves to expose his biceps. They were still pumped up from that morning's push-ups, and might be enough to dissuade the troublemaker from stopping at their table. It was a long shot, but it was the only idea he could muster. Wow, you have really strong arms, Abby said, with a curious look on her face. Drew felt blood swelling in his cheeks and forehead, certainly turning his face a beet red color. He was worried she might think he was showing off. Yeah, it's a little hot in here with all the coffee and stuff. I'm still a little sweaty from my workout this morning. I hope I don't smell. She touched his hand again. Sweetie, you smell really nice. Thanks. I was a little worried there for a moment. Drew wiped the sweat off his face with the folded red napkin sitting in front of him on the table. She smiled back at him. Can I ask you something? You don't have to answer this if you don't want to. No, go ahead. Ask me anything. How did Lucas get that horrible scar on his face? Drew laughed. Which one? Abby pointed to her right cheek, just under her eye. The big one. It came from this boy, Crazy Dave, who never stopped picking on us in the orphanage. He was a lot older than we were, but it didn't seem to matter. One day, when Lucas was protecting me, the kid picked up a piece of broken glass and stabbed Lucas in the face, cut him all the way to the bone. It took 63 stitches to sew him up. Thank God the house monitor guy jumped in to stop it. He held on to Dave until the police showed up and took him to juvie. I must have been awful growing up in that place. It wasn't easy, that's for sure. Luckily for us, Mom and Dad came along and adopted us. I'm not sure either of us would have survived much longer. Just then, someone bumped into the table, lifting it up about 2 inches. Drew grabbed his and Abby's coffee cups, catching them both before they tipped over. When he looked up to see who smashed into the table, the breath ran out of his lungs. It was the rugby player. Drew ducked his head, figuring a punch to his jaw was next. Sorry, my bad, the man said, trying not to spill the 3 coffee cups on his tray. He squeezed behind Drew's wheelchair and scooted by. The 2 girls with him followed suit. Nice catch, Abby said. Got lucky, Drew said, trying to catch his breath. He kept an eye on the player as he walked through the side entrance and sat outside at a table on the terrace. The girls took seats on either side of him. Do you remember your biological parents? Abby asked. Not really. My bio mom died in a car accident when I was like 18 months old or something. At least that's the story I was told. I was in the car with her, but I don't remember anything. Supposedly, she fell asleep at the wheel while we were on our way home from daycare after she'd worked a double shift at the hospital. The car flipped over several times and landed in a ditch. My legs were pinned underneath. Would you like to see a picture of her? I'd love to. He reached inside the collar of his shirt and pulled out the leather pouch hanging from his neck. Inside was a pristine picture of a beautiful, dark-haired woman. He handed the photo to her. One of the orphanage's volunteer workers found her picture and had it laminated. Lucas made the pouch for me. Abby studied the photo. She's beautiful. I see where you get your good looks. Drew wasn't prepared for her compliment and didn't respond right away. Her name was Lauren Falconer. She was an ER nurse and was studying at night to become a doctor. Abby turned the photo over. What's this date? February 12th, 1985. The day she died. I wanted to remember it, he said, then pointed down at his legs. The same day this happened. Abby didn't say anything as she gave the photo back to Drew. He slid it into the leather pouch and tucked it inside his shirt. Hang on a sec, she said with a furrowed brow, reaching into her purse. There's something I want to check. Her fingers were now holding a smartphone, which she promptly turned on and started typing into. Something wrong? He asked. Nope, that date sounds really familiar to me. Drew waited while she swiped at her phone. I thought so, she said, flipping the device around to show him something. Remember the dump truck accident I was talking about? The one that killed my aunt? Drew nodded, staring at the device. A newspaper article and photo was on the screen showing a mangled pileup of vehicles at an intersection. Same day, she said. February 12th, 1985. Jesus, what happened? Some dumbass in the dump truck ran a red light and smashed into a city bus that my aunt was riding in. My mom said she was in Tucson that week for a job interview. I'm sorry, Abby. That's terrible. Thanks, she said, turning the phone around and looking at it for a good 15 seconds. Then her eyes moved up and met Drew's. So what do you think the odds are that both of us lost somebody in 2 different traffic accidents on the same day and in the same town? I don't know. Beyond astronomical, I guess. It's like we're linked together somehow, across time and space. He didn't believe in all the cosmic connection stuff, but wanted to be supportive. I think you're right. Some kind of linkage. We must have been destined to meet, right here, right now, in Tucson. Drew smiled, not sure what else to say. She put the phone away, then looked up at him with a face that no longer looked sad. It was almost as if she flipped off the emotional channel inside of her. But enough about me and my family drama. So, your biological mom was studying to be a doctor? Tell me everything. That's what I was told. Working a lot of hours, I guess. Was she married? Boyfriend? She said in a friendly, excited voice. I doubt it. Supposedly, Mom was artificially inseminated at some fertility clinic. Apparently, she wasn't into men and decided the turkey baster method was the way to go. Abby laughed, nearly choking on her coffee. The tension at the table was suddenly gone. He smiled. For some unknown reason, Drew felt very comfortable talking with her about everything, painful or not, even about subjects that were taboo with his brother. That's why he couldn't stop the next string of words that shot out of his mouth. Lucas's mom was a drug addict who died of an overdose, and his dad died in prison. I think he was a grifter. Lucas doesn't like to talk about them much. Abby didn't respond right away, obviously deep in thought. Sounds like you both had really tough childhoods. I don't know how either of you made it through in one piece. We had each other, thank God. I thought I had a difficult past, but mine was nowhere near as traumatic as yours. It sounds worse than it is, really. We've all had our share of drama, right? She nodded. Hey, I was going to ask you. Tonight, my roommate Jasmine and I are going to the midnight movie at the Gallagher Theater. Would you and Lucas like to join us? Sure, Drew said before thinking it through. He'd never been inside the student-run theater, even though he passed by it every time he ate in the cafeteria. The box office was just to the right of the student union's main entrance. Well, I should probably check with Lucas first. I'm not sure if he'll want to go. You should tell him Jasmine's really pretty, and she doesn't have a boyfriend right now. Still, I'll have to ask him first. Can I call you later and let you know? Sure, that's fine. While Abby went on to tell him about her parents and blistering cold winters in Wisconsin, Drew's mind wandered. He envisioned their future together. He imagined they were on their honeymoon in Hawaii, sitting on the beach and holding hands. She was drinking a margarita, and he a virgin daiquiri. Both of their glasses were garnished with tiny paper umbrellas that would dance around the rim whenever a sip was taken. His insides ran soft as he listened to her, sending a warm tingle across his spine. He wanted to sit there forever, staring at her big, beautiful eyes, while each syllable from her glistening lips washed over his body like a gentle summer breeze. Even the tone of her voice was enchanting. In fact, she didn't have a single flaw that he could see. The next 2 hours flew by quickly. They chatted about everything, never taking their eyes off each other. Each time she smiled at him, more shivers radiated throughout his body. He'd seen dates like this in movies and on television. Dates where two people instantly connected and couldn't stop talking or smiling at each other. He always thought that kind of stuff was pure Hollywood make-believe, but now he wasn't so sure. Everything she said seemed to make sense, and every word she spoke made him feel all gooey inside. He'd never felt so comfortable with another person his entire life, except maybe Lucas. Sometime later, Drew went home and found Lucas sitting at the study desk in the apartment after he unlocked the door and went inside. "Nice timing. You just missed Mom's call," Lucas said. "How's she doing? What did the cardiologist say?" "She's doing excellent. Just needs to keep taking her meds." "Awesome news." "So, how'd it go today? You were gone a while, bro." Drew considered telling Lucas about the encounter with the rugby player, but decided against it. It would only upset him. "It was actually really nice." "Did you get any?" "No," Drew said wholeheartedly. "We just sat and talked. She's not that kind of girl." "What? Does she have a penis?" "Shut up." "Did you at least kiss her or get a hug? Something?" "She held my hand." "Well, that's a start. You gonna see her again, Romeo?" "Yes, tonight, for the midnight movie on campus. Her roommate's coming too." Lucas laughed and smirked. "Sounds like loads of fun. Better you than me, brother." "Actually, I was hoping you might go with me." "Sorry, I don't do blind dates. Not my thing." "Please, Lucas, I really need you to go." Lucas closed his eyes and shook his head, biting his lower lip. "I'm way too nervous to go by myself," Drew said. "Come on, I'd do it for you." Lucas took a deep breath and let out a long exhale. "What's the movie?" "Eraserhead, some low-budget surreal horror flick made in 1977. "Never heard of it. Must be a real pile of crap." "I don't know, it just started playing at the theater." "So, who's this roommate?" "Her name's Jasmine. She's a pre-med student. Abby says she's really nice." "Dude, you do realize that any time a girl uses the word nice to describe someone they want you to meet, it means she's totally hideous. So, which body part is she missing?" Drew laughed, though he didn't want to. "Abby says she's super pretty, too. I think she works at the Pussycat Palace on Speedway. Isn't that a strip joint in the red light district?" "I think so. Supposedly she makes really good money, which pays for all her schooling." "Pussycat Palace, huh?" "That's what I was told, and she doesn't have a boyfriend." Lucas smiled and raised one of his eyebrows. "Okay, I guess I'll go, since she's pre-med and all. What time are we meeting them?" 11:45. They'll be waiting for us in front of the theater." Drew and Lucas were late as they made their way across campus to the student-run theater. They would have left a few minutes sooner, but Lucas had to wait for his brother to finish combing his hair and then spray it down. Once Drew was into his personal hygiene ritual, nothing could stop him from finishing. "Why so gloomy, brother? This is supposed to be fun," Lucas said, sidestepping a big pile of dog crap sitting on the sidewalk. It was covered in flies and looked fresh. Lucas figured there'd be more landmines along the way as they got closer to the grassy mall area. "I'm not sure about this at all," Drew said, his face red and stiff. "Just relax and go with the flow." "That's easy for you to say. I have no clue what I'm supposed to do." "Didn't you just spend the whole morning with her?" "Yeah, but we just talked." "I thought you held hands." "She held mine. I never moved." "Then I'm sure Abby will take care of everything," Lucas joked, trying to relieve his own nervousness. "That's what I'm afraid of. She's going to expect me to react in a certain way, but I'll probably misread her signals and ruin everything." "It's simple, really. When she tries to stick her tongue down your throat, let her. How hard is that?" "You're not helping very much," Drew said, rolling his chair forward. "When am I supposed to put my arm around her?" "As soon as the movie starts." "Did you bring a condom?" Lucas wisecracked, knowing Drew's penis was one of the few things still working properly below his waist. Luckily for Drew, his bio-mom's car only crushed his legs, not his spine or his pelvic area. "No, I didn't. Was I supposed to? See, I already screwed up." "I was just kidding," Lucas said, patting his brother on the back. "Look, there's no reason to panic. It's obvious she's really into you." "How can you be sure?" "Look, she gave you her phone number in the first place, right?" "Yeah." "And the coffee date went well?" "I guess." "Then she asked you to this movie?" "Yep." "Okay then, trust me, she wouldn't have asked you out tonight if she didn't like you, and she definitely wouldn't want you to meet her friends if she wasn't into you. Just be yourself, and you'll be fine." "I guess you're right." Lucas had to hide his own reservations about a blind date with a strip club worker. He'd only been with one woman before, the university's librarian. It was in December of his freshman year, while she was working the graveyard shift. He stopped to comfort the 40-year-old woman who was going through a tumultuous divorce and crying behind her desk. It began as a simple hug and ended with him losing his virginity on the floor in the last row of book stacks. He had no clue what he was doing and just went along for the ride, literally. During the brief encounter, Lucas learned the basics but still wasn't confident in his ability. He recalled very little from the few minutes he'd spent with her, except how slippery and soft she felt on the inside. However, one thing always puzzled him. Why did she run off afterward, sobbing the entire way? Her first name was Robin, but Lucas never knew her last name. In fact, it was the one and only time he ever saw her. He went back to the library the following night, but she wasn't there. Her replacement said she'd quit her job that morning and was moving out of town. Lucas waited for Drew to catch up as they approached the student union. Even from a distance, the building's towering all-glass foyer was impressive, overlooking a 100-foot-wide set of cement stairs leading up to its main entrance. To the right was Gallagher Theater, where a sea of film enthusiasts waited to enter through its turnstiles. "There's Abby," Drew said, pointing at the left side of the movie crowd. Then he moved his finger slightly to the left. "And that must be Jasmine." Lucas brought his eyes down and followed the line from Drew's arm to the middle of the stairs. The girls were right where Drew was indicating, on the third step from the top. Abby was bouncing up and down, wearing a pink-colored pullover jacket and waving her arms over her head. She was holding a spread of movie tickets in her hand. Lucas checked the student union's clock tower. The time was 11:50 p.m., barely enough time to purchase popcorn and Cokes and find seats together. "Damn it, late again," he mumbled, hoping they weren't relegated to the front row of the theater. Jasmine was several inches taller than Abby and wore a navy blue Denver Broncos football jersey with a white 10 emblazoned on the front. If Jasmine were truly a fanatic, it might pose a problem since Lucas knew zip about football. Lucas much preferred the speed and grace of professional ice hockey, specifically the Los Angeles Kings, who had just started their season, hoping to defend their back-to-back Stanley Cup titles. He'd just have to fake it if she brought up football. Her jet-black shoulder-length hair was pulled back into a single, understated ponytail. Lucas was still too far away to decide if she was as attractive as Abby had promised. Nevertheless, he did detect some prominent curves hidden beneath her casual apparel, leading him to believe the blind date had real potential. If she was really pre-med, then she'd be able to carry on a decent conversation, too. He could easily talk about high-energy processes and warped spacetimes around black holes, but most girls weren't into that stuff. Maybe she would be, though. He tried to keep his mind open, but he was starting to have doubts about himself, his date, and the evening in general. He imagined her staring at his forehead as if he had a third arm growing out of the middle of it while he rambled on about physics. He wished he knew more about football. He looked to his left, but Drew wasn't there. He turned around and found Drew sitting still, about 6 feet behind him. He looked scared to death. "Bro, relax, it's only a movie. Don't worry, I've got your back." "That's not it. Look," Drew said, pointing again, this time at a group of 3 men standing 2 steps below Abby and Jasmine. "It's those guys from the cafeteria, the ones you almost got in a fight with." "Are you kidding me?" "Not again," Lucas said. He looked around and didn't see any campus police. He'd have to face these assholes alone. He hoped nothing would happen. Not now, not tonight. There was no chance Jasmine and Abby would be impressed if he got into a fight on their first double date, especially if he got his ass kicked. The theater line advanced forward as the patrons ahead of the girls navigated their way through the rope-style stanchions leading into the theater. Abby and Jasmine turned to face forward, then stepped back into line to keep pace with the procession. They were almost to the top step, and the rugby players were still 2 steps behind them in line. "What do we do?" Drew asked. "We ignore them, that's what we do. Walk right past them. Don't give them the satisfaction. Come on, we need to hurry. The girls are almost inside. Let's double time it," Lucas said, moving behind his brother to grab the wheelchair handles. Drew nodded. "I wish those guys would just go away. Forever." Lucas glanced up at the girls, and at that exact moment, a blinding, white-hot light shot out from the steps, right behind where the girls were standing. Before he could react, a deafening, high-decibel squeal nearly ripped his eardrums apart. He let go of the wheelchair handles, raising his hands to cover his ears. It felt as though his head were in a giant microwave oven and someone had turned it on full blast, cooking his brain from the inside out. His equilibrium gave way, buckling his legs and sending his kneecaps crashing into the cement sidewalk. A few seconds later, both the intense light and the deafening sound subsided. Immediately after, a sudden breeze pulled him toward the theater, but dissipated quickly. He lowered his hands, opened his eyes, and looked to his left and right. Dozens of people on either side of him were lying on the ground. All but 2 appeared to be unconscious. One of those, still awake, pointed at the student union. Lucas swung his eyes forward to check what the person was looking at. His jaw dropped open. Holy shit! The entire front section of the student union and most of the theater's facade had vanished, like someone had used an ice cream scoop to carve out a huge section of the building. With the exception of an untouched section on the right, most of the concrete steps had vanished too. Even though the visual proof was right there in front of him, he found it hard to accept what he was seeing. So much destruction. He brought his gaze down in search of Drew. He found him directly in front, about 6 feet away, slumped over in his chair and not moving. Lucas ran in front of the wheelchair and spun around with his back to the student union. He found Drew's head tilted down, with blood dripping from his left nostril. The sight of his helpless little brother sent a stabbing pain into his chest. Lucas's head started spinning with gut-wrenching flashes from his past. His dad lying dead in a hospital bed, his mother hooked up to an endless series of tubes and wires after open heart surgery, and now his foster brother was unconscious and bleeding. He didn't think he could take much more. Drew had to be okay. Had to be. Drew was his only true friend, his only confidant, the only person who accepted him for him and expected little in return. Lucas shook Drew's shoulders gently, trying to wake him up. Drew, can you hear me?" There was no response. Lucas wiped the blood off his brother's lip and shook him again. "Come on, little brother. Wake up. Talk to me." Drew finally opened his eyes. "What happened?" he asked in a throaty, half-awake voice. Lucas felt the crushing mound of worry leave his chest. He put on his best poker face, wanting to appear strong and composed for Drew. That was his job. He promised his father he'd always be there for Drew and keep him safe. "You passed out. Are you all right?" Drew rubbed his forehead. "My head's spinning, and I have a wicked headache. Where's Abby?" He centered himself in front of Drew to block his view, not wanting him to see the destruction across the front of the student union. "We should head back to the apartment." "Why? What's wrong?" Drew asked, trying to peer around Lucas. Lucas stayed in front of him. "We need to turn around and go home, like right now." "What happened?" "Trust me, you don't want to see what's behind me. Nobody does." "Move, Lucas. I need to see. Move, please." Lucas didn't want to step aside, but Drew shoved him out of the way with his powerful arms. Drew's face froze, his eyes locked in a state of fright for a good 3 count. "Oh my God, Abby!" he screamed, putting his calloused hands on the wheelchair's push rings. He began gripping and releasing in powerful thrusts, racing past Lucas as he quickly propelled himself forward. "Abby! Abby! Abby!" Traumatized and a bit unsteady, Lucas followed behind his brother, though at a much slower pace. His heart was breaking for Drew, knowing the emotional pain must have been unbearable. Chapter 8. Lucas initially thought the blinding white light flash might have been some type of terrorist attack, possibly a suicide bomber hell-bent on payback, but that prospect seemed unlikely since he hadn't seen or heard an explosion, nor had there been any type of shockwave following the event. He stopped walking just before what remained of the steps to take a look at the damage. There should have been building rubble and debris everywhere, but there was none. Not a speck. It was almost as if a giant vacuum had come down from the heavens and cleaned the area the instant the flash was over. The front of the student union stood exposed in cross-section, like an architect's drawing, but this architect had a twisted imagination. The glowing edges of the building's framework were holding together, at least for now, but he wondered when they might surrender to gravity or burst into flames. Inside, some of the theater's second-floor patrons were huddled together, close to the exposed edge. They seemed oblivious to the trails of smoke invading their space and the precariousness of their position. "Hey!" he yelled up to them. "Get back! The edges are hot!" They gawked at him, but didn't respond, obviously still too stunned by the flash of devastation to think clearly. A scruffy young man on the third level was standing between a rolling office chair and a metal desk that had been sliced in half. Based on the equipment and metal spools nearby, Lucas assumed the long-haired man was inside the projectionist's booth. Lucas was amazed his scrawny neck could hold up the weight of his head, given the bushel of hair hanging from his scalp and the medley of jewelry decorating his face. His right hand was holding the waistband of his saggy blue jeans, while the piercings covering his earlobes, eyebrows, nose, and lips twinkled in the moonlight. The projectionist walked to about a foot away from the ledge and looked around with a glazed look on his face. He stood there, motionless, for at least 30 seconds, then stepped back to the desk and pulled his shirt sleeve up to peel off a white patch on his left bicep. He tossed the covering away before opening one of the few remaining drawers to take out a cigarette. He lit the joint with the smoldering edge of the desk, then sat in the rolling desk chair and inhaled a long drag, making the tip of the cigarette glow red-hot. He puckered his lips to puff out floating smoke rings, one after another. When Drew arrived at the steps, he flung himself out of his chair, landing chest first on the cold cement, which nearly knocked the wind out of him. He grimaced when his right elbow landed directly on the edge of a step, sending numbing pain up his arm and into his shoulder. Even though he only had partial feeling in his legs, the cement stairs still hurt his kneecaps. But the pain was nothing compared to the howling emptiness swelling in his heart and the boiling knot in his stomach. He'd finally found a girl who was interested in him, a pretty girl who was smart and funny, and now she was missing. His eyes were telling him one thing, but his brain refused to accept it. Scattered along the stairway was a trail of body parts, as if a tree shredder had shot them out from its chute. He saw an arm, a leg, a severed ear, and part of a skull. The scene was right out of a macabre horror movie. But one thing struck him. There was no blood anywhere. He tried to convince himself the fragments were only mannequin parts, but his self-trickery failed when the unmistakable odors of seared meat and burnt hair assaulted his nasal passages. He almost gagged and felt like he needed to throw up, worrying the smell might become permanently etched into his brain. He searched the steps on his hands and knees, inspecting each body fragment to see if it belonged to Abby. As far as he could tell, none did, but of course, for some of the pieces, he couldn't be sure. He scoured the open pit in front of the theater, but again, he found no sign of her. She was gone. Lucas moved to the lower edge of the crater and looked inside. "How the hell?" he asked, seeing a familiar black film covering the bottom of the depression. He bent down to sample it, rubbing the powdery substance between his fingers. Then he smelled it. "Oranges again," he said, wondering if it was the same substance he'd found inside the reactor core. Before he could answer his own question, a dark, sickening notion washed over him. He tried to ignore it, but it was too powerful, pushing its way to the forefront of his thoughts. Was the second run of the E-121 experiment connected to this, whatever this was? He pondered the question for a moment, then pushed it aside, not ready to dwell on it or accept the possibility of a yes answer. More data and study was needed. Can't jump to conclusions, he convinced himself, needing to turn his focus to Drew. His brother was priority one right now. Pull it together, dickhead. Drew needs you. He walked to Drew and knelt down beside him. He wanted to console his brother, but he couldn't find the proper words. They were all jumbled up and backward, flailing out of control just beyond the tip of his tongue. The same thing had happened when he'd tried to comfort Drew after their adoptive father had passed away years before. He knew he sucked at consoling people, but he needed to push past his anxiety and step up, now more than ever. Whether it be with words or actions, he needed to try. For Drew and for himself. Anything was better than nothing when a loved one was suffering from unimaginable pain. He rubbed his brother's neck, hoping Drew would know he was there for him, that he loved him, that he'd never leave his side. However, when his normally effervescent brother looked up with tearful eyes, Lucas almost broke down as a flood of emotions pushed up from his heart. He gave Drew a one-armed hug, fighting to remain strong and steadfast. It wasn't easy. He needed to look away, trying to find something else to focus on so he wouldn't totally lose it. A few yards to his left, a lifeless body wrapped in a bloodless Denver Broncos football jersey, number 10, sat slumped over in a twisted heap. The mound of unresponsive flesh was leaning to one side, resting against the upper step, with only its right leg and arm still intact. The left side of the skull and neck were missing, making it an even more gruesome sight than it already was. The corpse belonged to Abby's roommate, Jasmine. She'd been wearing the same jersey only moments before it happened. He could see the girl had been sliced in half, as if by a molten hot guillotine, and there wasn't a drop of blood anywhere. Her head was tilted back and pushed to one side, exposing the brain matter clinging to the inner membrane lining her skull. Her right eye was open and dilated, looking directly at Lucas. He covered his mouth with his free hand, trying to ignore the nausea swelling in his gut, but his body had its own idea. A small amount of stomach bile erupted, slinking its way up his esophagus and into his mouth, leaving a rancid taste that sickened his tongue. For a moment, he thought that was going to be the end of it, but the pressure in his belly continued to grow exponentially. More was coming, lots of it. Lucas let go of Drew and stood up in a hurry before moving away. He bent over just as the flood arrived, sending a stream of foul-smelling puke across the steps. Part of his stomach contents had stuck to his lips and was now dripping slowly from his mouth. He wiped it off with the back of his hand and stood upright to compose himself, taking a series of deep breaths and letting them out. It took some time, but he managed to shake off the nausea and let the scientist within him assume command. He wiped his hand on his pants, then turned and went back to her body. Even though only half of her face remained, he could see she'd been a gorgeous young Hispanic woman, a promising medical student who'd been cut down in the prime of her life. Her death had been brutal, but he figured she wasn't aware or plugged into her consciousness when death came to collect her. No more than if she'd been standing on the train tracks and was flattened by a speeding locomotive from behind. Instant death meant no pain, one good thing amongst all the tragedy filling the steps of the student union. Lucas scanned the area for the rugby player and his cohorts, but found no sign of them. He went down to the base of the stairs, stepping over a string of cell phones and designer purses. There was a red and blue backpack still attached to a slender arm and shoulder, which had a heart-shaped pink tattoo that read, Billy. On the second-to-last step, he found a pair of half-full water bottles, each with a severed hand wrapped tightly around it. To his right was a pair of unattached legs sitting at an odd angle, as if they were propped up by something. Lucas moved closer and found they were resting on top of a severed head. It was mostly bald except for a streak of yellow hair down the middle, telling him what he needed to know. It belonged to the Mohawk rugby player. The skull must have rolled down the steps after it was decapitated, though he couldn't fathom how the legs ended up on top of it. Perhaps they tumbled down the stairs too. But in the end, what did it matter? All he knew for sure was Drew got his wish. The man was gone forever, almost as if the universe had been listening and took action to erase him from existence. Lucas took a few steps back to view the entire scene in one frame. The visual evidence across the front of the building spoke to him. When the flash obliterated the theater's entrance, it had encompassed nearly the entire movie line, taking with it anyone unlucky enough to be standing inside its perimeter. Those persons straddling its outer edge were cut in two pieces, vertically, like a lamb shank being chopped by a cleaver on a butcher's block. The leader of the rugby players must have been bent over, probably laughing or tying his shoe when the flash happened, separating his head from his body. Then, out of nowhere, his logic was replaced with a stampede of thoughts supercharged with emotion. The flash of light. Shit. It was the same type of burst they'd seen when they reviewed the video recording of the experiment, the one that coincided with the phantom power spike inside the core. Plus, there was black powder residue appearing in both places after the flash. It must have been some type of byproduct of the energy release. And last but not least, the strange scent of oranges. Drew couldn't smell it back in the lab, and probably couldn't smell it now, but Lucas could, helping to firmly connect the two events in his memory. A sense of dread slammed into Lucas's spine. He tried to stop it, but couldn't as his chest tightened and his face went numb. His lungs began to take in a series of rapid, shallow breaths. One after another, the air rushed in, making his head swim and every muscle in his body ache. He dropped to his knees when his eyes blurred out of focus, his heart no longer able to deny the facts lying right there in front of him. The E-121 experiment must have caused this. This was all his fault. He killed these people. He didn't want to believe it, but it was true. He was the person responsible for the bloodless massacre. He knelt there, gasping for breath, while his mind tried to process the magnitude of what he'd done. Just when he thought he might remain frozen on the steps for the rest of his days, he heard the sound of a boy sobbing and moaning. It was Drew, behind him. Lucas snapped out of his emotional fog, suddenly able to think clearly again. He struggled to his feet, fighting against a pair of wobbly knees and sweeping muscle fatigue. He shook the pain from his heart and turned to his brother, who was sitting in a ball, staring at the open crater with a face full of tears. The look of despair on Drew's face said it all. He was beaten and besieged by what had just happened. It was a completely normal reaction to a horrific set of events. Any normal person would have been sitting right next to Drew, bawling their eyes out too. But not Lucas. He couldn't allow it, no matter what he was feeling inside. He needed to press on and find strength. Somehow, some way, he knew he needed to figure this out and make it right. For him and his brother, and for the families of all the victims. He had no idea how he was going to do it, but he had to do something because if he did cause this, he'd never be able to live with himself. He looked around at the carnage, forcing himself to concentrate on what to do next. Then, new thoughts popped into his head. What if this wasn't a one-time event? What if this was just the start of something? How many more people might die? How many more deaths would he be responsible for? Just when he thought he was in control, the pain in his chest returned, this time doubling in intensity after those additional thoughts soaked in. His brain seemed to start moving in slow motion as an intense sense of doom took control of his body. He closed his eyes and fought back with all his remaining strength. He needed to find a way to stop the guilty swell. Dwelling on it wouldn't do anyone any good. Not now. You gotta get a grip, he told himself, getting pissed at his emotional weakness. Then he made himself a promise. Never again will you let the guilt take control. Turn it off. Shut it out. It's the only way. You have to be strong and figure this out, for the victims and for Drew. He ran his hands over his face and eyes, trying to wrestle control from his emotions. It took a few fist slams against his chest, but he managed to push past the random flashes of insidious thoughts and find his logic again. Come on, asshole. You're a scientist, he told himself. Observe, document, and verify. Science is based on facts, observations, and conclusions. There has to be an explanation. Think it through. But how would he gather the facts? He glanced down and found the answer right in front of him. An expensive-looking, high-resolution video camera on the bottom step. Its black safety strap was cut 4 inches from the digital camera's padded hand grip. 2 fingers and a thumb were lying on the ground next to the unit, probably the owner's. Lucas flipped the unit over to examine it. Everything appeared to be in one piece. Its red record light was on, with display numbers steadily increasing. The thing was still recording, despite being dropped several feet onto the cement stairs. Step 1, he thought, documentation. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Logic and control were returning. Guilt was being pushed aside. Find a way to fix this. He slid his right hand into the narrow safety grip and aimed the camera at the demolition zone. He started by slowly panning from left to right across the exposed sections of the theater, making sure he stood back far enough on the mall's grass to record all the damage. Then he walked up to the crater, knelt down, and filmed a close-up of the black powder. He got a shot of his fingers scooping up a handful of the substance and letting it pour through the palm of his hand. He finished by documenting the precise location of each body fragment lying on the steps. Lucas removed the camera's flash drive and slid it into his pocket. He intended to review the evidence captured on the drive once he and his brother returned home. With any luck, the camera's owner was facing the right way when the flash appeared. The faint echoes of emergency sirens began in the distance as they wailed and whooped through the heavy night air. Someone had obviously called 911. He bent over to put the camera on the step and caught a glimpse of a crowd of onlookers taking refuge in the middle of the grass. Most of them were clustered together, arm in arm, trying to comfort each other. He wanted to feel compassion for them, but wouldn't let the emotion take root. He couldn't, not after the promise he made himself. He ignored the feelings, sending them into the blackest corner of his heart. The emergency sirens howled suddenly in his ears, no longer a faint echo. Reflections of swirling red and blue lights danced off the building facades surrounding the grassy mall when police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances flew over concrete curbs, cut across sidewalks, and ripped up grass with their tires to reach the scene. It wouldn't be long before the place was crawling with news media, too, and hundreds of Good Samaritans and gawkers. He needed to grab Drew and get him back to the apartment. Lucas turned back toward the theater, and out of the corner of his eye spotted Trevor galloping toward him from the east end of the student union. The former wrestler was wearing a red muscle shirt and weightlifting belt, his sweat-soaked physique bulging and glistening with each stride. "You damaged?" Trevor asked when he arrived, breathing heavily from his sprint. "No, I'm okay, and so is Drew, but I'm pretty sure Abby Park is dead." Lucas quickly explained what had just happened. He told his friend about the blinding flash of light, where Abby and Jasmine had been standing, and the bloodless body parts. Even though Lucas suspected this incident was related to their lab incident, he wasn't going to tell Trevor about it, at least not yet. He wanted to review the video evidence in private first. He needed to have verifiable facts and a solid theory before he shared his conclusions with anyone else. If he was going to take the blame for this tragedy and invite a mountain of scorn upon his soul, he had to be sure, 100% sure. Until he was, there was a slim chance this wasn't his fault. Maybe that was just wishful thinking, but his heart and his mind needed to hang on to something positive, and that's all there was at the moment. Lucas continued with Trevor. "I'm going to wait here for the police to tell them what I saw, but Drew is in no shape to deal with the cops right now. Can you do me a huge favor?" he asked, pointing at his brother. "Get him home right now, before all hell breaks loose." Trevor agreed and headed up the steps. Lucas kept an eye on him as he carefully tiptoed through the sea of body parts until he reached the top. He knelt down next to Drew, picked him up with the strength of 10 men, and carried him down the stairs to his wheelchair. Moments later, he and Drew slipped into the building shadows along the west end of the student union. Lucas ran to the first police car that was now arriving in a skid, waving his hands above his head. He approached the driver's side door just as the officer shoved the gear shift into park and turned off his siren. The emergency lights were still flashing, making it difficult for him to see inside the driver's window. When the male officer got out of the cruiser, Lucas looked up a steep angle to make eye contact with him. The bald cop with a thick mustache was a few inches shorter than Trevor and not nearly as muscular. The officer put on his police cap and repositioned his duty belt. "I'm Sergeant Cherikos. Can you tell me what happened here?" "Yes, I can," Lucas answered in his most serious tone as dozens of other vehicles closed in on his position. Several of them slid sideways, nearly hitting each other as the dew-laden grass lessened the tire traction when they tried to stop. One by one, police cruisers and emergency transports took position, surrounding Lucas on 3 sides, with the student union behind him. The officer took out a pad and pen and began to write. "Let's start with your name." "Lucas Ramsay." "Okay, son, what did you see?" "I was walking across the mall when suddenly a bright light exploded out of nowhere in front of the student union and nearly blinded me." The officer glanced at the theater. "How long did the light last?" "Maybe 2 seconds." "Where were you at the time?" "I'd guess about 100 feet from the Union Steps, close to where those girls are standing over there," Lucas said, pointing to 3 people, probably in their 20s, standing on the grass. "Where would you say the light originated from?" "Well, it was really intense and only lasted a second, but I think it was near the center of the crater." The sergeant looked at the hollow crater for a few seconds before turning his eyes back to Lucas. "Was there an explosion?" "No. The only sound I heard was this high-pitched squeal. It started right after the flash happened." The officer hesitated, scratching his temple with the pen. "A squeal, you say?" "Yeah, it was like being trapped inside a room with 1,000 kids screaming at the top of their lungs. The pain was so intense I fell to my knees. When I looked around, there was a bunch of other people lying on the ground too. Luckily, I didn't pass out, but almost everyone else did." Chiricos nodded his head while wearing a slight smirk on his face, scribbling more notes into his incident report. Fire and rescue personnel ran past the 2 of them carrying hoses, stretchers, ladders, and medical equipment. News reporters were now on the scene too, jogging across the mall with their cameras and microphones in tow. Some were out of breath, which Lucas assumed was due to them having to park several blocks away. The mall was a pedestrian-only zone. Civilian vehicles didn't have access. "How large would you estimate the light to be?" the officer asked after watching a trio of EMTs race by. "That I'm not sure. It was so bright I couldn't look at it directly," Lucas replied, turning his neck to stare back at the theater while thinking about it for a few moments. He brought his eyes back to the officers. "But I'd say about the same size as the area that's missing, maybe a bit smaller." "Did you see anything unusual before the flash, like someone who didn't belong, someone acting suspicious perhaps?" Lucas shook his head. "All I remember seeing was all the students lining up for the movie." Helicopters buzzed in overhead, flooding the scene with swirling spotlights. Lucas knew he'd have a difficult time hearing the cop over the deafening rotors now chopping through the cool desert air. "How many students were in line?" Chiricos yelled. Lucas shouted back, "Best guess, maybe 200. The line was fairly long." Chiricos seemed to be making a visual count of the human remains along the steps. Then he said, "What happened to the rest of the students?" "They vanished into thin air, just like the building." Chiricos shook his head slightly and mouthed the words, "vanished into thin air," as he wrote a few more notes. 2 additional officers joined Chiricos and stood to his left. Based on their body language, Lucas thought they were waiting for instructions. "What happened next?" Chiricos asked. "I felt a breeze pull me toward the student union." "Pull you? Do you mean push, like in wind?" "No, it was more like I was being sucked into the crater. It pulled at me from the front. I'm guessing when the building and steps vanished, the resulting spatial vacuum created a negative air pressure event. If I'm right, then not only did the physical matter disappear, but the surrounding air mass did as well." The officer stopped writing and looked at Lucas with his left eyebrow raised. "Sir, I need to know. Have you been drinking tonight?" "No, Sergeant. I don't drink. Ever." Chiricos clicked his pen, put it into his shirt pocket, and closed his incident report with more force than necessary. "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm telling you the truth." "Okay, sir. I think we have all we need." "Do you want me to stay here?" Lucas asked, wondering why the cop didn't ask him for more information in case he needed to get in touch with him later. He assumed the man was a little traumatized by what he was seeing and wasn't thinking clearly, or he thought Lucas was totally and completely nuts. "Hold on," Chiricos said, stepping away and beginning a private discussion with his officers. Lucas saw him reach for the radio transmitter clinging to his upper chest. Lucas scanned the area and noticed that the police had erected a series of sawhorse-style barricades around the scene, and they were in the process of linking them together with bright yellow police tape with "Do Not Cross" written on it in black block letters. He felt like he was being hemmed in, making his feet want to take off running, but he held his position, not letting his guilt take over. Stay cool, he thought. Now was no time to panic. After a minute, Chiricos and his fellow officers broke their huddle to escort Lucas and the ever-growing number of paparazzi to the other side of the barricades. Lucas waited there for 15 minutes as thousands of civilians filtered into the mall area and congregated on his side of the barricades. Many of them snapped photos and shot video of the scene with their smartphones. Lucas yawned, barely able to keep his eyes open. It had been a long and stressful day. His legs were tired and his feet were hurting. He decided it was time to walk the 1.5 miles home before he fell asleep standing up by the police barrier. There wasn't any more he could do here. Plus, he needed to check on Drew. He turned and headed for their apartment. When Lucas arrived at his apartment complex, he didn't feel like waiting for the elevator, so he climbed the 3 flights of switchback stairs and went down the hall to his place. He unlocked the door, removed his shoes, and walked through the central room with an adjoining kitchenette. The door to the lone bedroom was sitting ajar a few inches. He pushed it open and went inside, slipping past his brother's bed. Drew was snoring as he lay on his left side, his back to the center of the room. Lucas sat at the study desk and turned on his computer. While he waited for the sign-on screen to appear, he pulled the flash drive out of his pocket and put it on the desk, being careful not to damage it. Once he logged onto his laptop computer, he connected the flash drive with one of the 24 electronic cables he kept stuffed inside the bottom drawer. He turned down the computer's speaker system and began to play back the video footage on the screen. The audio was just loud enough for him to hear if he leaned forward with his ear near the tiny built-in speaker. The video camera's operator had been waiting in the movie line with 3 of his friends, 2 young women and 1 older guy who wore a baseball cap with a 2-inch block blue and red letter A on the front. The camera captured them laughing and joking around about the movie they were about to see. It was hard to watch the events unfold without feelings of guilt and responsibility trying to find a home inside his heart. He needed to push them aside like he'd done before. It took a few seconds of intense concentration, but his mind was able to overcome the distress and flush them back into the waiting darkness. He began to put the pieces together, hoping, no, scratch that, praying they wouldn't fit. But deep down, he knew better. What had started with a single email, an impulse to make things right for himself and his family, had somehow ended in this. It began with his online paper submission, which led to Dr. Green's scathing criticism, which led to the attorney named Larson getting involved and having their lab project suspended. That was bad enough, but then it got worse with Drew's subsequent pleas of desperation to run the E-121 experiment again. That, of course, led to his total cave and a second run at full power after changing the specs back to their original equations, which made the E-121 module vanish into thin air. And, with his luck, it probably landed somewhere it shouldn't have, somehow kickstarting this. A bloodless massacre on the steps of the student union, all from a single email. It was too insane to believe, but he decided to run it through his mind anyway. A sphere of E-121 missing. His fault. The student union in shambles. His fault. Dozens of innocent college kids dead. His fault. Jasmine cut in half. His fault. Abby dead or missing. His fault. Drew in emotional panic. His fault. All because he'd pressed the send button. How did he let this happen, whatever this was? Then his mind shifted gears, possibly out of self-preservation, or maybe it was denial. He couldn't be sure. Not that it mattered. There was work to be done, and since sleep wasn't going to be an option right now, he decided to let the facts take center stage. After all, maybe he was jumping to conclusions. Maybe he wasn't responsible. Maybe he was drawing lines and connecting facts incorrectly. Scientists don't assume, and they never guess. They quantify the data and correlate the facts, then suggest a theory. That's what he needed to do. Run it by the numbers to be sure. To do that, he needed to study every last detail in the video data. Perhaps there was something hiding between the frames, something he couldn't see with his naked eye when the flash happened, something that might prove this event wasn't related to the E-121 experiment, that it was something completely new and different, and all just a sick, twisted coincidence. Lucas fast-forwarded the recording to a frame just before the flash appeared. The camera's timestamp read 11:52 p.m. He reviewed the incident in super slow motion, playing the recording frame by frame until he came to the first appearance of blinding light. It started as a microscopic point of light just to the left of the student union's entrance door before stretching vertically and then horizontally until the camera's lens was inundated with light. His suspicions were confirmed. The theater flash, though more powerful and larger, was a near-perfect copy of the one they'd seen inside their reactor's core. He'd realized it back at the student union, but the video evidence confirmed it. Combine that with the black powder he'd found both inside the crater and in the reactor's core, and there was no way around it. The evidence was as clear as the scent of oranges. They were related. It was all his fault. Fuck. He went to his brother's bed and shook Drew's arm several times. "Drew, you need to wake up. This can't wait. We have to talk." Chapter 9. Sunday, December 23rd. Lucas woke up Sunday morning after a lousy night spent drifting in and out of light sleep, mentally replaying the previous night's horror show repeatedly until he finally drifted off somewhere around 4:30 a.m. He wasn't ready to get out of bed yet, so he slid deeper under the covers and curled up in a ball, squeezing a second pillow between his arms. A few seconds later, he realized the room was dead quiet. Too quiet. He wasn't hearing his brother snoring or any other sounds in the room. He sat up in a flash and looked at Drew's bed. The covers were pulled back, and it was empty. He scanned the room quickly, but didn't see any sign of Drew or his wheelchair. Shit, where'd he go? Lucas hopped up, got dressed, and checked the top drawer in Drew's nightstand, but his brother's wallet, keys, and shuttle pass were all missing. It wasn't like Drew to venture off without informing him first. Something was wrong. He could feel it deep in his bones. In the main room, he found the TV on, but the sound had been muted. He swung his eyes around and saw the remote control on the kitchen table, next to a small plate with 2 slices of toast. One of the pieces had a bite missing. Plus, there was a nearly full glass of milk sitting next to an open tub of margarine and a used butter knife. Lucas thought about the facts for a moment and realized Drew had gotten up to eat something. He must have set the table with his plate of toast and turned on the TV with the sound off. Just after adding the butter and taking the first bite, something must have caught Drew's eye on the tube. That's when he took off. But to where? The front blinds were closed, and so was the front door, though Lucas found its 2-sided deadbolt unlocked. He opened the door, went outside, and wandered barefoot along the catwalk to the elevator. He could see dozens of people out front, loading their vehicles with belongings. From his view, it looked like everyone was leaving town. He couldn't blame them. He would have joined them if he could after what had happened to the front of the student union. He was sure the news was claiming it was a terrorist attack or some other localized threat by now, sending the Tucson residents into a fleeing frenzy. He checked the laundry room on the first floor. No sign of Drew. He knocked on the manager's door, but no one answered. He asked several of his departing neighbors if they had seen Drew, but none had. Lucas went out front, where he ran into little Cindy Mack. He waved at her while she stood beside her father as he packed the trunk of their car. In a flash, she came running up to Lucas, wrapping her arms around his waist. He bent down to give her a hug. She started crying. "Lucas, I don't want to leave, but my dad says we have to go." "It'll be okay, Cindy. Your dad's right. It's not safe for you to stay here." "But I'll never see you again." "Sure you will," he said, looking her in the eyes. "When this is all over, I'll be right here waiting for you by the swing set, okay?" She smiled at him, sniffed, wiped off her tears, and then ran back to her dad. Cindy was one of 4 kids in Cleesby's apartment complex, and the only one Lucas liked. Maybe it was because she was the only one who liked him, despite his nasty cheek scars. Her parents both worked during the day, leaving her to play by herself on the swing set in the back of the apartment after school. He'd gotten to know her a few months earlier when she'd fallen off the swing and scraped one of her knees. He was on his way out to the dumpster with a bag of trash when he found her sitting on the ground, crying. He used the complex's garden hose to clean out the dirt and gravel from her wound, and then found a bandage to cover the scrape. She took a shine to him, and they'd talked at least once a week ever since, usually by the swing set on trash day. She was a quiet but cheerful girl in the 4th grade who carried an empty white purse with her everywhere she went. He worried for her safety since she was left alone for 2 hours each day after school until her parents came home from work. He often looked out the bedroom window to check on her while she played on the swings. He went back upstairs to the apartment to change clothes, still thinking of Cindy's arms wrapped tightly around him. He already felt bad enough about all the death and destruction, but if something happened to her because of his actions, he'd never forgive himself. No more deaths, he told himself, grabbing a pair of socks and his shoes from the bedroom. Once he had his shoes and socks on, he changed clothes, then went to the main room and stood in front of the TV. He turned on the sound and hit the remote control to scan through several channels. Every station was broadcasting live from a different location around the student union. He stopped on the 4th channel, which featured a cameraman in a helicopter circling above the devastation. The feed from overhead allowed him to take in a wide-angle view of the damage. "Shit, it looks much worse from the air," he said, feeling a stinging pain in his belly again. His heart tightened in his chest, making breathing a chore. He realized there were no body fragments littering the theater steps like before. CSI must have collected the evidence and taken it back to their lab, he decided. Lucas settled in to watch, taking a seat on the edge of their saggy old couch. News correspondents were interviewing campus officials and law enforcement. He sat back and put his arms up on the sofa's back cushion, catching a whiff of his left forearm. Even after last night's hot shower, he could still smell the stench of burnt hair and severed flesh on his skin. He wondered how many scrubbings it would take to get rid of the stink. Most of the network's reporters and a few of their interviewees offered opinions on what had happened. Some believed last night's event was merely an accident, like a gas explosion, but most thought it was a terrorist attack, with some form of incendiary device as the weapon. He was flabbergasted when no one mentioned the lack of building rubble or the bloodless body parts. He wondered if anyone was actually paying attention or just running their mouths without thinking. The missing evidence was just as important as the tangible facts, and he couldn't believe none of them were discussing it. When law enforcement officials were asked for a cause, they declined to comment, giving the police department's typical response: "I can't comment right now. The investigation is still ongoing." Lucas could see the Tucson bomb squad in the background, milling about, working their detection equipment, scanning inch by inch for chemical and radiological evidence. The local police were straining to hold back the crowd of thousands surrounding the scene. Many observers were snapping photos and recording their own video footage. Firefighters were keeping watch on the theater's exterior, equipment at the ready, while smoke still billowed out from the sides of the damaged structure. When the camera swung around to the front of the theater's steps, it showed 2 FBI agents chatting with the police chief. One of the FBI agents looked a lot like the red-headed security guard who'd broken up the skirmish with the rugby players in the cafeteria. "Damn, that guy could be his twin," Lucas mumbled. Then the camera panned down to show Drew sitting in his wheelchair. He was talking with the FBI agents. "Drew, what the hell are you doing?" he yelled at the screen. Randall Larson, the pretentious attorney from the advisory committee, was standing only a few feet behind Drew. "Damn it," Lucas said, clicking off the TV and throwing down the remote control. He raced out the door, down the hall, down the stairs, and ran the 1.5 miles to the student union. He was out of breath when he arrived. He checked the pandemonium to figure out the shortest route he had to Drew, but he couldn't see over the crowd. He climbed up on a short retaining wall to his right. He held on to the branch of a nearby tree to balance himself while he stared over the mass of people. He could see the front of the student union, but not Drew. There were too many students blocking his view. He figured he needed to swing around to the right to bypass as much of the horde as possible, cutting through the crowd's outside edge to get to Drew. He jumped down from the cement wall, which caused a slight pain in his right shin. After narrowly avoiding a broken beer bottle and a well-concealed sprinkler head, he navigated his way to the front right sector of the mob. He said, "Excuse me, pardon me," and "coming through," as he worked his way through the multitude with an outstretched arm. A police barricade stopped his progress when he reached the front row. He could see the back of Drew's head only 50 feet away. He called out Drew's name several times, but his brother didn't react. The crowd noise and the helicopters whirling overhead were almost deafening. One of several police officers standing guard was a few feet to his left and just inside the perimeter. He hoped to convince the cop to let him inside the barricade, but needed to think of the proper excuse. Then it came to him. "Hi, officer. I'm Dr. Ramsay of the astrophysics department. I may be able to help you figure out what caused this." The man looked at Lucas and laughed. "Yeah, right. Astrophysics department. What are you, 18? Lucas pushed closer to the man. "I know I look young, but trust me, I'm a physicist with the university. I can help you, but you need to let me inside." "That's not going to happen. Now step back." Lucas reached for his back left pocket, realizing instantly he'd left his wallet in the apartment. While he was considering his options, the crowd noise faded and became silent. The only sounds came from the helicopters. Then, Like a tidal wave traveling atop the ocean, each bystander around him turned in succession to face the east end of the grassy mall. Lucas spun to see what they were all looking at, but stopped when an ear-splitting scream caught his attention. Instantly, his eyes locked onto the girl who'd just screamed. She was pointing east and looked frantic. He followed her finger until he spotted something about a half a mile away at the east end of campus. His jaw dropped when he realized what it was. A towering dome of intense, white-hot light. His feet froze in place, unable to move. The mountain of energy looked like the top half of a giant, glowing white cue ball stuck into the ground. He couldn't see all the way through the dome, but could make out an intense mass of energy swirling around inside it, shimmering like the surface of the sun. The swarm of students around him panicked and began screaming when they, like him, realized the dome was headed their way. Lucas bolted to the student union and pressed his back up against its south wall as the frenzied mob ran wild in all directions. Above the screams, he could hear buildings and other structures tearing loose from the earth as the energy field barreled west through campus. Along with the buildings, he could see and hear the energy field tearing up trees, cement, and pavement as it moved. Everything it encountered was swallowed up inside. His knees shook as he watched the gigantic energy mass advance on his position. He needed to run to Drew, but couldn't convince his body to move, nor could he take his eyes off the monster destroying campus. It was still several blocks away, but the anomaly's size dwarfed the top of the majestic mountain chain standing beyond it. The dome had to be at least 50 stories tall, yet it seemed to move with grace and purpose, even as it swallowed up everything around it. If it kept on its current course, he estimated it would just miss the south side of the student union where he was standing, but it was headed straight for the science lab at the other end of the mall. As the area began to clear, he saw a handful of injured students lying on the ground. One was a pregnant woman who was bleeding from her forehead. 4 others had stopped to help her, bringing the expectant mother to her feet. Lucas decided it was time to move. He ran to Drew, who was sitting alone by the theater steps. There was no sign of Larson or the FBI agents. "Are you okay, Drew?" he asked loudly. His brother's hands were shaking. "I'm fine. What is that thing?" "I don't know, but we need to get the fuck out of here, and fast." Lucas grabbed the wheelchair handles and pushed his brother west along the front of the student union. Drew pointed to the injured students. "What about them? I'm sure the police will help them. We need to go." A few steps later, Lucas heard a loud, familiar squeal. It was coming from behind him, dwarfing the sounds of buildings being ripped from their foundations. It was the same debilitating shrill he'd heard the night before when the brilliant flash took Abby from the steps of the student union. He was starting to get dizzy, but couldn't cover his ears while pushing the wheelchair. He kept his hands on the wheelchair grips, hoping his equilibrium would hold out long enough to get Drew away to safety. With the sound of death breathing down his neck, he looked back to check the progress of the energy field. All he could see was a rolling wall of shimmering energy closing the gap behind him. He couldn't see the field's top or sides. It was too close and too massive. A pair of bicyclists whizzed past him on the left and then cut across in front as they pedaled furiously along the sidewalk. 50 feet ahead of them was a pair of young women who were stumbling forward arm in arm, helping each other remain upright. When the bicyclists nearly ran the women over, Lucas wondered if the ear-splitting squeal was affecting their vision. Seconds later, both the bicyclists and the girls made it around the corner, making a sharp right in front of the science lab to head north and away from the carnage. Lucas intended to use the same escape route if he had enough time. His thigh muscles were burning, and he could hardly maintain his balance, but he kept his legs pumping to push the wheelchair even faster than before. 20 seconds later, he and Drew were still alive when they made it to the end of the grassy mall. He aimed the chair to the right, almost tossing Drew out of the seat when they made the 90-degree turn and hurried north between the science lab and the far end of the student union. "Hang on, little brother. We're almost there," he yelled, hoping Drew could hear him above the noise, but his brother didn't answer. One look down, and Lucas knew why. Drew's head was hanging and bobbing as they moved. He must have been unconscious again. Lucas figured the dome's high decibel shrieking knocked him out. The same thing had happened the previous night when they approached the steps of the student union. He pushed Drew's chair as hard as he could. But it wasn't easy, not while gasping for air and pushing through the pain boiling in his thigh muscles. Just when a cramp started to form in his right leg, the squeal behind him stopped. Lucas slowed his hobble and looked over his right shoulder to see what was going on. He saw the enormous crown of the dome just beyond the top floor of the Student Union. It had stopped moving and was now a blistering orange color, like it was mad and changing its mood. There was a pair of news helicopters on the far side of campus, circling high above the giant intruder. Lucas wondered why their pilots weren't affected by the squeal. The sound seemed to disable nearly everyone else in the vicinity, at least on the ground. Perhaps it had limited range. It was also possible the dome's shrill was unidirectional, and only people directly in front of it could hear it. A heartbeat later, Lucas heard a swooshing hum-like sound as the dome vanished. The hum was followed by a rush of wind that sucked him back toward the dome's position, again, much like what happened the night before when the flash vanished from the steps. His chest constricted as he realized this was another bloody connection to the E-121 lab experiment. The facts were piling up, and all of them meant more death on his hands. It was becoming crystal clear he couldn't outrun his legacy of failures. No matter how hard he tried, or how many lies he told himself, destiny was coming for him, and it was painted in a sea of red. All he could do right now was try to protect his brother from whatever was coming next. Drew woke up a few seconds later and rubbed his forehead. "Whoa, my head's killing me. Where are we?" "We're just north of the lab. We're safe, for now, I think." Drew looked back in the direction of the Student Union. "What happened to that thing?" "I don't know. It just stopped moving and then vanished, just about the time you woke up." "We should go back and see if anyone needs help." Lucas didn't answer right away. He needed to think it through. Even though his logic was screaming at him to keep running and get as far away as possible, he knew he couldn't, not after his guilty conscience had just teamed up with his breaking heart, keeping him right where he was, both in mind and spirit. When facing a mountain of debt, a good man chips away as best he can in an attempt to repay what he owes, even if it's a foolish, fleeting endeavor. A good man faces adversity head-on and never gives up, no matter the odds. And that's what he planned to do. "Okay, we head back, but if another one of those energy domes appears, we don't stick around for a second. Agreed?" Drew nodded. Lucas stretched out his leg muscles, ridding them of the cramping sensation so he could stay effectively mobile. The brothers reversed course and went back to the south side of the Student Union. When they turned the corner to face the mall, Lucas's eyes locked onto a horrific sight. He couldn't help but stare at the long, shallow, devastated channel in front of them. It was about 300 feet wide and perfectly straight, and appeared to stretch to the east end of the mall near Campbell Avenue, and probably far beyond. All the buildings along the north side of the grassy mall were intact, but most of the campus buildings along the mall's south side had been obliterated, including the 4-story library and the old bear-down basketball gym. He wondered how many students had been inside when the buildings were destroyed. Too many to count, he decided, facing a rising, seemingly endless death toll. Yet he wouldn't allow his mind to focus on it. It was too painful and too debilitating to his thought processes. He needed to be cold, calculating, and deliberate if there was any hope of making it through the events unfolding across campus. Deep down, he knew there was more to come, and he needed to stay sharp. He turned to his analytical side, hoping it would squash the emotions bubbling within. As Lucas had predicted, the energy field just missed consuming the Student Union. There was an 8-foot-wide strip of undisturbed grass between the event crater from the previous night's theater event and the wreckage from this latest incident. Everything else caught in the dome's path had vanished. Again, there was no visible rubble. "Looks like more of that black residue," Drew said, pointing to a film of black powder covering the bottom of the entire channel. Lucas saw something else, a tall, pyramid-shaped mass near the dome's endpoint. "Let's go check it out," he said, pointing at the discovery. His feet took him closer, though his logic wanted him to turn tail and run. "Oh my God, is that what I think it is?" Drew asked, as a throng of onlookers closed in around them. "Yeah, it is. "A pile of bodies, at least bits and pieces of them," he answered, turning his head away for a few moments to process the ghastly sight without hurling. The move seemed to work, allowing him to bring his eyes forward again. The stench coming from the pile was overpowering, and based on the reactions of those around him, everyone was getting a noseful. Drew was the first to lean over and vomit, barely missing the side of his chair. 4 of the other witnesses sent out their own puke, covering the grass in bile and food chunks. Drew sat upright and wiped off his chin. "What the heck's going on here, Lucas?" "I'm not sure exactly," he answered, scooping up a handful of the black residue. He looked around to make sure no one was within earshot before he spoke again. "But, like we talked about last night, I think it's all related to our E-121 experiment." Drew sat quietly in his chair, looking stunned. "There are just too many similarities. All of it is tied to this black residue somehow. This kind of shit just doesn't happen by coincidence." Lucas studied the pile in front of him. The facts seemed to indicate the dome had expelled an 8-foot-high mound of semi-liquid human remains. The heap oozed down its sides as gravity pulled at its gooey consistency, made up of organs, muscle, tissue, fingers, skulls, bones, brain matter, and intestines, intermingled like a bloody tossed salad. The coroner's office was going to be busy for months sorting out the remains. He couldn't see any signs of clothing in the bloody pile, but he wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. On one hand, it eliminated any hope of visually identifying Abby or the other half of Jasmine. On the other, the lack of evidence protected Drew in his fragile emotional state. Lucas decided it was probably a good thing Abby's pink windbreaker wasn't visible in the dome's waste pile. Drew would still have hope, and that's all he could ask at this point. "You think it'll happen again?" Drew asked. The answer was yes, but he didn't want to come clean with his brother. He chose to spin his answer a bit, lessening the blow. "I don't know. Maybe. It all seems a little too fantastic to even comprehend. I sincerely hope this is the end of it, but we shouldn't wait around to find out. Let's get out of here." Chapter 10. On the way back to their apartment, Lucas noticed a white broadcast van parked a few hundred feet past the science lab on a side street to the left. The vehicle sat behind 2 other news vans from competing stations, all of them facing the opposite way. "Hey, check it out," Lucas said, pointing at the back of the vehicles. "You think they caught anything on camera?" "There's only one way to find out. Let's go." When they arrived, they found the first van's cargo door open, partially covering up the faded black stenciling on the side, which Lucas determined to be Channel 9 News. Inside were 2 clean-cut young technicians wearing jeans and t-shirts. They seemed to be taking an order from an older man with a bad comb-over and a belly hanging down to the front pockets of his slacks. All 3 were sitting close together in front of the mobile studio, watching the center monitor. Lucas poked his head inside, clearing his throat before he spoke. "Hey, guys, is that footage of the energy field that just tore up the mall?" The older man flinched, then turned around. He had the red cheeks and weary, bloodshot eyes of a longtime alcoholic. "Yeah, it is. Who the hell are you?" "Dr. Lucas Ramsay. I'm with the astrophysics department," Lucas said, climbing up and in while leaving Drew sitting outside in his wheelchair. "Seriously?" the man asked. "I'm supposed to believe that?" "Yeah, because it's true. I really am a physicist, part of Dr. Cleeseby's crew. I'm sure you've heard of him. He owns BTX Enterprises, and you've had him on your news broadcast at least a dozen times. He's my boss and the dean of the astrophysics department." The man looked him over from head to toe, but didn't say anything. Drew stuck his head inside the opening, leaning forward and still seated in his chair. "My brother's telling you the truth. You can pull his name up on the internet if you want. He's listed as part of the staff. Go ahead, check it out. Dr. Lucas Ramsay. It'll be listed under the University of Arizona Physics Research Team." The old man's concerned look faded. He gripped Lucas's hand and gave it a shake. "I'm Don Wenzel, field producer, Channel 9 News." Lucas nodded and gave him a half smile. "Can I take a closer look at the video? I may be able to explain what happened." "Sure, Doc. Why not? Provided we get the exclusive." "It's a deal." Wenzel used his left hand to nudge one of the techs out of his chair before motioning to Lucas to sit down, which he did. "Can you restart it at the beginning? It would help if I can see everything you have," Lucas asked, turning his head to check on Drew. His brother was sitting outside the door, trying to peer around Lucas to see the screen in front. Lucas brought his eyes back to the equipment and decided to shift the chair a few inches to the left. If the news crew managed to capture the tragedy in digital form, he needed to block Drew's view. The last thing he wanted was for the horrific images to burn a hole in Drew's memories for all of eternity. There would be no way to unsee what was sure to appear on the screen in the next few seconds. Lucas felt it was best if he was the only member of the Ramsay family to carry that burden. His job was to protect Drew, and this was one of the ways he could do just that. Wenzel restarted the playback, showing an overhead feed from one of the helicopters circling the mall. The first few minutes showed the energy dome working its way west from Campbell Avenue, gobbling up street signs, cars, campus buildings, fencing, and most of the university's newly renovated aquatic center. It was hard for him to watch as a handful of students scrambled to get away from it. Some made it, others didn't, snuffing their lives out in an instant. The helicopter caught up to the dome and then flew directly over it. When its camera tilted down, Lucas could see deep inside the phenomenon through an opening in the crown. The aperture was like the eye of a hurricane, showing debris being carved out along the dome's inside edge and, while suspended in midair, twisted and compacted into a long, winding rope of matter before being flushed through a swirling black vortex in the center. He watched partially consumed buildings collapse along the south side of the mall, but only after the energy field moved past them. While the dome was in contact with them, the damaged structures seemed to defy gravity and remain erect, leading Lucas to believe the energy field's perimeter was acting like a stabilizing force, keeping the buildings upright until after it passed. Lucas leaned in closer when the recording showed the energy field rumbling across the mall, consuming every inch of grass, trees, cement, and pavement, all of it stripped from the earth and wedged through the sphere's powerful vortex. Just then, on the screen, he saw himself in miniature on the ground. He was running up the right side of the monitor as he pushed Drew in his chair along the front of the student union, heading west. The perspective was a little disconcerting. He'd never seen himself on video before, and seeing his size relative to the massive dome and its destructive force made him feel small and insignificant. Sort of how he imagined the rest of the scientific community viewed him now after Dr. Green's scathing comments about his thesis. On the left side of the screen, 2 injured females, one of them pregnant, were struggling in the grass, trying to get up before the energy field reached them. Lucas had to look away from the horror when he realized they didn't make it. He was obviously wrong earlier when he'd told Drew the police would help those injured in the mass exodus. The dome continued up the video screen, slaughtering people unable to escape its maw. Lucas held his breath as their bodies were ripped apart like string cheese, then mangled and distorted as they were sucked through the dome's violent eddy. After the miniature versions of him and his brother disappeared off the screen, the energy dome stopped moving, turned an orange color, and then dissipated a few seconds later. The news camera zoomed in for a dramatic close-up of the mound of bloody human remains left behind, the same pile they'd seen earlier when most everyone started puking. Lucas felt like he was watching a science fiction movie, one that featured a fictional report from a war zone halfway around the world, somewhere in a developing nation, somewhere remote and disconnected from real life. He had to remind himself that he'd just seen the events happen with his own eyes, and it was real, all of it within what was supposed to be the safe and peaceful confines of a university campus. A campus within the borders of the most highly developed country in the world. Lucas looked at the producer. "Could you burn a copy of the footage onto a DVD for me? I'd like to analyze it." "Sorry, can't do it. Not without my station manager's okay. I'm sure he's going to want to see it first." "We don't have time for that. Look, I'm not going to steal it. If you want, watermark the footage with your station's logo and copyright. Just don't obscure the important stuff." Wenzel hesitated before he finally agreed. 3 minutes later, the producer handed a DVD to Lucas. "Can you tell me what this thing is?" Death from above, a stupid mistake, the end of his career were the phrases that first popped into Lucas's head, but he chose to hold them all back. "I'm not sure yet, but once I've had a chance to analyze your video, I should be able to. Give me your number and I'll call you later with the results." Wenzel gave Lucas his business card. Lucas shook his hand, then climbed out of the van. "What did you guys see?" Drew asked. "I'll show you later. Let's head back to the apartment so I can check this out better." Neither of them said anything until after they crossed Speedway Boulevard on the north side of campus. That's when Lucas decided to break the eerie silence. "Earlier, when I saw you with the FBI, what did you tell them?" "I didn't tell them anything, except that my girlfriend was on the steps when the accident happened." Lucas thought the use of the term girlfriend was a little premature. One breakfast did not constitute much of a relationship, certainly not one that would qualify her as Drew's girlfriend. But seriously, what the hell did he know about relationships, let alone members of the opposite sex? So he let it go. Besides, there were more important things on his mind right now. "Did you tell them you saw it, that you were there at the theater?" "Yeah, I sort of had to. It was the only way they'd talk to me. I'm sorry, but I just couldn't stay away. I had to see if there was any news about Abby." "What else did you say?" "That was it. I didn't mention E-121 or our accident in the lab," Drew said, as his eyes welled with tears. "Do you think we're really responsible for all this? That we killed Abby and all those other people?" "There's no we in this, brother. If the E-121 experiment is somehow responsible, then this is all on me. I'll be the one to take the heat, not you." "But," Drew said, "no, we talked about this before. It was my call. End of story. I don't want to have this conversation again." "Okay, but I still think you're wrong. Brothers should stick together, no matter what." "I appreciate it, but no, I've got this. When they come for me. Alone. Understood?" Drew nodded, though his face clearly indicated he wasn't happy about it. "Let's focus on what to do next, okay?" Lucas asked, wanting to shift gears and get back on track. Drew wrinkled his nose. "Maybe we should leave town?" "What are you saying? Hide out? Like low-life criminals?" "Seems like the right move to me." "No, we're not running." "Okay, then call it leaving town for safety reasons." "And go where? We don't know if this thing will happen again or where. If it starts jumping around, then no place is safe. Besides, if we did cause this, then the honorable thing to do is stay and find a way to stop it." "You're right," Drew said, letting his face run soft. "And the only place we can do that is right here, in our lab." Just then, Drew seemed to find emotional strength. His body language, face, and tone of his voice changed, almost as if the reality of the situation had taken root and charged his resolve. "That's true. We have to stay. It's our duty to stop it, for Abby and everyone else. That's what Dad would have wanted us to do." Lucas nodded. "It's time to man up. And the only way we can do that is to focus on what we do best, figuring this out. Let the police and the emergency crews deal with the rest. We can't afford to get caught up in the middle of all this insanity. We've got work to do." 15 minutes later, Lucas heard their phone ringing when they made it to the front door of their apartment. He struggled to find his keys, but eventually opened the deadbolt lock and ran inside. But by the time he made it to the phone, the caller had hung up. He turned to Drew, who was just arriving in his chair. "I'm guessing that was probably Mom?" Knowing her, she saw the news and has been calling every 5 minutes. She must be worried sick. Lucas gave him the phone receiver. "Why don't you give her a quick call while I make backups of the news footage?" "What do I tell her?" "Just tell her we're okay, but don't mention anything about E-121 or our lab accident. If she asks about us coming home, tell her we need to stay here and help. If she gives you any grief about it, remind her Dad would have wanted us to pitch in and help the victims in any way we can. She won't like it, but she'll understand. It's the honorable thing to do." "Okay, I can do that." Lucas went to his desk and logged onto the laptop computer. He then proceeded to copy the DVD evidence to his hard drive. Once it was on the hard disk, he uploaded the video files over the internet to his private cloud storage space, which Cleesby had given him for their computer's weekly off-site backups. Lucas kept backup copies of all their research material stored there as well. Drew rolled over to the desk after hanging up the phone. "Mom's good, but you were right. At first, she didn't like the idea of us staying here, but once I mentioned Dad, she understood. I told her we'll watch out for each other, so she didn't need to worry." "You done yet?" "Just about," Lucas said, opening the desk drawer. He searched through the pile of junk in the drawer, tossing items aside with his fingers. "What are you looking for?" "Have you seen the 64-gigabyte thumb drive we just got from Trevor? I want to make a copy of everything so we can have it all in one place." "It's still in my backpack. I'll get it." Lucas craned his neck up when he heard the pound of footsteps walking across the floor of the apartment above them. A few seconds later, his upstairs neighbor flushed the toilet, sending a loud stream of water gurgling down the sewer pipes in the wall. But the noise didn't stop there. The squeal of a chair rang out from above as it was being pulled across the floor. Drew tapped Lucas on the arm, bringing his eyes down from the ceiling. He gave the flash drive to Lucas. "If you need the space, delete my study folders from last semester. I don't need them anymore." "Why don't you see what the news is saying?" Lucas suggested, pointing at the TV. He inserted the flash drive into his computer's USB port. "The remote's on the couch. Hit the mute button so I can work in peace." Drew rolled to the couch and did as he was told. A few minutes later, he called out to Lucas in a concerned tone. "Hey, you'd better come see this." "What's wrong?" Lucas answered with only partial interest. He was still in the middle of his USB drive's download. "They're setting up roadblocks around campus." Lucas grabbed his laptop, flew out of his chair, and raced over to the couch, where he set his computer down in front of him on the coffee table. The broadcast showed 4 soldiers patrolling the street in front of the north entrance to the university, while 2 other soldiers erected sawhorse-style barricades from one side of the street to the other. 3 Humvees were parked perpendicular to the street, just behind the barricade. "Hey, isn't that our entrance on Speedway?" Lucas asked. "The one we just went through?" Drew nodded. "Good thing we got out of there when we did." Along the bottom of the screen, the news ticker displayed the words, "Breaking news. Suspected terrorist attack in Tucson. National Guard activated. Arizona governor declares state of emergency." Lucas rolled his eyes and tossed his hands up. "Now we'll never get back into the lab." "Maybe we should call Dr. Cleesby. I'll bet he can get us in." Lucas liked the idea and dashed to their wall phone, snatching the receiver from its cradle. He didn't have Cleesby's hotel information in Washington, so he dialed the professor's cell phone, only to have his call redirected to the professor's voicemail box. He left a message. "Dr. Cleesby, this is Lucas. Please call me at the apartment when you get a chance. It's urgent." Next, he tried calling Bruno on both his cell phone and his home phone. There was no answer on either number. "Damn it! Where is everybody?" "You could try Trevor. We both know he's home," Drew said, looking up at the ceiling. "Worth a shot," Lucas said, before grabbing a broom leaning against the wall next to the fridge. He walked to the center of the room and stood between the couch and coffee table. Above him, the ceiling was covered with dozens of shallow, nickel-sized indentations. He picked a new spot, then raised the broom handle and rammed it into the ceiling 3 times, careful not to punch a hole in the drywall. "You know, this would be a lot easier if he'd just get a damn phone. I mean, seriously, how hard is that?" Drew shrugged, turning his eyes back to the TV broadcast. Lucas sat down on the couch and checked his laptop to see if the video download had finished. The progress bar showed 100% complete. He removed the USB thumb drive and put it into his front pocket. Less than 30 seconds later, there was a knock at the door. "Trevor?" Drew asked. "That was fast. The dude must have sprinted down here." When Lucas opened the door, he was surprised to find Dr. Cleesby standing there, holding one of the E-121 transport cases. Lucas cleared his throat, knowing he was in trouble. Cleesby never came by their apartment unannounced. "You back from Washington already, Professor?" Cleesby unlatched the container's lid and opened it. "Where the hell is it?" Lucas needed a few seconds to think, but his mind wasn't cooperating. "Why don't you come in, boss?" Cleesby scowled and breezed past him. The professor took the middle seat on the sofa, while Lucas sat down across from him in a wooden rocking chair his father had made for them in the workshop back home in Phoenix. Cleesby put the material case on the coffee table. "With President Lathrop closing campus, I went to your lab to retrieve the E-121 samples. Imagine my surprise when I found this container empty." Time to come clean, Lucas thought. There was no way around it. He needed to address it head on, but choose his words carefully. He didn't want to implicate anyone else, namely his brother. Oh, and Trevor. He cleared his throat again, then swallowed to buy himself a few extra seconds of think time. The words finally came to him, and he was ready. "Professor, there's something I need to explain, but before I do, I need to tell you that Drew, Trevor, and Abby had nothing to do with it. It was my decision, and I take full responsibility for everything that happened." "Wait, Professor?" Drew said, trying to join the conversation, but Lucas held out his hand, making sure to stop him. "No, Drew," Lucas said. He spoke in a soft tone. "I'm not letting you take the fall for this." "But we did it to—" "Not how I see it, bro. I was the man in charge, and it's my responsibility, not yours."
What the hell did you do?
Cleesby snapped, his cheeks turning red. Friday night, after you left for D.C., Lucas said, taking a moment to formulate the rest of the words. I alone, decided to run the experiment again. Drew had nothing to do with this. You did what? Cleesby said, with a stunned look on his face. No. Tell me I didn't just hear those words come out of your mouth. Maybe it's best if I show you, Lucas said, queuing up the reactor's video feed on his laptop. The recording showed the core's flash of light in slow motion and the disappearance of E-121 and its canister. Cleesby's nostrils flared and his face turned an even deeper shade of red. He just sat there, shaking his head with his jaw clenched, staring at the wall across from him. Lucas thought his boss was about to blow a gasket, so he quickly explained, hoping to defuse the situation. I felt like I had to try again while I still had access to the lab. With the committee shutting us down and you heading to Washington, I thought I might never get another chance, so I convinced Drew to help me. We cranked up the juice and used full power. And we corrected your wave displacement calculations, Drew said. Again, sir, it was all my decision, Lucas added. Cleesby lowered his head and began to rub his forehead with his hand. Almost a full minute later, he said, You know, there was a damn good reason why I changed your specs. I specifically told you to only use half power. You never should have made any modifications without checking with me first. Yes, sir, I know. I'm sorry. But there's more I need to show you, Lucas said, starting the video of the theater's flash event using frame-by-frame mode. He stopped the playback at the point right before he used the student's video camera to capture close-up footage of the body parts. He wanted to prepare the professor for what came next. How did you get this? Cleesby asked. Drew and I were on scene when it happened. Why were you there at that time of night? We were meeting Abby and her roommate at the theater for a midnight movie. It was a double date of sorts. Cleesby sighed. Were the girls already there? Yes. She was on the steps with her roommate when the flash appeared. I'm afraid they're both gone, sir, Lucas said, lowering his head in shame. He waited for a reprimand, but it never came. Lucas brought his head up and looked at his boss. Cleesby's mouth was hanging open, with his eyes transfixed on the floor. Somebody should call Abby's parents, Lucas said 30 seconds later. She doesn't have any. They're both dead, Drew replied. So, I take it one of you brought the video camera to the scene, Cleesby asked, breaking his silence. No, Professor. I found it there, on a step. It belonged to one of the people waiting in line. They were using it when the event happened. Then what? I recorded the scene. Here's what I shot, Lucas said, clicking the play button on his laptop screen. Notice how there's a complete lack of rubble and blood, only body parts. Clearly this wasn't an explosion. Despite what the police think, I doubt a terrorist cell could have caused this type of destruction. Cleesby gasped and then turned away when the close-up shot of Jasmine's severed torso appeared on the screen. Okay, enough. I get the picture. Lucas canceled the rest of the playback, then queued up the Channel 9 news video before asking Cleesby, Did you hear about the energy field that leveled the mall this morning? Cleesby nodded, his eyes squinting. Lucas played the video footage. This was shot from one of Channel 9's news helicopters. Notice the dome's transparent crown and how it lets us see what's happening inside. It may be a possible weakness or an entry point that could be exploited somehow. Inside, you can see matter as it's stripped from the earth, then it gets twisted and compacted before being sucked through the vortex. He stopped the playback just before the grand finale. Did you notice any change in air pressure following the event? Cleesby asked. Lucas didn't expect that question, taking a second to frame a response. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. Both times. It felt like I was being pulled toward ground zero, not pushed. Cleesby smirked, as if he'd expected the answer. There's something else you might find interesting, Lucas said, replaying the last few seconds of the video. He froze the recording just after the camera zoomed in and revealed the pyramid-shaped heap of tissue and bones. The energy field leaves behind some sort of bioexcretion when it dissipates. Lucas double-clicked his laptop mousepad to replay the video file containing the theater's flash event. He fast-forwarded to the very end and then paused the recording on a scene showing the black powder sitting inside the crater. He looked at his brother. Grab the sample. Drew opened his backpack and took out a plastic container. He gave Cleesby the sample of black powder. We found the same black residue inside the reactor core after E-121 vanished, Lucas said.
Did you analyze it?
Cleesby asked. Yeah, with Griffith's mass spectrometer across the hall, Drew replied. But the results were inconclusive. It didn't detect any chemical or organic compounds. It's as if it doesn't even exist. Cleesby held up the container and shook it before his eyes, much like Drew had done earlier in the lab. We also found the same substance inside the theater's crater, and it was all over the mall today after the energy field tore across campus, Lucas said. Cleesby opened the container and smelled the residue before rubbing some of it between his fingers. It certainly appears E-121's disappearance is somehow linked to the two incidents on campus. Wouldn't you agree? He asked Lucas. Yeah, it does. But have you ever seen a substance like this before, Professor? Once, a long time ago, when I was about 10 years older than you are now. We never were able to identify it, Cleesby replied, closing the lid to the container. I'd like to run this by an old friend to see what he can make of it. Substance identification has come a long way in the past 50 years, and maybe he might be able to tell us what it is. There's one more thing you should know, Drew said. Right before E-121 vanished in the reactor's core, there was a massive power surge. How massive? Hard to say. It was off the chart. Give me an estimate. Based on the power acceleration curve and factoring in the composition and density of E-121 and its receptacle, I'd say at least 6 times 10 to the 31st terajoules. That's over 1 trillion times more energy than our sun releases in an hour. How is that possible? I don't know, but that's what the values indicate. What was the source of the spike? Drew shrugged. We have no idea. Was it from some type of cascading reaction? We don't think so, Lucas answered. We reviewed all the data, but found nothing to suggest that. I just don't see how our experiment could have generated that level of energy. It wasn't designed for anything close to that. I hope you realize I can't just cover this up. We'll have to report everything to the advisory committee and to the authorities. Larson is going to want your heads on a silver platter, and I don't think I can protect you from that festering pustule of a man. We understand, Professor, Lucas replied in a solemn voice. I need you to put together a copy of all the evidence and get it to me ASAP. I want to review it with my colleagues on the committee and get everyone's input. Lucas retrieved the thumb drive from his pocket and gave it to Cleesby. It's all on here, boss, including the data logs. He was hopeful the committee's senior professors would be able to assist. 2 of them were Nobel laureates who had won the prize for physics. Just before he walked out the door, Cleesby turned and said, Let's meet tomorrow morning in your lab, 9 a.m. We can sit down and go through the data together. How are we supposed to get past the roadblocks? The military's never going to let us through, Lucas said. I'll figure something out and let you know in the morning. Chapter 11. Monday, December 24th. The next morning, Lucas untangled his feet from the sheets and flew out of bed when the wall phone rang, waking him from a deep sleep. Who the hell is calling so damn early? Lucas groaned in a rusty, thready voice, hearing his brother stirring in the bed across from his. It better not be another one of those damn political polls. He stumbled in the dark to the main room and lifted the receiver. He intended to be rude to the caller, but changed his mind at the last second, just in case it was someone he knew. Lucas Ramsay speaking. Lucas, I'm glad you're up. It's DL. I don't have time to explain, but the meeting's been changed to 7 a.m. I've already sent a car to get you. I'll be there shortly. Make sure you bring Trevor along. Understood? You got it, Professor. See you then, Lucas replied, his head still running in slow motion after the call woke him up. His lips had answered on their own before his brain had a chance to store the information relayed by his boss. He called the mental condition autopilot amnesia, a curse of intellectuals who disappear into their own thoughts on a moment's notice, while carrying on in the physical world like normal people. He took a second to replay Cleesby's words, finding them rattling around inside his head as fading echoes of reality. He was able to latch onto them and memorize the details before they vanished from his thoughts completely. The fact that he'd been able to doze off the night before was something of a miracle after everything that happened. The events kept replaying over and over in his mind like some miraculous breakaway goal in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Somewhere along the way, his eyes finally closed and his brain shut off, letting him drift off into the blissful state of unconsciousness. His decision to finally tell Cleesby everything probably had something to do with it. Confession is good for the soul. He was thankful for the bounty of shut-eye, because facing another day with the load of blood on his hands wasn't going to be easy. The last thing he needed was to be dragging his body around like the Walking Dead. Lucas went across the main room and stuck his head into the doorway of their bedroom. "Hey, Drew, get your ass up. Cleeseby's changed the meeting to 7. Drew stirred momentarily under the covers, but didn't respond. "Dude, get up. We need to get moving, now." Okay, I heard you the first time," his brother said, turning over and sitting up. Lucas turned to face the refrigerator, which was just outside the door to their bedroom. He snatched the broom next to the fridge, then walked to the center of the room and rammed it into the ceiling 3 times to call Trevor. A few seconds later, the broom was stored away and the fridge was open. He found a can of grape soda sitting on the top shelf. He grabbed it, tapping the top of the can with his finger 5 times before popping the tab. 3 powerful gulps later, the can was empty. "Nectar of the gods," he said, after letting out a thunderous belch that rattled his throat. "Nice one," Drew said, cruising into the room in his chair. His hair was sticking out in all sorts of directions. "Do you know why DL changed the meeting?" "Nope, not a clue," Lucas said, tossing the aluminum can in the recycle bin. "Where's our notebook?" "It's on the desk." Lucas found the red and blue spiral notebook right where his brother said it was. He slipped it into Drew's backpack and began to wonder what might explain the sudden change in Cleeseby's plan. Not that it mattered. Nothing was going to change what Lucas had to do next. First, protect Drew. Second, man up and face the wrath of the advisory committee. Third, try to convince everyone it was all just an accident and he never intended to hurt anyone with the experiment. They'd have to understand, right? After all, they were all scientists, and every scientist knows that mistakes can happen in the lab. Sometimes people even get hurt or killed, especially in the field of advanced theoretical physics. And besides, the experiment had been sanctioned by the committee and by the feds in the first place. How could anyone have expected him to anticipate the results? He liked his argument. It all sounded logical and reasonable. For a moment, he thought everything might just be okay. Then, his intellect took control, reminding him of other, more troubling facts. Facts that weren't going to help his case. His paper submittal to Dr. Green, Larson shutting down the experiment, ignoring direct orders from Cleesby, the vanishing E-121 material from the reactor, then the endless blood, death, and destruction on campus. Lucas gulped, knowing he was totally and completely screwed. The kind of screwed that often leads to courtrooms, endless hate mail, and jail time. He turned and looked at the door, half expecting the police to come crashing through and arrest him for mass murder. He waited, but nothing happened. Then he shook his head and told himself he was overreacting about the earlier-than-expected meeting. DL probably had other things to do today, and simply moved the meeting up a few hours to accommodate his schedule. Positive thoughts, he told himself. Everything would work out. Just stand up and tell the truth. Cleesby would protect him. He always did. It was all just a horrible, freak lab accident. Lucas quickly dressed and sat down on the couch to wait for his brother. He powered on the TV and changed the channel to one of the network news stations. There was an African-American female correspondent standing in a crowded parking lot filled with emergency vehicles. Superimposed across the bottom of the screen was the phrase, "North Hanover, New Jersey, leveled. McGuire Air Force Base spared." The broadcast switched to an overhead feed from a helicopter, which showed a familiar-looking trail of black destruction several blocks long that cut through the center of the city. Lucas's heart sank as he watched the all-too-familiar scene play out on the screen. Another war zone in the heart of the USA. Brought to you by Dr. Lucas Ramsay. A totally fucked Dr. Ramsay, soon to be breaking rocks in some harsh outdoor labor camp sponsored by the state of Arizona, he mumbled to himself. A minute later, he watched a group of firefighters wandering around the scene, then turned his head to call his brother, who was digging around inside the fridge for something to eat. "Looks like another energy dome has appeared." "Where? Tucson?" "No, this one's in New Jersey." "Jersey? That's like 2,000 miles away." "I know, not good. It's spreading." Drew came cruising over to the couch. His right wheel slammed into the side next to Lucas. "Was anyone hurt?" "Looks like it. The dome took out a small town," Lucas answered, wondering how much more guilt he'd have to endure. He wasn't sure his conscience could take much more. "Any more black residue?" "Oh yeah, it's there. I wonder why it moved to New Jersey." "No clue. But it looks like I was right. No place is safe. What about Mom up in Phoenix? We'll have to deal with her later. The chance of something happening to her versus the rest of the planet is virtually nil. But still, look, the best way we can help her is to help everyone, and that means we focus on figuring out how to stop this before it happens again. Trust me, nobody on this planet wants to solve this more than me. We'll need to convince the professor that we can. Otherwise, I don't think he'll let us anywhere near the lab. I'm sure he's lost faith in us. I know. But he has to, for everyone's sake. All we need is a second chance. Like Dad needed. Exactly. I figure the universe owes our family one. You ready to go? Drew nodded, right before Trevor knocked on the door. The three of them went down to the first floor to wait for Cleeseby's driver. They were just outside the main entrance, next to the manager's office, when a 4-door sedan picked them up for their short commute to the science lab. They traveled south toward the cordoned-off university and used the driver's credentials to pass through the north checkpoint. Military troops had set up roadblocks and checkpoints to limit access to campus while forensic investigations continued. The driver pulled up to the front of the science lab to drop them off. Inside, the three of them met up with Bruno, who was guarding the security entrance as usual, standing next to two of his beefier staff members. Dr. Lucas, I'm to escort you to NASA's security station. There are several people waiting for you. DL said he'll meet you there. NASA? Drew asked. That ain't good, Lucas said, feeling the knot in his stomach tighten. He'd never been within 50 yards of NASA's section of the building. He'd often wondered what stealthy projects were underway, but never imagined he'd actually have the opportunity to walk the halls of the top-secret wing. Trevor put one of his enormous hands on Lucas's shoulder, gripping it gently as a friend would do. Despite his uneasiness, Lucas forced himself to remain calm. He cleared his mind and took a few deep breaths. He needed to be 100% on point, or no one would listen to him. The meeting's new location meant the situation had escalated. NASA would never have granted them access unless the circumstances left them with no other choice. Bruno led Trevor and the Ramsay brothers past their own lab and continued on to NASA's checkpoint, where he stopped to shake each of their hands. Good luck today, boys. I need to return to my station before my guys run amok. Hopefully, DL will allow me to send them home soon. After Bruno left, a 2-man crew of armed MPs frisked Lucas, and then they searched Trevor and Drew, before instructing the trio of scientists to go through another gauntlet of scanning equipment. Lucas walked through first, holding his breath. He hated these things, always feeling like his organs were being irradiated. No alarms sounded, and he was cleared for entry. A guard handed him a dark blue NASA visitor's badge, which he clipped to his shirt pocket. Trevor picked up Drew and carried him through the 2 screening devices. Once again, the security devices remained silent. Trevor put Drew back in his chair, and the guards handed them visitors' badges to wear as well. They were escorted down 2 connecting hallways before arriving in front of a metal-grated freight elevator. Lucas knew there was only one reason for the single-story building to have an elevator. They were about to travel underground. He boarded the lift and stood with the small of his back pressing against the rear handrail. Lucas could smell a lingering cigar odor. Actually, it was a nasty cigar stench. That meant only one thing. Cleesby must have ridden the elevator recently. One of the guards pressed the control panel's bottom-most button, illuminating the number 20. As the lift descended, Lucas thought about NASA's lengthy 10-year construction period. There was plenty of gossip floating around campus, but nobody seemed to know the reason it took so long. Now he knew. Building a secret 20-story subterranean bunker directly under campus was an impressive feat. It also corroborated the rumor that secret underground tests were being run, which had shaken their lab like a bartender finishing a James Bond martini. He wondered if Cleesby had known what was happening right under their feet, possibly damaging the science lab's foundation and putting all their lives in jeopardy. Lucas felt a body-wide flush when they stepped off the elevator on the 20th floor and were greeted by Mary Stinger, Cleesby's executive assistant, the same young woman who held the starring role in many of Lucas's late-night sexual fantasies. She smiled. "Hello, Dr. Ramsay. I'm to escort all 3 of you to the conference room, which is at the far end of this floor. Please, follow me." She held out her hands in the MP's direction. "I've got it from here, boys. You may return to the surface." Lucas couldn't keep his eyes off Mary's body. He'd been preconditioned to appreciate a beautiful woman's appearance, just like every other male of the species. Even in a tense, dire situation like this, it was difficult to stop his eyes from wandering. Then again, maybe a temporary diversion was just what he needed right about now, so he decided to set them free. Mary's silky orange blouse was unbuttoned deep below her neckline to expose a sizable portion of her upper breasts. He snuck several peeks, trying not to appear obvious, but it was difficult not to stare. Her cleavage wasn't only magnificent, it acted like a magnet for his eyes. He kept a close eye on her as she started to walk down the hallway. She swayed her hips with purpose, walking with a distinct bounce in her step, as if she were strutting down the runway at some New York fashion show. He listened to the rhythmic clatter of her 6-inch heels smacking the cement floor, which, when combined with the metronome-like stride of her tan legs, was almost hypnotizing. He'd gladly follow her anywhere. Drew waited to let Lucas file in behind Dr. Cleeseby's assistant, Mary, knowing his brother would appreciate the priority view of her figure. His assumption proved correct when Lucas flared his eyebrows and gave him a quick thank you nod. Before Drew followed his brother and Mary down the corridor, he took a look back at the MPs waiting inside the elevator for the doors to close. The sharply dressed men were standing in the rear of the car with their keen, hawk-like eyes trained on him. But there were fewer men in the lift than he remembered. Somehow, his earlier head count had been off by 1. He wasn't sure how he'd made such a simple mistake, but figured it must have had something to do with his mind being too preoccupied with other matters. It was obvious his focus was slipping, and he needed to better his concentration since this might be his one and only visit inside NASA's underground complex. As they moved deeper into the facility, Drew micro-focused on the details around him, wanting to remember everything until the end of time. He tried to peek inside the various labs along the way, but couldn't because most of their doors were closed. Fortunately, on 2 occasions, he was able to catch a glimpse inside an open door when a person in a white lab coat just so happened to be entering or exiting as he cruised by. Inside the first room was an elderly woman sitting behind a desk. She was stirring the contents of a black coffee mug while leaning forward with her face unusually close to the computer screen. A row of 5-drawer filing cabinets stood watch behind her, and there were hundreds of shoebox-sized boxes stacked up all around the room. Each brown box had a red, white, and blue priority mail sticker on the side. Before the door swung closed, she turned to gaze at Drew, slipping on a pair of glasses that had been hanging on a chain in front of her chest. The second room featured 2 heavy-set men, maybe Native Americans judging by their long black hair and dark skin. They were standing in front of a transparent grease board, scribbling equations in red and blue marker ink. The board was at least a foot taller than they were and framed in wood, with a set of casters for mobility. Drew could only see a portion of their work, but recognized it. They were attempting to control virtual protons in a quantized field. Not an easy feat, given the infinite number of excitation waves that could be produced or annihilated. If he wasn't expected elsewhere, he would have stopped to inform them their energy absorption rates were off. He brought his eyes forward and noticed an abundance of Marine personnel roaming the halls. He hadn't expected such a strong military presence inside a scientific facility. Granted, both the military and NASA were funded by the Congress, and NASA was nominally considered a defense agency, but it didn't explain why there appeared to be more Marines than scientists. The journey continued, with his hands gripping and releasing to push his wheelchair forward, one thrust at a time. Out of habit and to maintain his bearings, Drew kept track of their location as they moved deeper into the facility. He thought it prudent to calculate where they were in relation to their own lab on the ground floor, and to memorize the path back to the elevator, just in case it was needed later. Lucas led his brother into the waiting area outside the conference room. The seating area was just to the left of the conference room's double doors. The space had been adorned with 8 fabric-colored chairs and a glass coffee table sitting between them. 2 stacks of magazines were lying on the table, the top of which was lying open with a photograph of a man standing in an aluminum boat on a lake, fishing. "Go ahead and take a seat," Mary said, pointing. "They'll call for you when they're ready." The three scientists followed Mary's instructions and found seats in the waiting area along the wall. Lucas and Drew were next to each other, with Trevor on Lucas's left. Mary was now seated in the chair directly across from Lucas, with her legs crossed, ladylike. Lucas locked eyes on Mary's chest, studying the official NASA ID badge she was wearing. Since the ID had her name on it and included her photo, it meant she wasn't simply a visitor. She'd been granted specific security clearance, and, by extension, Cleesby must possess it as well. Obviously, there was a lot Lucas didn't know, and it was starting to make him question everything. The nagging feeling in his gut was telling him that what he didn't know about his mentor and his job at the university was more important than what he did know. The whole experience of being Cleesby's hired assistant was starting to feel like an exercise in humility, or futility, depending on how he wanted to look at it. Working in the dark, especially for a cryptic, emotionally detached man like the professor, is never easy. Lucas's planned recap of what had happened in the lab with the E-121 experiment was starting to rattle apart in his memory. It all sounded good when he rehearsed it earlier in his head, but now the words seemed meaningless and insignificant, sending his confidence running for the shadows. He needed to know a lot more about the nature of this meeting and who was attending. It was the only way to know for sure if he should change any of the details in his planned explanation or not. "Excuse me, Mary," he said, waiting for her eyes to meet his before continuing. "I was wondering who we are meeting with besides Dr. Cleesby?" "I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to say," she answered in a sharp, deliberate tone, almost as if she'd been expecting the question. "Okay, but can you at least tell me how many people are inside? Are they from NASA, the university, or from someplace else?" "Sorry, can't say. It would mean my job. I hope you understand." "I do. Just trying to get a feel for what to expect. Please don't take offense." A weak grin grew on her lips. "I don't. In fact, if I were in your shoes, I'd want to know as well." "Yeah, this waiting around and not knowing ain't going to be easy, that's for sure." Mary nodded, her face indicating she was deep in thought. "Well, there is one thing I can tell you. The group inside has been in conference for well over an hour. It probably won't be long now." Lucas nodded, feeling his worry level skyrocket. "So we need to be ready for whatever this is." "That would be my suggestion." Drew tapped Lucas on the arm, then leaned over and spoke in a whisper. "Did you see all the soldiers on the way here?" "You mean the Marines?" "Yeah, that's what I said." "No, you said soldiers. Marines aren't soldiers. Calling them that is fightin' words." "How do you know?" "I read, remember? They prefer to call each other jarhead or grunt or something along those lines, just not soldier," Lucas answered. "Sorry." "Easy mistake. I catch myself doing it all the time." "Yeah, but you're right. It does seem a bit odd. Why so many?" Lucas angled his head in Mary's direction. "Did you notice her ID badge?" "Sure did. The whole thing makes me nervous. Maybe the Marines have some joint venture project with NASA? After all, they're all part of our government. It's probably not the first time they've pooled their resources." Drew looked down at his lap and began to rock back and forth, clutching the leather pouch hanging from his neck. Lucas recognized his brother's familiar response. Drew was slipping away into his secret, dark place, trying to conceal himself from reality. He gave his brother a small hug. "It's going to be all right, little brother. I'll take care of it. I always do." "Drew okay? Need help?" Trevor asked Lucas, finally breaking his customary silence. "He'll be fine. Just give him a few minutes," Lucas said. "But thanks for asking, and for being here. You're a good friend." Lucas turned to face his brother. He hoped that by interrupting his brother's ritual, Drew would snap out of his funk. He nudged him on the shoulder. "Can you hand me the notebook?" Drew stopped rocking, unzipped his backpack, and pulled out the multicolored notebook they'd brought from the apartment. He gave it to Lucas. There was a faded purple stain on the lower half of its cover, next to the torn right edge. Lucas and Drew had exhausted the previous evening formulating a number of unorthodox theories regarding the nature of the energy fields the day before. They knew conventional thinking wasn't going to provide them with answers, let alone a solution. They'd considered every conceivable possibility, no matter how irrational or preposterous. They'd discussed cascading reactions, antimatter annihilation, subspace fractures, microsingularities, quantum rifts, subatomic space-time turbulence, and even the possibility of third-party sabotage. They developed multiple theory paths and mapped them to an elaborate decision tree, which they could implement depending on how future events unfolded. At the time, Lucas thought it was an ingenious, well-conceived plan that would impress Cleesby. Now, he wasn't so sure, especially since neither of them could explain the massive energy spike that triggered the E-121 incident. The energy levels were off the charts, and he knew mentioning it would make them sound like incompetent amateurs. "Would you mind if I ran through some of these theories with you, Trevor?" Lucas said, turning to the third page. "We need a fresh pair of eyes to help us check our accuracy and make sure our assumptions are valid. You can be our sounding board." "Go ahead, I help." 20 minutes later, Mary's digital pager began to beep. She reached for the unit and disabled its alarm. Lucas wondered why she was using such an antiquated device. Perhaps a dampening field was in place to block cell phone reception for security reasons. On the other hand, it may have been due to heavy terrestrial interference. A digital signal would degrade significantly, having to penetrate 20 floors of thick cement and rebar. A second later, Lucas heard at least 2 other pagers going off, though they sounded distant, possibly down the hall. "Are they ready for us?" Lucas asked her. She shook her head with a concerned look on her face. "That wasn't them." "Is something wrong?" "NASA just ordered everyone to evacuate the building." Lucas put his hands on the chair's armrests. "Do we need to leave?" "Not sure. Let me check," she replied, before standing up, adjusting her blouse, and walking to the conference room door. She knocked twice, then leaned through the doorframe as if she were waiting for permission to enter. She stepped inside and was gone less than a minute before returning with a folded piece of white paper. She handed it to Trevor. "This is from Dr. Cleesby. He says it's for your eyes only." Trevor stood up and moved away before unfolding the paper and reading the note. Mary told Lucas, "They're almost ready for you. Should only be a few more minutes." "Then I take it we're not evacuating with everyone else?" "No. You're to remain here until they call for you." "What's taking so long?" Drew asked. "They're wasting time. We really need to be in the lab finding answers." "It takes time to set up an execution," Lucas mumbled before he could stop his lips from muttering the words. He looked at Drew, but it didn't appear his brother heard his accidental comment. Trevor walked back and whispered something into Mary's ear, after which the two of them hurried down the hall and disappeared around the corner. "What was that all about?" Drew asked. "Who knows? This just keeps getting stranger by the minute. All we need now is for your friend Griffith to show up with one of his toxic chemical experiments," Lucas said, sitting back in his chair, thinking about the energy dome chasing them on campus. He was happy to be deep inside a hardened military-style shelter with thick, reinforced walls, far below ground where it couldn't reach them, but he worried for everyone else across the planet who was stuck on the surface with nowhere to hide. Drew clutched his leather pouch again and resumed rocking. Lucas expected the next hour of his life to be one he'd always remember. It was either going to be a career-making meeting, if one of their notebook theories proved to be the solution to the energy fields, or career-ending. Prison could be the result, too. He didn't know how this was all going to unfold, but it was clear the gut-wrenching stress was going to be his companion for a while. Just then, the conference room doors swung open, and Dr. Cleesby poked his head out. His face looked numb and pale, like he'd just seen a ghost. "Guys, it's time. Come on in." Lucas took a deep breath and steeled himself. Chapter 12. The windowless conference room was encased with gray, padded fabric along the interior of its walls. Lucas presumed it was some form of soundproof material, which was understandable given NASA's secret activities. More than likely, NASA was employing several layers of security countermeasures to safeguard today's meeting. In the center of the room was an oval mahogany table featuring a 4-sided television platform built into its center. A 3D NASA logo was spinning on the screen facing him, acting like a bouncing screensaver. Lucas waited for Drew to select a spot at the table and roll into position. Then he took the open seat next to him. He took a deep breath, then let his eyes wander around the table to greet the faces staring back at him. He recognized everyone. Directly across from him was Dr. Kai Suki, an undersized Korean fellow. Suki was the chairman of the university's advisory committee and Cleeseby's immediate boss. 2 years earlier, Lucas had dropped Dr. Suki's advanced calculus class when he discovered that Suki barely spoke English. The man was brilliant, but good luck understanding what he was saying with his back turned to the class while his hand was cranking out complex equations across a mammoth grease board. Lucas knew better than to continue with a teacher he couldn't understand. He'd made that mistake his first year in college when he struggled to pass a physics class taught by a chubby Italian professor whose lectures were littered with broken syllables and misused pronouns. Not a good start to his college career. It was the only grade lower than an A on his entire transcript. Lesson learned. Cleesby was seated to Suki's right, dressed in a shiny blue suit with a matching tie that was partially obscured by the man's thick gray beard. Lucas had never seen his boss dressed in formal attire before. In fact, he couldn't remember a time when he hadn't seen Cleesby in his customary flannel shirt and redneck coveralls. He figured Cleesby's closet only contained a dozen or so copies of the same outfit, at least until now. DL cleans up well, he mused silently, trying to cover up his anxiety with some humor. It wasn't working. On the opposite side of Dr. Suki was Randall Larson, the abhorrent legal counsel for the advisory committee. The man's right eye was watering and blinking rapidly, as if something were stuck in it. Larson pulled at his eyelid with his fingers. Lucas held back a chuckle by covering his mouth with his hand and coughing. Next to Larson was Dr. Judith Rosenbaum, Chief Scientific Advisor to the President of the United States. Lucas recognized her from a recent magazine article on the effects of greenhouse gases on the planet's atmosphere. The article mentioned her winter home was located in Green Valley, Arizona, a retirement community 30 miles south of Tucson. He'd never been there, but had heard all the jokes about the golf cart driving old folks clogging up the city streets. Rosenbaum's wrinkled cheeks sagged down to her jawline like a deflated balloon. Her face was riddled with liver spots, as were her tiny forearms. Her most prominent feature was her 2-foot beehive hairdo, much like the animated character Marge Simpson wore, except Rosenbaum's was gray instead of royal blue. To the woman's left was Hudson Rapp, a famous African-American astronaut who'd just been named by the U.S. president as the director of NASA. The man was big, Trevor-sized big. If he hadn't gone NASA, he probably would have ended up playing professional football somewhere. He was an Arizona native, a local hero of sorts. He'd been dominating the local news lately with claims of having discovered extraterrestrial life. His team had found traces of silicon-based microbial life hidden inside a porous meteorite that crashed recently in northern Oregon. Rapp was scheduled to be the university's keynote speaker at next semester's graduation ceremonies. Lucas knew the stakes had been raised when he craned his neck to the left and saw a bank of jumbo-sized teleconference screens across the wall. Each one contained a different high-ranking Washington official who appeared to be transmitting from a separate location. Dennis M. Hubbs, President of the United States, looked out from the center screen. The trim 45-year-old was seated behind his desk in the Oval Office. He was flanked on the left screen by William Myers, Director of Homeland Security, who appeared to be in a heated conversation with a slender blonde woman in a wilderness location. The elderly General Philip Seymour Wright, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, stood tall in his uniform on the right screen, though his eyes were dragged down with heavy, dark bags under them, making him look half asleep. Given the attendees, Lucas assumed Cleesby chose the meeting's new location to take advantage of NASA's superior communication network and security systems. Microphones and video cameras circled the meeting area, allowing for real-time transmission to all interested parties. A lengthy electronic whiteboard hung on the opposite wall from the teleconference screens. The university used the same technology, which was capable of digitally transcribing anything written on it and then transmitting the contents to remote locations. With everyone focused on him, Lucas felt a little self-conscious. He dropped his eyes and let his hand brush across the tabletop. Its surface was silky smooth and polished, the polar opposite of how his insides felt at the moment. Someone had taken great care to buff and polish its shine until every blemish had been removed, something he wished he could do with his nasty cheek scars. The mahogany wood was a deep reddish color, and its individual planks were edge-glued using a book match technique, much like a butterfly's wings. It was a stunning piece of workmanship. There were stacks of reports spread out in front of him, along with yellow markers, pencils, legal pads, and several unlabeled bottles of water. He could also smell a hint of ammonia in the air. He finally found the courage to look up, locking eyes with his longtime mentor and boss, Dr. Cleesby. He'd hoped to find a generous supply of support looking back at him, but the professor's face instantly went cold after he whispered a single word: "Sorry." At that moment, Lucas felt like a defenseless rabbit who'd just hopped into a clearing, only to find the meadow was surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. The room's temperature suddenly seemed a bit high, and the walls were much too close for comfort. Yep, it was an execution, all right, and his ass was firmly planted in the electric chair. President Hubbs spoke first.
Dr. Ramsay, I wish to thank you and your brother for joining us here today.
Lucas's throat ran dry as he tried to utter a response, but the words stuck in his throat. It felt like someone had just dumped a mattress full of cotton into his mouth. He stuttered like an idiot.
"Happy," he coughed, "to be here, Mr. President."
He decided he needed a drink to calm his nerves and unstick his lips. When he went to open one of the water bottles in front of him, the plastic cap squirted out of his fingers and shot across the table. He tried to lunge for it as it bounced away from him, but missed. It rolled across the floor and into the far corner.
"Fuck!"
he snapped before he could stop the vulgarity from leaving his lips. He was mortified, realizing all he could do now was sit back in his chair and act like nothing had happened. Play it cool, he told himself. Maybe they didn't all notice his fumble and the F-bomb. He drank a healthy swig of water, praying his throat would remember how to swallow properly. Otherwise, he'd look like a drooling idiot. It did, thank God, sliding down properly to quench his raging thirst. The president cleared his throat.
"I'd planned to remain for the duration of this meeting, but unfortunately I have a press conference to give. Dr. Rosenbaum will handle it from here,"
the president said, before standing up and removing his lavalier microphone. All 3 teleconference screens went dark a second later. What a stroke of luck. The president wasn't sticking around. The last thing Lucas wanted was to face the President of the United States and admit his mistakes. It was bad enough having to come clean and face the wrath of Cleesby and the rest of the people seated at the table, but President Hubbs was a former prosecuting attorney with a near-perfect record of convictions. Lucas would have wilted under direct cross-examination by the commander-in-chief, only making matters worse. Lucas kept his head down to avoid eye contact until he pulled himself together. He opened his red and blue notebook and scanned through the first few pages, pretending to be interested in the equations. He felt like an unprepared student, hiding in the back of the classroom, praying the teacher wouldn't notice him. Maybe if he kept quiet, everyone would forget he was in the room too. Without thinking, he picked up a number 2 pencil from the stack on the table and began to chew on the middle of it. The soft wood surface gave way as his teeth clenched around its perimeter. Without warning, his eyes wandered up on their own, looking directly into the eyes of Dr. Rosenbaum. She didn't miss a beat.
"Dr. Ramsay, we're here to investigate the recent tragedies on campus. Dr. Cleesby has assured me we can expect your full cooperation as we address the cause of these horrific events. Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of this," she said, in a gravelly voice that sounded older than she looked.
The woman reached for a remote control sitting in front of her, then spoke.
"There have been some new developments overnight, of which you may not be aware. Please direct your attention to the screen in front of you."
She clicked a button on the remote while pointing it at the table's video carousel. The screens flickered for a moment just before the video playback started, with the word mute in the upper left corner of the screen.
"This first report is from France and was filmed by one of their local news agencies."
The broadcast showed aerial footage of a devastating gouge that cut through a crowded neighborhood in Paris. Portions of a school and a playground were missing, exposing a bank of lockers and the floor of a gymnasium.
"As you can see, another energy field has appeared and killed thousands of French citizens as they slept. Pay close attention to the last segment of the report."
Lucas had seen the carnage from New Jersey, but the dome terrorizing France was news to him. Things were spiraling out of control, piling more and more guilt onto his already overloaded shoulders. The camera zoomed in on a mound of shredded bodies left behind by the dome. The organic material was seeping out and percolating in the afternoon sun. The pile appeared to be at least twice the size of the one Lucas had seen on the grassy mall. This next report is from Sydney, Australia. It was captured by an American tourist with a video camera. The recording showed an energy field unleashing its might along the city's waterfront. The dome wasted little time consuming the city's marina before leveling 2 restaurants and a parking lot crowded with vehicles. Not much remained after it passed, leaving the shoreline a disaster area. The final report was from South Africa, where a city security camera captured an energy dome flattening downtown Cape Town. It obliterated at least a dozen high-rise buildings and consumed a city park, trees and all. Rosenbaum clicked a button on the remote control. The video playback paused as she continued. In addition to last night's reports, we've just received word that subsequent energy fields have reappeared in each of these areas, killing thousands more. Beijing, Moscow, and Baghdad have also reported their first incidents, and the list of cities continues to grow. Each time a dome appears, its size increases. So does the duration of the event, as if they are building towards something even more catastrophic.
Or searching for something, Cleesby added. I question whether we've gathered sufficient evidence to make any formal conclusions about anything as yet.
Possibly, Rosenbaum said in an annoyed tone, slipping on her reading glasses and opening a thick manila folder sitting in front of her. She took a few moments to scan through the paperwork before addressing Lucas. Dr. Cleesby has given us a detailed briefing as to the nature of your E-121 project. He also informed us that you believe these energy fields are linked to the second test of your experiment. Is this still your assessment, Dr. Ramsay?
Yes, ma'am. While there's no direct proof, we believe E-121's disappearance and the recurring energy fields are connected in some fashion. The timing of the events, the similar energy levels, the black powder residue. It can't all just be coincidence. It's a good bet they're related, somehow.
When you say related, do you mean E-121's disappearance caused the energy fields? Lucas chose his words carefully, wanting to sound like a seasoned investigator and not the newly hired physicist he actually was.
Yes, given the facts, one could draw that conclusion, but it may not be the only
Was your second test sanctioned by the university, Dr. Ramsay? She asked in a louder tone, not letting him finish his answer.
No, it wasn't, but
then would it be correct to assume that if you hadn't violated protocols and run the experiment a second time, we wouldn't be sitting here today?
Yes, however,
then, by extension, would it be accurate to conclude that your unauthorized actions led to the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians and hundreds of billions of dollars worth of damage? Lucas didn't answer right away. He needed time to think. It was clear she wasn't there for answers, and certainly had no intention of letting him speak and explain the facts. Her agenda was obvious. She needed to pin the deaths on somebody, and his name was the only one on the suspect board. He was screwed, no matter what he said. Even so, she was right. This was his fault. He was the one who disobeyed Cleesby's orders. There was no denying it. He decided not to fight it. It wouldn't make any difference anyway. He needed to take it like a man and deflect responsibility away from his little brother. He looked at Drew, who was staring down at the edge of the table in silence. Lucas took a deep breath and let it out slowly before answering in a nervous voice. Yes, ma'am. It's my fault. I am the reason all those people died. My brother had nothing to do with any of this. I take full responsibility for ignoring Dr. Cleesby's orders and running the experiment without authorization, and everything else that's happened as a result. Rosenbaum nodded, as if pleased with herself. She leaned forward in her chair like a courtroom judge who was about to render sentencing. Do you have anything else to add, Dr. Ramsay? He was surprised she opened the floor for a response. As a matter of fact, yes, I do. There was an unexplained energy spike in the reactor just before the material vanished. It may have overloaded the core, which might explain why E-121 disappeared. What was the origin of the spike? Unknown, ma'am. Then how can you be certain there actually was an energy spike? Because our instruments recorded it? Isn't it possible your equipment may have malfunctioned and reported a spike when in fact there was none? No, Dr. Rosenbaum, they were functioning properly. Who, may I ask, built these instruments? We did. They're our own design, and we spent months perfecting them. Rosenbaum pulled out a sheet of paper from her folder. Your logbook recorded the spike to be at least 6 times 10 to the 31st terajoules. Is that correct? Yes, I believe so. Were your instruments designed to handle that amount of energy? Lucas shook his head, wondering how the old woman knew everything. No, they weren't. But trust me, my brother ran the calculations and he's never wrong. Even if there was a massive energy spike, as you claim, does that in any way mitigate your responsibility for running the experiment without permission? He wished he could answer yes to her question, but couldn't. No, ma'am, it doesn't. The woman was relentless. Lucas suddenly felt like the chair he was sitting in was 6 sizes too large for him. His blood pressure skyrocketed as his chest began to squeeze down on his heart. He suddenly felt the need to make a run for it. He checked to see if the door behind him was open. It wasn't. Shit. Trapped. Rosenbaum closed the folder with added force, then made eye contact with each of her colleagues seated at the table. Dr. Ramsay, this council has spent the early morning hours reviewing the available video and scientific evidence with President Hubbs and his advisors. It is our conclusion, as well as the President's, that your experiment indeed triggered the energy vortexes, which are, at this very moment, spreading across our planet. You were correct earlier when you stated that the facts in evidence are not merely coincidence. We agree. They are much too specific to be random, unrelated events. Your unauthorized E-121 test caused these tragedies. Lucas had intended to present the council with their notebook of theories, but he changed his mind when it became clear Rosenbaum's sole intent was to crucify him. He decided it would be best if he waited until after the meeting, when he could discuss the notebook privately with Cleesby. Maybe DL could reason with her. Rosenbaum continued in a stern voice. Based on our projections, if this phenomenon continues at its current pace, the entire surface of our planet will be leveled in a little over 2 weeks. Thanks to you two, the human race is on the verge of extinction. She took a sip from a half-empty water bottle. The press is all over this with their doomsday predictions. We're hearing reports of riots, looting, religious hysteria, and mass suicide in every major city around the world. As this phenomenon spreads, power grids are beginning to fail, along with key transportation and communication systems. We have foreign heads of state promising retaliation for what they believe is a planned attack. Our society is on the brink of social and spiritual anarchy. She was right, Lucas thought. But damn, she didn't need to rub his nose in it and do so in front of everyone. He'd already admitted he was dead wrong and had taken full responsibility. What more did she want? He couldn't possibly feel any worse than he already did about all the death and destruction. As it was, he had no idea how he was going to live with the consequences of his actions. Deep down, he knew he wasn't a murderous criminal, even though she was painting him out to be one. He was a good person who always tried to do the right thing, even when his temper got in the way. People make mistakes, right? Everyone does. This was all just a horrible accident that started with one really bad decision. Now, his entire life had been turned upside down and gone completely haywire. How the hell did all this happen? He looked at her, wanting to say something, but he couldn't find the words to defend himself. All he could do was sit there like a wounded duck, wondering if he should even try. It was pointless. She wasn't going to listen. Neither would anyone else at the table, except Drew and possibly Cleesby, but they weren't in charge. She was. Hell, if he thought it would make a difference, he'd gladly stand up right then and there and offer to give his life in exchange for all the others who died. Then another idea popped into his head, a foolish one. Maybe he could invent some type of time travel machine and voyage back into history to undo the mistakes he'd made. Oh, how he wished that were possible, but the laws of physics weren't going to allow it. No, he was totally screwed. There was no way out of this mess. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lucas swung his head around to see who it was. The door behind him opened part way, and Mary Stinger stuck her head inside. "Excuse me, Dr. Rosenbaum. I have an urgent report to deliver to Dr. Cleesby." "Come in," Rosenbaum said, "but make it quick." Mary walked around the far side of the table and handed the report to Dr. Cleesby. Her hair swayed from side to side as she walked quickly back to the door. She smiled and winked at Lucas. "Now she notices me? Seriously? Now?" Cleesby spent half a minute reading the contents of the folder before addressing Rosenbaum. "Dr. Rosenbaum, this is a preliminary DNA report for the human remains left behind on campus. Thus far, we have positively identified 105 victims. There appear to be 22 additional DNA samples, which we have yet to identify." Cleesby handed the folder to her. "I caution you, there are some rather graphic photos attached to the back of the report." Rosenbaum opened the folder and spent a few minutes reviewing it. She seemed to be unaffected by its contents. She turned the folder sideways to look at the photos attached in the back. "Dr. Rosenbaum," the attorney Larson said, leaning forward in his chair, "if you don't mind, I'd like to see that report next." She closed the folder and slid it across the table to Larson. It landed in his outstretched hand with a sliding swoosh. She turned her focus to Cleesby. "May I have a word with you in private?" Cleesby stood up, and the two of them moved to the far corner of the room. Lucas couldn't hear what they were saying to each other. Meanwhile, Larson was slowly scanning the report with his right index finger. When Larson's hand stopped moving, he pulled out his cell phone and tried to use it. Lucas knew there was no way Larson was going to get a cell signal all the way down in the sub-basements, but he didn't say anything. Let him try. Dumbass. Larson closed his cell and reached for the house phone sitting in front of Dr. Suki. He dragged it closer to him by the phone cord before picking up the receiver. "Do I need to dial 9 first to get an outside line?" he asked Suki. Suki nodded. Larson dialed the phone, and a few moments later, he began a conversation. "I need to speak to Raphael. Is he available?" "This is his brother-in-law, Randy. I need to get a message to him. Tell him I'm sorry to report that he was correct all along. He'll know what it means." Larson hung up the phone and walked past Lucas on his way out of the conference room. Drew leaned over and whispered into Lucas's ear. "See if you can get a copy of the DNA report. I need to know if Abby's name is on the list." Before Lucas could respond, he heard a faint rumble above him, and it was getting progressively louder. Moments later, his fingertips felt an uneven vibration in the conference room table. At first, Lucas thought NASA was firing up one of their underground tests, but he soon realized he was wrong when the intensity of the quake increased dramatically. The tremor was far beyond anything he'd ever experienced before. Cleesby and Rosenbaum, who were still engaged in a private conversation along the wall, both fell over and landed on the floor. Lucas was shaken out of his seat and landed next to Drew's wheelchair. He reached up for his brother's arm and pulled Drew down beside him, allowing them to crawl under the mahogany conference table together for safety. As soon as they were underneath, a series of events happened almost at the same time. One of the padded ceiling tiles came crashing down and landed on Drew's empty wheelchair, with the pointed corner of the tile hitting first. It tore a penny-sized hole in the fabric seat. Then, a teleconference screen broke free from the wall and smashed into the floor with a bang. And a moment later, glass lenses from two of the cameras shattered into pieces after the video units shook loose from their ceiling mounts and hit the floor next to the table. The destruction continued to escalate, with lawnmower-sized chunks of cement raining down from above, splintering into dozens of pieces when they hit. It was getting hard to breathe, with streams of cement dust spewing into the air. Lucas coughed right before the room suddenly went dark. He heard a few more items come crashing down around him. Drew immediately latched onto Lucas's right arm. "Another energy field?" Lucas nodded, even though Drew couldn't see his face. "Oh yeah, and it's close." Before the last syllable left his mouth, the dim emergency lighting kicked in. Lucas looked behind him to see if everyone was okay. He saw Cleesby and Rosenbaum kneeling together under the table. They were next to Hudson Rapp, who appeared to be unharmed, though his face was covered in a film of white dust, making him look like a mime. Lucas didn't see Dr. Suki, not at first. Then he spotted a bloody hand sticking out from under a pile of cement chunks. Since everyone else was accounted for, the arm must have belonged to Suki. But Suki's hands and fingers weren't moving. Probably dead. One more death on my hands, Lucas thought. He could feel the cement floor moving beneath him as the tremor's violence increased. As far as he knew, they were on the bottommost floor, with nothing but bedrock underneath them. However, if something man-made were down there, they could fall through. Drew tapped him on the shoulder and tried to tell him something, but Lucas couldn't hear the words clearly due to an intense, brain-splitting squeal that suddenly filled the room. Now he knew what gophers felt like when someone used ground-penetrating sonar on the surface. It wasn't long before Drew blacked out and fell against his thigh. Soon after, Cleesby and Rosenbaum also lay unconscious. Director Rapp was awake and vertical, but his left ear was bleeding heavily from its center, almost like someone had stuck a screwdriver inside his ear canal. Another volley of debris fell onto the table above Lucas. It sounded like some of it may have smashed into one of the TVs built into the tabletop, shattering a screen. A few seconds later, the tremor stopped, and so did the squeal, just as the conference room doors swung open on their own. The room was now quiet, except for the moans of those around him. Outside the entrance, he could see Larson lying on the ground, face up, apparently unconscious, or maybe dead. Lucas poked his head out from under the table, hoping another piece of concrete wouldn't shake loose and put a dent in his melon. His eyes ventured up, noticing a heavy bundle of cables hanging through one of the gaps in the ceiling. The place was a mess, with cement, ceiling tiles, glass, insulation, and other building debris spread across the conference table and the floor. Despite the sweeping devastation, the ceiling and walls were holding together somehow, but he knew that fact could change at any moment, especially if another energy field spawned and tore across campus. Chapter 13. Lucas helped Drew back into his wheelchair after he woke up. The leather seat held Drew's weight despite the puncture in its material. They were lucky the falling debris hadn't caused more damage to Drew's only mode of transportation. "You in one piece, brother?" he asked Drew. "Sort of." "Must have been another energy field attack," Cleesby said. "Yeah, and right above us," Lucas said, eyeing what was left of the ceiling. "Do you think it damaged the science lab?" Drew asked. "Yep, you can kiss our experiment goodbye," Lucas said, coughing twice from the dust swirling in the room. "I can't believe it affected us 20 floors underground. I thought we would have been safe down here. Boy, was I wrong." "Gives you an indication of its destructive power," Cleesby replied, grimacing. "Professor, your leg," Lucas said, seeing his boss walking with a severe limp. Blood had soaked through the cuff on the same pant leg. "One of the video screens landed on my ankle, and I heard something snap. I'm pretty sure it's broken. It hurts like hell, but I'll live. Everyone else okay?" "I'm not injured," Rosenbaum said, dusting herself off with her wrinkled hands. Sprinkles of debris had been trapped in her beehive hairdo, much like in a spider's web. "Dr. Suki's in pretty rough shape," Rapp said, grunting to remove hunks of heavy cement covering the frail man. A 2-foot section of rebar was sticking out of the upper right quadrant of Suki's chest. He checked Suki's pulse. "His vitals are weak. We need to get him to medical, and soon." "Thank God," Lucas said, feeling relieved. Suki's death wasn't on his head after all. "I'm sorry, what?" Rapp asked. He was clearly taken aback by the callous-sounding comment. Lucas froze for a moment to consider the timing of his words, then decided to elaborate. "I mean, thank God he's alive, right?" Rapp's annoyed look evaporated. "Yes, he's alive. Barely." Cleesby picked up the receiver to the house phone and listened. "No dial tone. Switchboard must be down. Someone is going to have to go up top and get help." "I'll go," Lucas said, watching dust trails trickling down from the ceiling in a swirling pattern. "But I'm taking my brother with me." Larson walked gingerly into the conference room, his face looking weary. "How? The power's out, and I doubt the elevator is working." NASA Director Rapp pulled out an ultra-thin computer from a leather bag he had sitting underneath the table. He powered up the unit and wrinkled his nose. "We shouldn't be on emergency lighting right now. This facility is self-contained and has its own nuclear power plant and air filtration system. Something's wrong." "Did you say nuclear?" Larson asked. "Yes, something must have caused the reactor to go offline." "There wasn't a meltdown, was there?" Larson asked.
If there was, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now, Rapp snapped. Do you know the location of the reactor? Cleesby asked, hopping on his good leg to move closer to the NASA director. I should have it in the building schematics on my iPad. Let me see if I can locate it, Rapp said, using the device's touchscreen. What was that horrible sound earlier? It made my ears bleed. I've heard it a few times now, Lucas said. At first, I thought it was being generated by the dome's energy matrix and only extended out in front of the dome. Now I'm starting to think it's more like ground-penetrating sonar, almost as if the anomaly is searching for something. Searching? For what? Larson asked. Probably you, Cleesby said with an annoyed look on his face. Lucas laughed. Drew didn't. Looks like the reactor's 2 floors up, Rapp said, breaking through the tension. Do you have the plans for it? Cleesby replied, pointing at the man's iPad. Roger that. It's all right here. Then I might be able to get it working again. Excuse me, Professor, Lucas said, thinking about his mission to go get help. If the science lab was destroyed, then I doubt the elevator's going to work, even if it has power. There's nothing left at the top of the elevator shaft. What about stairs? Drew asked. Yes, they're next to the elevator, Rapp said. Are you nuts? It's 20 floors up, Larson whined. The rest of you should go. I'll never make it to the top with this ankle, Cleesby said. I'll stay behind and see if I can get the reactor working again. We're going to need it for the ventilation system. We could be here a while. I agree. We don't want to suffocate before we're rescued, Larson said. I'll assist you, Professor. I can't climb all those steps either, the elderly Rosenbaum said, shaking the dust and debris from her high-profile hairdo. I'm staying too. Someone has to look after Dr. Suki, Rapp said, staring at Cleesby's injured leg. We should see about getting your ankle into a splint. You should probably sit down. Keep it elevated. It's going to swell like hell once the body sends fluids to incapacitate the area around the injury. Then I guess it's just the 3 of us, Lucas said to Drew and Larson, picking up the theory notebook from the table. He blew off several layers of dust from its cover in the direction of Larson, unintentionally. Well, sort of. Larson coughed and waved his hands in front of his face. If there's this much damage down here, do you really think the stairwell is clear all the way to the top? I think not. It's nothing but a goddamn waste of time and energy. He folded his arms and pinched his nose and lips together. No, I'm going to wait right here until help arrives. Lucas was more than happy to leave Larson behind. He held up the notebook in Cleesby's direction. Professor, this contains a few theories that Drew and I put together regarding the energy fields. You might want to review them while we're gone? Why don't you keep them for now? I can't do anything with them down here. Sure, Lucas answered his boss before slipping the notebook into the zippered section of his brother's backpack. It was still hanging on the back of the wheelchair. Lucas turned to Drew. Do you remember the way back to the elevator? Drew shook his head. Yeah, I memorized it on the way here. I'll draw you a map. No, you're coming with me. Drew shook his head. You should go alone. I'll just slow you down. No chance, bro. I'm not leaving you behind, Lucas said, looking at the others in the room. He knew with Rosenbaum and Rapp staying behind to help Cleesby and Dr. Suki, that would leave only Larson to look out for Drew's safety, and that asshole was the last person he'd choose to watch his little brother. Drew looked down at his wheelchair. If the elevator's disabled, how am I supposed to get up the stairs? I'll carry you on my back if I have to. Wouldn't be the first time now, would it? Besides, there's no way in hell I'm leaving you down here. We're going to stick together, no matter what. It's what Ramsays do. You two need to get moving. Once you let the emergency crews know where we are, find Trevor. He'll get you someplace safe, Cleesby said. Sure, but what if we can't find him? Lucas replied. Then get as far away from Tucson as you can, Cleesby said, tossing a set of keys to Lucas. My car's in the rear parking lot of the apartment complex. Lucas shook his head. We can't just run from this. Drew and I need to find a way to help stop what's happening. We have to do something. Let me worry about that. For now, I need you to get help and then find Trevor. Understood? But, sir, this isn't open for discussion. I've made my decision. Now go get help and then get as far away from here as you can. That's an order. Yes, sir, Lucas said, not wanting to agree. The professor owns a car? Drew asked quietly. Lucas shrugged. Yeah, who knew? I always see him traveling around campus on foot. How will we know which one it is? Good question, Lucas replied, turning to Cleesby to find out. The professor beat him to it. It's a yellow 82 Volvo. You can't miss it. There's a 3-foot crack across the windshield. You can drive a stick, right? Lucas nodded. Sure, Professor, no problem. He remembered seeing a faded, piss-yellow 4-door sedan parked next to the dumpster whenever he took out the trash. It had numerous spider webs stretching from its undercarriage to the pavement, and a year's worth of bird crap all over its hood.
He doubted whether the Volvo would start. Its battery was probably dead. He slid a chunk of cement out of the way and pushed his brother out through the conference room door and into the waiting area. "So we're really just going to leave town?" Drew asked. "You heard DL. He wants us to get help and then get as far away as possible. What about finding a way to stop this? I don't like it any more than you do, but we have our orders. So let me get this straight. You pick right now, this very instant, to start blindly following the professor's orders, without question?" "Yep. Seems to me that if I'd listened to him before, none of this would be happening right now. All those people would still be alive, including Abby." "Good point. For once, let's just do what we're told. I can't handle anything else at this point. One man can only take so much." "I know you think you're alone in this, but you're not. I'm with you every step of the way, Lucas. It's time for me to have your back, like you always do for me. We're the Ramsay brothers, remember? No matter what, we stick together and figure this out one step at a time." "Thanks, buddy. That means a lot. You have no idea." There was much less debris in the hallway as they made their way back to the elevator through the maze of connecting corridors. When they arrived, the elevator doors were compacted to half their normal height and bent outward into the hallway. "Looks like we were right. There's nothing connecting to it up top," Lucas said. "I wonder if anyone was in it?" "Let me check," Lucas said, peeking into the partially separated elevator doors. He cupped his hands around his face to block out the hallway light. "It's too dark in there to see." He pressed his right ear against the crack in the doors and listened. "I don't hear anything either. We should keep moving. Got a long way to go." "Do you think Bruno was at his station when the energy field hit?" "I don't know. I can't think about that right now," Lucas said, not wanting to dwell on the possibility of yet another friend getting hurt. He shifted his focus to Cleesby's note, the one the professor gave to Trevor right before the meeting started. "I wonder where Cleesby sent Trevor and Mary earlier. You don't think they were in the science lab, do you?" Lucas shrugged, wishing his brother would stop with all the death questions. He opened the doorway to the stairs and walked inside. Above him was a seemingly endless series of switchback metal stairways that stretched as far as he could see. "Holy shit," Lucas said, hearing his voice echo. Light in the stairwell came from the emergency lights installed above each level's entry door. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Drew asked. Lucas bent down with his back to Drew. "Hop on, like when we were kids. Just don't squeeze my neck too tight." "Don't forget my backpack," Drew said, climbing up onto Lucas's back, piggyback style. Lucas removed the knapsack from the wheelchair and handed it to Drew. "Can you put this on, or do I need to put you down first?" Drew slung the pack over his right shoulder. "Nope, got it." Lucas began the long climb, making it up 6 flights of stairs before his leg muscles screamed at him to stop. "Where's Trevor when you need him?" he asked, gasping for air while leaning against the handrail for a few seconds. Stenciled on the entry door in front of him was the sub-level floor number 14. "For a little guy, you weigh a ton. It's probably all those push-ups every morning. Or maybe it was all those burritos. You can put me down for a minute if you need to." "No, I want to keep moving. Just give me a second. Gotta catch my breath." Lucas took a few more deep breaths before resuming the ascent with his brother's arms wrapped around his neck. He pressed on, floor by floor, ignoring the occasional twinge of pain in his lower back, stopping every 2 minutes to rest and recharge his lungs. Each flight of stairs was a bit harder than the last, taxing the remaining strength in his body. He wasn't sure he'd make it to the top, but continued anyway, hoping to find the energy. He didn't have a choice. Cleesby and Rosenbaum huddled in the control room on sub-level 18, sitting in front of the 20-foot-wide operator's control panel for NASA's underground power reactor. The front half of the room was crammed full of screens, gauges, switches, knobs, and instruments, surrounding Cleesby on 3 sides. It reminded him of NASA's launch control room in Houston, which he'd seen in person several years before. Cleesby's injured ankle was resting on top of an upside-down trash can, while a homemade crutch, fashioned from an old janitor's mop and duct tape, leaned against the control desk. There was power to the room, keeping the bank of instruments running, while red, green, and yellow lights flashed on and off like someone sending Morse code. He scanned the systems one by one, taking the time he needed to assess the situation as Rosenbaum watched. "Can you tell what happened?" Judith asked. "Looks like the reactor scrammed on its own. The boron control rods dropped into the core to stop the reaction." "Can you get it restarted?" "I think so."
The coolant pumps are running on backup power, so the water is still circulating through the core. All we should need to do is reset the trip condition and then pull out the control rods sequentially to restart the reactor. Do you know what order to pull them out? Luckily, it's all computerized. He showed her the schematics on Rapp's touchscreen computer. All I have to do is tell the computer to initialize the power-up sequence, and it'll pull the rods out in correct order. Then the reaction should resume automatically and start superheating the water. How hot does the water need to be? Cleesby looked at the schematics for a few seconds, then changed screens to pull up a saturated steam table on the iPad. The reactor's coolant system is pressurized to 1600 psi, which means the water temperature will need to reach 480 degrees Fahrenheit. Otherwise, it won't be sufficient for the steam pressure to power the turbine. How long? It's a controlled buildup in temperature, so I'd say about an hour or so. Dr. Rosenbaum looked around the room and asked, So, where exactly is this reactor? Cleesby checked the computer tablet again, then pointed. It's 100 feet down the hall, in a separate room. Is it safe to be in here while the reactor's powering up? We'll be fine. The reactor is surrounded by a thick reinforced wall of concrete, and there's a 3/4-inch metal plate lining the inside of the room. There's virtually no risk of being irradiated. Finally, some good news, she said. Cleesby used the touchscreen interface embedded in the reactor's control station to change the computer display until it read Reactor Fast Restart in bright red letters. Trip condition reset. I'm ready to power up. We'll know shortly if this is going to work, he said, before pressing 3 different button icons on the touchscreen. The phrase reactor initializing started blinking green in the center of the screen. Cleesby waited a minute. Looks good. The control rods are retracting. Should we head back to the others now? Rosenbaum asked. She seemed to be in a hurry. Not quite yet. Let's wait here for a bit to make sure there are no surprises. Lucas carried Drew past the access door as they made it to the 3rd sublevel. He looked up and realized the path above them was much too dark. That's not a good sign, he said, pointing up. There should be more light. He hated to admit it, but it looked like Larson was right. This was a giant waste of time. They made it up 2 more flights of stairs before they were forced to stop. The stairwell was almost completely blocked by a 20-foot-high mound of cement, dirt, gravel, and other debris from above. He could see random office supplies and equipment hanging out from the pile, parts of a 2-decker coffee maker, a flattened stapler, the opening to an electric pencil sharpener, and a mangled toner cartridge box for a laser printer. Just above those items was a baggie with what looked like a squished ham and cheese sandwich. It was out of reach, but looked edible, making his stomach growl. Despite the cave-in, the path wasn't blocked completely. A steady stream of light was shining through a gap at the very top of the heap. He pointed at the opening. That may be our only way out. Lucas bent down to allow Drew to slide off and sit on the landing. He welcomed the chance to straighten up his sore lower back and then rub the area just above the top of his belt, kneading it with both hands to see if he could loosen up the knot forming inside. If he had to carry Drew much farther, he feared he might never walk upright again. There was a twisted section of metal stairway sticking out of the wreckage at a downward angle. The lowest part of it was about 10 feet off the ground. He thought they might be able to use it as a ladder if they could figure out a way to reach it. The stairs must have broken loose from above, he said, scooping up a handful of loose dirt and gravel. All this must have come from up top. You'd think it would have been sucked up by the dome. It might have been just beyond the reach of the energy field. The dome probably shook it loose and it fell down the stairwell. There's no telling what's piled up there. Maybe we should go back? Hell no. I just hauled your butt up 17 floors. Let's just take a minute and think. Lucas looked up and studied the hole where the light was shining through. It appeared to be about 2 feet in diameter and might be big enough for someone to crawl through it. Drew, if I can get you up there, do you think you can squeeze your ass through that opening? Me? The brothers both had 32-inch waists, but Lucas's shoulders were wider despite Drew's powerful biceps. He wore a large shirt and Drew a medium. Yes, you. I'll never fit. Drew wrinkled his forehead and shook his head. I don't know. Looks awfully small to me. Well, you need to try. I don't see any other option. Do you? Let's assume for a moment I can get through. What about you?
I'm hoping you can crawl up a couple more flights and yell for help. We're not far from the surface. The dirt and stairs had to fall in from somewhere. I'm betting it's open up top. And if it's not, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Lucas said, bending down to let Drew shimmy back up on his back. Lucas worked his way up the wreckage by using the fallen cement blocks as footholds. It was difficult to maintain his balance with Drew hanging off him, but he managed to climb up to within a foot of the metal framework he wanted Drew to use as a ladder. It's time to put all those push-ups to good use. See if you can reach it. Chapter 14. Drew put his left hand up and grabbed the lowest part of the fallen metal. He let go of his brother's shoulder with the other hand and hung with both hands from the framework, like a monkey. He pulled himself up 3 rungs before wedging his right elbow between 2 V-shaped sections of the metal scaffolding to catch his breath and plan his next move. A flat section of metal was to his left, which he could use as a resting platform. He swung his lower body like a pendulum and plopped both of his feet over the front edge of the horizontal surface. He had only minimal control over his legs, but was able to slide his knees and his thighs onto the ledge. So far, so good, he thought. He just needed to maneuver his head and shoulders under a metal support rail to get his entire body onto the metal landing. Then he'd be safe. He loosened his elbow grip and tried to slide his head and back under the railing, but the knapsack caught the underside of the metal above his head. He twisted and contorted his upper body to compress the backpack, forcing it under the rail and through. "You okay?" Lucas asked. "I'm good. Come on up," Drew replied, removing the bulky knapsack. Lucas leaned away from the face of the debris pile and wrapped his fingers around the bottommost metal bar. Drew watched as he tried to pull himself up, making it part way, but then his body slid back into its hanging position. "I'm not strong enough," he said, craning his neck up at Drew. "See if you can lift your leg and grab hold of the bar above you. It'll take some of the dead weight off your hands." Lucas grunted, lifting his right leg and wrapping the hollow of his knee around the metal bar next to his hands. "Okay, now what?" he asked in a strained voice. "Now reach up and lock your arm over the next strut. Your center of gravity will change and you should be able to pull yourself up." Lucas tried twice to reach for the bar. "Can't reach it. Maybe I should have had a power bar this morning." Drew feared Lucas would soon lose his grip. His arms had to be getting tired. One slip and they would be having wheelchair races in the hospital. "Try swinging your body to shift your weight, then lunge for the bar. You should be able to reach it." Lucas rocked his body back and forth, each time swinging a little higher. He reached up and wrapped his right arm around the metal bar, locking himself into place with the crook of his elbow. He climbed the rest of the way up. "I knew you could do it," Drew said, relieved. "Glad that's over with. I thought I was going to lose my grip," Lucas said, looking down. Drew could feel the temporary platform swaying beneath them. "We should get moving before this thing decides to give way." Together, they climbed up the rest of the makeshift ladder until they reached the top of the debris pile. "Can you get in there?" Lucas asked, pointing to the bright opening just above him. "It's going to be tight, but I'll try." Drew used a piece of rebar protruding from a slab of broken cement to pull himself up. He inserted his head into the passage, but he had to jerk his head back and slam his eyes shut when a beam of sunlight burned into his pupils from the other side. "What do you see?" Lucas yelled from behind. "Give me a minute. Right now all I can see is sunlight from the other side." Eventually, Drew's eyes adjusted and he could see properly. "Looks like a dirt cave, but I think I can crawl through." The aperture was barely wide enough for his chest and shoulders to fit. It was about 6 feet in depth, and there were several jagged objects sticking out along the top of the opening. He went into the cavity head first, on his back. He slithered deeper and deeper into the hole, barely missing the edges of the sharp objects threatening to slice open his chest. He made it to within a foot from the far side of the hole. "Can you get through?" Lucas yelled from behind. Drew turned over on his stomach. "There's something in my way." Part of a fluorescent light assembly had fallen into the passage and was blocking the exit. He gave it a shove with his right hand. It moved, but only slightly. He tried working the light back and forth to see if he could move it. Each time he shoved at it, the housing would slide a little farther away from him. It took several more tries, but eventually he worked the light free, sending it crashing through the far side of the opening. "I'm clear," he shouted. "Go get help," Lucas replied. "What about you?" "I'll be fine. Now go." Drew slid headfirst, out of control, down the far side of the debris pile, scraping his elbows and forearms on cement chunks, rocks, rebar, and other objects in the wreckage. He was almost upside down when he reached the bottom. After he flipped his body around to sit up, he felt something wet around his waistline. He put his hand inside the back of his trousers, and when he pulled it out, it was slick with blood. He'd been injured somewhere, yet he wasn't feeling any pain. He checked the rest of his body, looking for the wound. He found a 6-inch rip in his pants just above his left thigh. He pulled the material apart, revealing a deep gash in his thigh muscle. It was bleeding in spurts, and he could see the bone underneath. He clamped his hand around the wound to keep pressure on it, hoping to stop the deep red ooze from dripping down his leg. When he looked up, he could see clear up to ground level. The surface opening was triple the size he was expecting, perhaps due to the massive surface collapse. It would explain the overabundance of dirt and rocks in the stairwell.
"Hello? Anyone up there? We need help down here," he yelled.
A man wearing bulky firefighter gear peeked over the ledge and looked down at him. He then turned away for a moment and said,
"We have a survivor over here."
The man looked back at Drew.
"Are you injured?" "I'm bleeding from my leg and can't walk." "Are you alone?"
"There's 7 of us down here. One's in pretty bad shape."
"Hang on, we'll send someone down,"
the man said, before disappearing from view. It wasn't long before the surface opening was crawling with emergency personnel. A rescue worker wearing a full body harness was lowered down by rope to Drew's position.
"My name's Alan,"
the rescuer said, swaying in midair before his feet touched the ground. "I'm Drew."
"Where are the others?"
"My brother's just on the other side of this cave-in. There are 4 more people down on the 20th floor, 1 critical." Alan was carrying another harness, which he took off his shoulder.
"I need you to put this safety rig on."
"No, I'm not leaving without my brother."
"Trust me, we'll get to him, and the others. But first, we need to get you to the surface. Looks like you're losing a lot of blood."
Drew struggled to prop himself up on his feeble legs. "You're going to have to help me." Alan grabbed Drew by the belt loops and tugged him up the rest of the way to his feet. Then he helped Drew slip his lower body into and through the 2 leg holes, and then put the V-shaped shoulder straps over Drew's head. He latched the waist belt around Drew's midsection and clipped Drew's harness to his own.
"Hang on tight,"
he said, whistling to his colleagues on the surface, who were now standing around the opening, looking down with intense gazes. Once Alan gave them a thumbs-up signal, they were winched slowly up to the surface. Drew studied the dark-haired man's face as they made their way up to the surface. He seemed familiar in some way. "You wouldn't happen to have a brother who's a security guard on campus, would you?"
"No. Why?"
"I know it sounds weird, but you look like you're related to this man who stopped a fight between my brother and some rugby players, except that guy had red hair."
"Sorry, no relation. I don't have a red-headed brother."
"I guess it's true what they say. Everyone has a twin." Cleesby and Dr. Rosenbaum joined Rapp, Larson, and the injured Dr. Suki in the lobby on sublevel 20, just outside the NASA conference room. Cleesby's left armpit was getting sore from the makeshift crutch rubbing against it. He switched it to the other side.
"Were you able to get the reactor started?"
Rapp asked. Cleesby nodded.
"The power should be online soon."
"Excellent news. Any problems?" Rapp replied, taking the iPad computer from Rosenbaum.
"None,"
Cleesby said, as the lights sprang to life. He felt a rush of fresh air blow past from the vent above him.
"Whew, that's better. It was getting pretty stuffy in here."
Larson asked, "Now that the power's back, can we take the elevator up to the surface?" "The elevator was destroyed," Rosenbaum replied. "Dr. Cleesby and I had to take the stairs up to 18.
"Any news from Dr. Ramsay or his brother?"
Rapp asked Cleesby.
"No, but at least they haven't come back empty-handed. Hopefully they made it to the surface and will send help."
"So, we just sit here and wait?" Larson asked.
"Hey, you had your chance to leave earlier," Rapp said, sharply. "So unless you have a site-to-site transporter and can beam us out of here, we're not going anywhere."
Larson stormed off, throwing his arms up in the air and mumbling to himself as he walked down the hallway. Cleesby smiled at Rapp and proceeded to mock the attorney by waving his arms like a gorilla, then arranged his hands as if he were holding a loaded rifle that was aimed at Larson. He pretended to pull the trigger, simulating the gun's recoil. "How's Dr. Suki doing?" Rosenbaum asked Rapp, wearing a smile on her lips.
"He's hanging in there, but his pulse is weak and he lost a lot of blood."
"Should we take him to the stairs?"
"No, we probably shouldn't move him again. I'm afraid the rebar might shift and cause more damage."
"Is there anything I can do to help?" she asked. Rapp shook his head. Cleesby checked the house phone attached to the wall next to him. There was no dial tone.
Phone's still out.
Then it's up to Lucas, Rapp said, tending to Suki. But he better hurry. Cleesby limped to the closest chair in the waiting room and took a seat. He slid one of the magazine stacks to the right on the coffee table, making room for his injured leg as he brought it up and put it on the surface. He leaned back in the chair, closed his heavy eyelids, and let his head fall gently to rest against the wall. 2 sweat-covered firefighters tugged at the rope as Drew and Alan were winched over the ledge and onto the ground just beyond the stairwell's entrance.
"Thanks for the lift, guys,"
Drew said, waiting for someone to help him out of the safety gear. Lucas's earlier prediction of the science lab being leveled was correct. From the looks of it, the energy field had torn through the west side of campus, leaving only a 50-foot section of the NASA building intact. The stairwell's shaft appeared to be just beyond the energy field's reach, though a sizable portion of the surrounding structure had collapsed into the hole. A female EMT, wearing an orange reflective vest, pushed a gurney toward Drew, while her partner ran alongside her, carrying a pair of red medical boxes. After Alan unclipped Drew's harness, she helped Drew remove the harness and sit back on the gurney. Alan told his colleagues,
"There's another survivor on the other side of a blockage, plus a few more down on the 20th floor. You're going to need excavation equipment and a medical team."
Drew watched rescue crews rally quickly with shovels, picks, and other equipment. Seconds later, 2 men were lowered into the hole. He hoped it wouldn't be too long before Lucas came up and out.
"Thanks for getting me out of there,"
Drew said, shaking Alan's hand.
"No problem, just doing my job," Alan said. "EMT Dana will take good care of you now."
Dana used a pair of scissors to cut away his pants from around the wound.
"That's a pretty deep cut. We need to get you to a hospital."
Drew pushed her hands away.
"I'm not leaving without my brother."
"We need to stop the bleeding," Dana said. "Can I at least clean it out and wrap it?"
"Okay, but I'm not leaving until Lucas is out of there," he said,
as his head began to spin and his chest ran cold. The second EMT opened one of the medical boxes, pulling out gauze and other supplies. He gave them to Dana.
"Let me know if you need something for the pain,"
she said, dabbing the gauze on the wound. The pad turned a dark red color almost immediately. Drew leaned back to rest his head on the pillow. His eyes closed unexpectedly, and everything went black. Lucas had been sitting alone for almost an hour, dwelling on all the problems he'd caused, when he finally heard muffled sounds of tools clanking against rock and cement above him. He used a rebar stump to pull himself up to the opening at the top of the debris pile. He yelled through the cavity, "I'm here! I'm here! Can someone hear me?" A male voice from the other side shouted back,
"We can hear you. Hold on. We're digging our way to you. How's my brother doing? Is he okay?" "He tore up his leg pretty bad, but the paramedics took him to the hospital. You might want to stand back in case some of this stuff shakes loose."
Lucas nearly jumped off the wreckage in excitement, quickly descending to the ground. While he was waiting for rescue, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. He gasped a quick breath and turned around. It was Larson.
"Shit, you scared the hell out of me."
"Sounds like rescue crews on the other side," Larson said in a gleeful tone.
"Hopefully they'll have us out of here soon."
"What are you doing up here?" "I got tired of waiting. Do you have a problem with that?" Lucas shook his head. "No, I didn't think so," Larson said with a smug look on his face. Lucas fought back the urge to punch Larson in the face. Larson used his forearm to nudge past Lucas, moving closer to the base of the cave-in. He just stood there with his hands on his hips, looking up at the opening at the top of the wreckage. Lucas moved to within a step of the man's backside. He raised his hands together and considered wrapping his fingers around Larson's neck. He wondered what it would feel like to squeeze Larson's throat until the asshole stopped wiggling. Larson shuffled back a step. Lucas did the same, lowering his hands so he didn't bump into him. Larson looked over his shoulder at Lucas.
"What the hell is wrong with you? Stop crowding me, you little twerp."
When Larson spun forward again, Lucas flipped him the bird and mouthed the words, "Up yours." Sometime later, Drew woke up in a hospital room to the sounds of medical equipment beeping all around him. He found a clear plastic tube running from a catheter stuck in his left arm to a metal stand next to his bed. At the top of the stand was a clear bag of liquid, and it was about half full, emptying slowly through the drip chamber below it. He felt groggy, and guessed the IV bag contained more than just fluids, probably a hefty dose of painkillers, too. His other arm was being squeezed by a blood pressure cuff as its automated system pumped air into it. A set of thin black wires snaked its way from the cuff to a high-tech-looking machine flashing his vital statistics. He watched the pattern of his heart rate moving across the display screen, keeping time with the beeping noise he heard when he first woke up. A throbbing pressure was pounding at his thigh with every heartbeat, which was odd since he only had minimal feeling in that part of his body. When he reached down, he found a pressure bandage wrapped around his leg. He sat up and found a smiling friend sitting in a red-colored easy chair near the foot of his bed. "Trevor, you're alive." Trevor winked at him, but said nothing. "What happened?" Drew asked. "You lose much blood. Ambulance bring you here to medical center." Drew read his patient ID wristband. He was in the University Medical Center, less than a mile north of campus. "No, I meant what happened to you when you left the NASA meeting. Cleesby sent me on errand. I thought you might have been in the lab when it was destroyed." "No, I was south of town." "Where's Lucas? Did they get him out of the elevator shaft? Is he here with you?" Drew asked, his eyes darting around the room, looking for clues that his brother had been there. "They rescue him. He be here soon." "Then he's safe, right?" "Yeah." "Thank God. What about the others?" "They will get them out, yeah." A doctor and nurse walked into the room before Drew had a chance to ask him any more questions. An hour later, Lucas strolled into Drew's hospital room, pushing a wheelchair with a can of grape soda, a jumbo Snickers bar, and a bag of barbecue chips sitting on the seat. He'd just bought the food from the vending machines near the entrance to the hospital. Drew's backpack was hanging off the back of the chair. "Hungry, little brother?" Lucas asked with a huge grin on his face. "Lucas!" Drew cried out. Lucas leaned down to give Drew a hug. "I'm glad you're okay, buddy." "You got my chair?" "Sure did." "How?" Cleesby made sure the rescue crews brought it up. "Thanks. I'm kind of partial to that thing." Lucas pointed to the gash in the seat made by the falling ceiling tile. "And now it has a battle scar, like you." He laughed, then turned to Trevor and shook his hand. "Glad to see you're still in one piece too, big fella. Thought you might have been in the lab when it was sucked into oblivion." Trevor stood aside and offered his chair to Lucas. "No thanks. I think I'll stand for a while." "How's Dr. Cleesby?" Drew asked Lucas. "Last I heard, they were putting a cast on his ankle." "And Dr. Suki?" Lucas groaned. "He's not doing so well. They took him into surgery," he said, fluffing his brother's pillow. "How are you doing?" "The doctor said I can leave in the morning. They want to monitor me overnight." "How come?" "They're worried about infection," he answered, nervously pulling at the wide bandage around his upper leg. "Mostly because of where I got this. With all the dirt and metal, they don't want to take any chances. They're pumping me full of antibiotics and just gave me a tetanus shot, just in case." "Then I guess I'm bunking here tonight," Lucas said, opening the can of grape soda and giving it to Drew. Drew took a drink and then let out a low-pitched belch. "Sounds like you're feeling better already," Lucas said, smiling. He held up the candy bar and the bag of chips. "Which one do you want?" "I don't think I'm allowed to eat those in here. Don't I need the doctor's permission first?" "Come on, pick one. I know you want some," Lucas replied, dangling them in front of Drew. He continued to tease his brother until Drew snatched the Snickers bar from his hand. "I'm surprised you didn't pick the chips. They're your favorite." Drew tore open the wrapper with trembling hands, took a huge bite, and began to chew it. He smiled. "Normally I would have, but I totally needed a sugar fix. I can tell my blood sugar is low, which is why my hands are shaking." Lucas pried open the bag and ate a handful of barbecue chips. He licked his fingers afterward. "They're a little stale, but edible." There was an orange suitcase sitting along the wall next to the door. It was a wheel bag the size of a footlocker, with a black pull-out handle and a pair of casters on the bottom. They didn't own a piece of luggage that size, so Lucas presumed it belonged to Trevor. "You wouldn't happen to have a change of clothes in there for me, would you?" he asked, pointing at the bag. Trevor shook his head. "Sorry, no clothes." Chapter 15. Tuesday, December 25th. Lucas woke early the following morning in his brother's hospital room with sunlight streaming through the window. It gave the room a livelier feel than the previous afternoon when the fluorescent lighting had made everything seem muted and antiseptic. He found himself slumped in the red armchair next to Drew, who was snoring peacefully in his hospital bed. Lucas felt foggy and didn't remember sitting down in the chair, let alone falling asleep in it the night before. He sat up and looked around for Trevor, but his friend was missing, as was the man's big orange suitcase. He assumed Trevor had slipped out during the night, not wanting to wake him. There were twinges of soreness in his lower back and on the side of his neck, probably from sleeping in the chair. The pain in his neck was the strongest, feeling like someone had slashed it repeatedly with a hockey stick. He rolled his head around in a circle, trying to stretch out his neck muscles. When that failed, he started rubbing the sore spot with his right hand, hoping to loosen it up, which finally worked after several minutes of kneading it like bread dough. In the process, he discovered some type of tacky residue on his hand. It felt sticky, like leftover glue had partially dried between his fingers. He figured it must have come from the grape soda or the barbecue chips he'd eaten before he fell asleep in the chair. He walked into Drew's private bathroom, closed the door to muffle any noise, and then washed his hands under the faucet. It took several rounds of lather up, scrub, and rinse, but he finally got rid of the gooey crap between his fingers. When he moved to the towel rack to dry his hands, his right shoe stuck to the floor. He pried his shoe loose and lifted his leg up to find a string of residue hanging between the rubber sole and the tile floor. It looked like chewing gum, but was a semi-clear orange color. He took a few sheets of toilet paper from the dispenser and pulled the gunk from the tread, then tossed it into the wastebasket next to the commode. He washed his hands again for good measure. When he opened the bathroom door and returned to the room, he found Drew wide awake and talking to a short, chubby nurse with plump cheeks and a Santa Claus hat sitting at an angle on her head. She reminded Lucas of an elementary school teacher, or maybe Santa's wife down for a visit from the North Pole, especially with the reindeer pin blinking rapidly on her shirt. Her name tag ID'd her as Rose. "Mrs. Claus, how nice of you to visit us down here in the desert," Lucas joked. She glanced over her shoulder, busy taking Drew's temperature. "Ho, ho, ho," she said. "You must be Lucas, the brother." "Yes, ma'am, the one and only. How's he doing?" "Looks like he gets to go home today," the nurse said, after reading the thermometer and scribbling something into Drew's chart. She checked the time on her watch. "Blood test results look good. No sign of infection." "That's a relief," Lucas said. "Today? As in this morning?" Drew asked, with eyes beaming. "Yes, as soon as Dr. Marino discharges you." Lucas asked her, "We'd like to be home in time for Christmas dinner. Do you think it's possible?" "Shouldn't be a problem. There's only a handful of patients left with the evacuation underway. It's been a complete madhouse out there." "Yeah, I can imagine," Lucas said, thinking about the energy domes and the widespread destruction they'd caused in town. "I'm surprised this place is still open for business." "It takes time to stabilize and transfer 1,000 patients," she said, writing something else into Drew's chart. Before she left the room, she told Drew, "You can go ahead and get dressed if you like, but be careful. That's a nasty cut, and it's going to take time to heal. You don't want to undo Dr. Marino's fine needlework." Lucas held up Cleesby's car keys in front of Drew's eyes. "As soon as we get out of here, we're going back to the apartment and pack for Phoenix. I've had enough of Tucson for a while." "It'll be nice to spend some time with Mom," Drew said. While Lucas was helping Drew out of his hospital gown, he noticed Drew was missing something. "Hey, where's your leather pouch?" Drew felt around his neck and chest. "I didn't even realize it was gone. Is it in the clothes bag on the counter?" Lucas searched the clear plastic bag, but only found his brother's pants, shirt, comb, watch, socks, and shoes. "It's not here. When was the last time you remember seeing it?" Drew didn't respond right away. "Back when I first got rescued, it was sitting on a gurney by the stairwell. Then what happened? I remember feeling really dizzy when a nurse put gauze on my leg. The next thing I know, I'm waking up here in this bed with all these machines doing their thing. I didn't even think of it till just now. Maybe the EMTs took it off you for some reason. Do you remember the name of the ambulance company? We should call their lost and found." "I don't remember. I was pretty out of it," Drew said, with a deep look of concern on his face. He shook his head and pinched his nose. "Jeez, I can't believe I lost it, after all these years." Lucas knew it was unlikely they'd ever see the pouch again. It had probably been misplaced during the chaos of the rescue from the elevator shaft. He didn't want to worry Drew, though, so he patted him on the back and said, "I'm sure it'll turn up." "No, it won't. It's probably buried down the hole somewhere, or someone just threw it in the garbage. Let's keep positive thoughts, bro." "But you made it for me, and I lost it, like a moron." "Hey, there was a lot of crap going on. Don't beat yourself up. Besides, I can make you another one. No sweat." Yeah, I know, but it had my biomom's picture in it. I can't replace that. What am I going to do, Lucas? Lucas rubbed Drew's back, knowing this conversation was going nowhere. We'll figure something out. While they waited, Lucas turned on the TV. He scanned the channels to see if there was any new information about the energy fields. There was. The local news channel was reporting that dozens of domes were destroying cities all over the globe, and each time they appeared, they were getting larger and lasting longer. You see that? Drew asked him. Lucas nodded. They keep spreading and getting worse, he said, not wanting to think about all the deaths on his hands. But at least there's no sign of any more of them around here. Maybe they're done with Arizona. Let's hope. The sooner we can get away from here, the better. In fact, we should probably take Mom away from Phoenix and go hide in the mountains somewhere. Give us a chance to figure out the next step. One of us should call her and let her know I'm getting released. I'll take care of it. Hand me the phone. 2 hours later, Lucas and Drew were still sitting in the hospital room, waiting for Dr. Marino to sign off on Drew's discharge. Lucas got tired of waiting, so he tracked the doctor down, finding him near the nurse's station, looking over a chart. He gently reminded the doc that they wanted to get home in time for Christmas dinner. Marino apologized, and 30 minutes later, Drew was released. How's your leg doing? Lucas asked without thinking, pushing the wheelchair across the parking lot in front of the emergency room entrance. It's still sore. Lucas was shocked by his brother's response, since Drew only had marginal feeling in his lower extremities. Wow, if you can feel it at all, then it must be a deep gash. Oh yeah, it definitely hurts, Drew said, right before his stomach growled loud enough for Lucas to hear. Can we stop and eat on the way home? I'm starving. The hospital food was terrible, and all I had yesterday was that junk food you brought. Sure, assuming we can find something that's open. Most people who have any sense at all are long gone by now, like we should be. Half an hour later, after passing a string of businesses and restaurants that were closed, the only place that seemed to be open was a Dairy Queen. Its interior lights were on. Lucas leaned forward from behind the wheelchair and pointed an outstretched arm at the building. Looks like you might have to settle for more junk food, little brother. I doubt anything else is still serving, he said, steering Drew's chair across the empty parking lot. Figures, more empty calories. Huh, that's strange, Lucas said, walking up to the door. I don't see anyone inside. He grabbed the door handle and pulled at it, swinging it open. Someone must have been in a major hurry. They forgot to lock up, too. He looked around for signs of looting, but there was none. I'm surprised this place is still in one piece. I'm thinking a couple of extra-large Oreo blizzards are just what the doctor ordered, Drew said in a matter-of-fact way, wheeling his chair forward. But you'll have to help me reach the toppings. Lucas closed the door and stood in front of it before Drew could get inside. No, we're not going to steal. Come on, I'm starving. I'm sorry, but we're not doing this. Are you serious? Where else are we going to get food? You said it yourself. Everything's probably closed by now with the city in evacuation mode. Lucas shook his head and folded his arms across his chest, but he didn't answer. Drew threw up his hands. Look around. This place is a ghost town. Who's going to know? We will. Look, I get the whole honesty thing, especially after what happened in the lab, but after all, the owners did leave the place open and the lights on. It's not like we'd be trespassing. Okay, I'll give you that one. I'm sure there's a legal precedent somewhere about an unlocked, abandoned restaurant. It's practically an invitation to just help yourself, right? A great big welcome sign. Lucas nodded. His brother had a point. Besides, we'd be doing them a favor, Drew said, sounding like an attorney driving home a point. How do you figure? Well, first of all, it's our civic duty not to let all this ice cream go to waste. Someone's got to eat it. Why not us? Lucas laughed, but said nothing. And second, we should make sure nobody's hurt inside and needs help. Then figure out a way to lock up the place. Maybe there's some keys inside. Okay, I like that idea. It's the responsible thing to do. Besides, who's to say that helping ourselves wasn't their intention when they left the place wide open like this? I'm pretty sure if they thought the energy fields would return and level the area, they wouldn't care what happened to their store, right? Might as well feed a few people before it's gone anyway. Lucas took a minute to consider his brother's argument. Drew's points made sense, though there were plenty of other explanations that would fit the current situation. However, he was tired and didn't have the energy or the patience to debate anymore. Plus, his belly was running on empty, too. He needed food. So did Drew. They'd both be able to think better with a full stomach, even if it was only ice cream and chocolate. "Okay, but make it quick," he said, stepping aside and holding the door open as Drew rolled inside. After making and eating their sugary treats, they walked the rest of the way to their apartment complex and pressed the call button for the elevator. It didn't light up. "The electricity must be out. Looks like I'm carrying you up more stairs," Lucas told Drew. He carried Drew up to the 3rd floor, then returned to the ground level to fetch the wheelchair. Once Drew was back in his chair, Lucas followed him to their apartment door, unlocked it, and they both went inside. Lucas opened all the blinds to let sunlight in so they could see what they were doing. "You get started packing. I'll grab the laptop and a few of our books," Lucas said, taking Drew's knapsack off the back of the wheelchair. He unzipped the center pouch and put it on the study desk next to the computer. He slid the molded plastic chair out and sat down. He ran his hands through his short-cropped hair, drawing in a long, slow breath, and then exhaled. It soothed him. He let his mind drift to thoughts of recent events as he brought his fingertips down to brush them across the smooth, wood-grained surface. So much had happened. It was hard to process. His emotions were a tangled mess. He tried to remember life before the campus tragedies, but couldn't seem to recall it clearly in his mind. He felt like he was on the outside, looking in, viewing the memories as if they belonged to someone else. Nothing felt as it should, not even his own skin. Deep down, he knew the visions were his, but now they seemed foreign, tainted in some way. Even his own heartbeat felt off, a strange sensation to say the least. Certainly, his life wasn't what he expected when he enrolled at the university as a wide-eyed teenager. No, this was something different, something twisted and surreal. He wondered what constituted a normal college life. Was it the endless beer bongs and hookups, or was it something more? If he had to do it over, would he join his classmates in the occasional alcohol-induced 3-day bender, or would he stick to the original plan? One path was about hangovers and unchecked venereal disease, and the other was about duty and responsibility. It was easy to fantasize about a different life when currently treading in quicksand, a life filled with playful days of innocence and guilt-free Sunday mornings, yet he knew it was a hopeless illusion. You are who you are, and there's no going back in time and starting over. Life is a series of endless decisions and mistakes, some critical and others not so much. He'd certainly made his share along the way, but hoped if someone dissected his life, they'd find he always tried to do right by Drew and his adoptive parents, even if things spun sideways. He knew exactly who and what he was, a man with a bit of a temper who sometimes overreacted to situations. But in reality, everyone did that from time to time, especially when family was involved. Was he really so different from everyone else? He'd certainly met people who were far more volatile than he was, some needing to just go away forever, and some had, like the mohawk-wearing rugby player from the cafeteria. Let's face it, everyone struggles with their own personal demons. Some are just better at hiding them than others. His inner demons rarely gave him any warning before they were about to erupt, and until recently hadn't gotten too far out of hand. Yet, given what he was dealing with right now, it was understandable why he was having issues with them, right? He was certainly a work in progress, trying to gain control over his life, his emotions, and his own actions, but everything normal seemed just out of reach, as if his grip on reality was slipping. He wondered if he sat perfectly still and listened hard enough, would he hear the malignant shadows closing in around him? He wasn't sure why things always seemed to go haywire, but they did. Maybe the universe was studying him closely and then picking the perfect time to torment him with sudden twists of fate, almost like it was focusing on him for some reason. Of course, for that to be true, he'd have to be important enough for the universe to give a shit, which seemed unlikely. When he boiled it all down, he didn't know where his future was headed. Would it end in death, triumph, something in between? He pushed all those thoughts aside. They weren't helping, and he was getting off track. He knew whatever was going to happen wasn't going to be easy. What he was facing right now was certainly the hardest test he'd ever faced in his life, and he'd had his share growing up in the orphanage. What was it that his old man used to say? Oh yeah, it's how you handle the difficult moments in life that defines you. Lucas wasn't afraid to face the facts or their consequences. That's what a scientist does. A scientist puts it all out there on the line, then waits to see the outcome after his theories are scrutinized and dissected by some of the greatest minds on the planet. The same humiliating process of exposure and evaluation happens in life too, like when he stood in front of NASA and some of the most prominent scientists in the country and took responsibility for his actions. He was ready for whatever the powers that be, and the universe for that matter, were going to throw at him. He just hoped Cleesby would let him join the fight to help unravel the mess he'd made across the planet. He was ready to do whatever it took to make things right. A few minutes later, Lucas stood up from his study desk and leaned forward with his thighs pressing hard against the center drawer. He thumbed through the physics material on the top shelf of the bookcase, looking for his quantum field theory book. He found the thick, red 600-page book next to his reference notes on spatial anomalies and slid it out. He remembered the day he'd bought it from the bookstore, feeling like he'd finally made it. He was finally someone important, someone his adoptive parents could be proud of. He opened the book, and slips of yellow notepaper fell from between the pages, scattering like forgotten dreams across the river of unpaid medical bills on his desk. He gathered the notes, trying to put them back where they belonged, when he realized they no longer mattered. Neither did his anti-gravity research. Years of accelerated graduate study, plus 18 months of tireless research, gone in a flash, literally. He started thumbing through the pages, hoping for some facts or a theory to jump out at him, something that might help stop the energy domes or lead him down a solution path. He'd just started going over the introduction on wave functions, where the author discussed the probability amplitude of position, momentum, and other physical properties of a particle. He wasn't 3 sentences into the text when someone started pounding furiously on the apartment's front door. The abrupt noise made him jump, and the book slipped from his hands. It landed perfectly flat, making a loud bang ricochet through the room like a gunshot. His heart pounded at the walls of his chest, trying to break free from its cage. "Dr. Ramsay, we need to speak with you. It's urgent," a man shouted from the other side of the door in a commanding voice. Lucas walked to the door and looked through the peephole, but could only see a close-up of the man's face. Maybe Hispanic. Lucas didn't recognize him. "Dr. Ramsay, please open up," the man insisted. "It's urgent." Lucas hesitated, then decided to open the door, expecting it to be someone from the university. Immediately, a second man, a white guy with a dimpled chin, scrambled into view with a rifle pointed at Lucas's face. Both men were wearing combat fatigues, tactical vests, and helmets with the letters MP stenciled on the front in white letters. "Wait, don't shoot," Lucas said, raising his hands above his head. "Are you Dr. Lucas Ramsay of the astrophysics department?" the Hispanic soldier asked. "Yes, I am. Is your brother with you?" Lucas moved a step closer to them with his hands touching both sides of the upper doorframe. He looked past the soldiers, down through the open railing bordering the catwalk outside his apartment, and saw 2 green Humvee trucks parked outside the manager's office on the ground floor. To the west and south, massive fires burned as looters took to the streets. Thick plumes of black smoke rose to the sky from more locations than he could count. Lucas took a deep breath to calm his nerves before he spoke to the MP, hoping to show strength. "He's in the bedroom. What's going on here?" "We're here to take you into custody, by order of Major General Rafael Alvarez." "Who's that? Why the guns?" "Custody? What the hell for?" Lucas asked. "For the murder of 127 people on campus. Both of you need to come with us, immediately." "Look, you need to understand. It was an accident. I was running an experiment and something went wrong. My brother had nothing to do with it." The lead MP opened a pair of handcuffs. "My orders are to detain both of you. Turn around and place your hands behind your back." Lucas tightened his grip on the doorframe and braced his feet. The other MP pressed the open end of the barrel against Lucas's forehead. Lucas stood firm. He didn't believe the soldier would shoot. The MP cocked the rifle and flared his eyes. His face burned a deep red color. "Just give me a reason, asshole." He pressed the barrel hard against Lucas's scalp. "You really need to let me cuff you before my trigger-happy partner decides to redecorate your face," the lead MP said. "Trust me, he wanted to just kick down the door and open fire. You're lucky to be alive right now." Lucas didn't respond. He needed a moment to think. "You don't have a choice here, Dr. Ramsay. You're both coming with us, one way or the other. Doesn't matter how." Okay, just don't hurt my brother, Lucas said, taking a step back from the doorway with his hands high in the air. The MP pulled the rifle back. Lucas turned and overlapped his wrists behind his back. He heard the ratchets click as the shackles were tightened around his wrists, tearing into his skin. He grunted, feeling a trickle of blood run down his hand. The white MP pushed past Lucas and went into the apartment. Drew was confronted by the soldier the moment he rolled into the room in his wheelchair. "Hold it right there," the MP shouted, aiming his gun at Drew. "Hands up where I can see them." "Drew, just do as they say. These guys mean business," Lucas said. Drew nodded and put his wrists together above his lap and allowed the MP to handcuff them to the arm of the wheelchair. The soldier stood behind Drew as if he were getting ready to push the chair, but instead he opened a Velcro pocket along the front of his equipment vest and pulled out a syringe. He jammed the needle into Drew's neck. "What are you doing?" Lucas screamed, struggling to wriggle free from his captor. The Hispanic MP grabbed Lucas's head and pushed it to one side. A second later, Lucas felt a sharp pain on the exposed side of his neck, followed by a warm sensation spreading out under the skin. He was about to pass out when a black hood was pulled down over his eyes. Sometime later, Lucas felt a blast of cold liquid splash into his face. He thought it was water, not a lot, maybe a cupful. It hit him right between the eyes, then trickled down his cheek. If it wasn't water, he didn't want it causing any damage, so he kept his eyes closed. "Time to wake up, Ramsay," a male voice said. Someone kicked him in the ribs twice, hard. "Eyes open, punk. You're gonna watch this." Lucas did as he was told and opened his eyes while gasping for air. 2 sets of car headlights were trained on him, piercing the darkness about 20 feet away. The light burned at his retinas, making him look away for a few seconds until his pupils adjusted. Once his brain caught up to his vision, he realized he was lying on his side with his right cheek buried in loose dirt. His hands were restrained behind his back, and he could see frosty breath billowing out into the cool night air each time he exhaled. For some reason, his whole body ached, and his thoughts were agonizingly slow. Then he remembered why. The sharp pain in his neck from the MP's needle and the warm sensation that followed. Shit, he'd been drugged, then hauled here in the dead of night, wherever here was. Someone grabbed the back of his shirt, forcing him to sit upright. He couldn't see anything beyond the vehicle's headlamps except the silhouette of a 3-fingered saguaro cactus rising up to block a portion of the star-clustered sky. 2 desert bushes were in view, one between the 2 vehicles in front of him and another just to his left. His wrists hurt where the handcuffs dug into his skin, and his ribs were aching from the kicks to the gut he'd just received. Then his eyes found Drew. His brother was sitting on the ground to the right, about 10 feet away, with a gag in his mouth. Streaks of dirt were smeared across his face, and the collar of his shirt had been torn. Someone had roughed him up, sending Lucas's blood pressure skyrocketing. When they made eye contact, Drew's face went wild with fright. His brother tried to yell something at him, but only muffled groans escaped through the cloth clamping down against his tongue. A heartbeat later, Lucas knew what his brother was trying to tell him when he noticed a rectangular hole about 6 feet in length sitting behind Drew. A pile of brown dirt was next to it, with a long-handled shovel sticking out of the top. A series of flashes hit the video player in the back of his mind, all of them bloody, and none of them good. He knew what a hole like that was dug for, but he couldn't bring himself to acknowledge it, not with his little brother sitting helplessly in front of it. A heavy shadow of a person approached Lucas, possibly a man, judging by the size, interrupting the high-beam glare as he moved from right to left. "Who are you? What do you want with us?" Lucas asked, squinting to catch a glimpse of the man's face. He hoped he could reason with these men and talk his way out of whatever this was. "I'm Major General Rafael Alvarez, commander of the Arizona National Guard," the man said with a haughty, self-important air, as if Lucas should recognize his name. Lucas thought about Larson's cryptic phone call in NASA's conference room just before that area of campus was leveled. He flashed back to Larson talking to someone named Rafael and wondered if this Rafael was the same person. "Larson's Rafael?" "My sister's husband," Alvarez said, with a slight Spanish accent, sounding like he wasn't proud of the fact. "What do you want?" Lucas asked the burly man, wondering why he didn't just call Larson his brother-in-law. "Payback." "Payback for what?" Jasmine Lynn Alvarez. Who? My daughter. Sorry, but I don't know who you're talking about. Alvarez grabbed the underside of Lucas's chin and pulled it up with force. You killed my sweet, innocent girl, you son of a bitch. The least you could do is acknowledge that you knew her. But I don't, I swear. You've got the wrong person. Bullshit. You two were on a date the night she was killed. Don't lie to me. Lucas finally realized who the general was referring to and replied, Jasmine? You mean Abby's roommate, the stripper? Alvarez punched him on the left side of the mouth, sending him crashing into the dirt. Lucas spat out blood before someone pulled him back up into a sitting position. His head was ringing and his jaw was stiff with pain, but he didn't think it was broken since he was able to loosen it up with several open-mouth jaw extensions. She was a bartender, you asshole, Alvarez said, shaking his right fist in Lucas's face. Okay, Lucas said, turning his chin away to avoid another strike. You're right. We were on a date, but it was a blind date. I never actually met her. I doubt that. Her personal journal mentioned you by name and included explicit details of your relationship. Jasmine must have been as nuts as her old man. Either that or she'd been stalking him. Maybe Abby and Jasmine were both stalking them, setting up him and his brother for whatever was going on. But that didn't make any sense. I don't know what she wrote or why, but I swear on my brother's life we've never met. I only knew Abby, and I'd never even heard Jasmine's name until that day. Stand him up, the general said to one of the two soldiers with him. Lucas looked over his shoulder and realized the man holding his arm was the same soldier who'd drugged Drew earlier in the apartment. Wait a minute, Lucas told the general, trying in vain to pull away from the guard who'd just pulled him to his feet. You've got this all wrong. I didn't kill your daughter. It was an accident. I know all about your supposed lab accident. Randall filled me in on all your lies, Alvarez said, pulling his sidearm from its holster. He checked its ammo clip, then cocked it. Gag him, Thompson. Wait, you don't have to do this, Lucas snapped before Thompson stuffed a thick cloth into his mouth. The general walked to where Drew was sitting and pressed the barrel of his weapon against Drew's left temple, then looked back at Lucas. You took my precious little girl away from me, and now I'm going to return the favor. Before Lucas could scream at him to stop, the general pulled the trigger, and the weapon recoiled as the gunshot echoed across the barren landscape. Lucas gasped, and the muscles across his chest tightened all at once when he saw the far side of Drew's skull blow apart in a spray of red. His brother's limp body tumbled sideways, disappearing headfirst into the unmarked grave. All the energy ran out of Lucas's body, sending him to the ground on his knees. He felt a stabbing pain pierce the ventricles of his heart, causing his logic to shut down in an instant. His jaw seized up, and he suddenly couldn't breathe or think. His mind was a jumbled blur. He couldn't take his eyes from the edge of the grave, hoping Drew would somehow climb out of it unharmed. His heart needed to weep for his brother, but his brain and mouth had other plans. They fought back the flood of emotions wanting to escape his body, holding them in and letting them fester and mix together. All he could see was red in his mind as something inside snapped, taking him to a deep, dark place where he'd never been before. Revenge was the only thought on his mind as his heart turned from sorrow to pure hatred. Motherfucker! I'll kill you! He screamed at the general, but the gag muted his words to an indecipherable level. His adrenaline spiked as he tried to shake free from Thompson's powerful grip, thrashing from side to side, but he couldn't break the man's hold. If Lucas had still been standing and not on his knees, he figured he might have been able to use his legs for added leverage. A second later, Alvarez swung his head and sent Lucas an evil, sadistic smile, then turned his focus back to the hole where Drew's body had landed. He fired 2 more shots. Boom, boom. The reverberating sound of the gunshots echoed across the desert terrain and tore an even bigger hole in Lucas's heart. His lungs were now pumping at full tilt, and so was his heart, thumping well past its red line. Insanity was next, if his heart could hold out that long. Alvarez turned to Lucas and aimed the sights of his weapon at him. Now you know what it feels like to have a loved one ripped from your life. Before I kill you too, you're going to watch us piss on your brother's body. Then I'm going to bury you both and leave you to rot in the dirt. Before Lucas could suck in another angry breath, the general's cell phone started ringing. Alvarez pulled the device from his pocket and looked at the phone's display and promptly answered it. "Alvarez here," he said, his eyes and body language indicating it was someone important. He turned and walked to the front of his Humvee, then climbed up the hood and across the windshield, coming to a stop on the roof. He was now facing away from Lucas, looking off in the distance with the phone stuck to his ear. "Yes, I see it," Alvarez said into the phone. The call continued for a bit, then ended with, "Yes, ma'am, right away." The nimble general jumped down from the vehicle and told the second soldier, "Rodriguez, you're with me." "Is something wrong, sir?" "That was the governor. Another energy field is heading toward the Capitol building. She wants us there ASAP. "Sir, what do you want me to do with this one?" Thompson asked, still holding on to Lucas. "Finish him, then bury him with his brother," Alvarez said, before sliding into the front passenger seat of the Humvee. "Gladly, sir," he answered with exuberance. The general's driver, Rodriguez, sat behind the wheel and started the truck. He shifted it into reverse and spun the tires hard, sending a hail of rocks and dust at Thompson and Lucas. The Humvee made a 180 before darting off in the same direction as the general had been looking when he was perched on top of his vehicle. Lucas knew he was running out of chances and decided to use the distraction of the speeding vehicle to gain the upper hand. He stood up and tried to turn around to attack Thompson, but the soldier punched him in the left kidney before he could complete his spin. Lucas gasped and fell back to his knees once again. Thompson moved in front of him, pressing the razor-thin edge of a long-handled knife to Lucas's throat. "Brittany and Carl Jr.," he said, with fury in his words. "What?" Lucas mumbled through the gag, trying not to scrape his throat muscles across the man's blade. "My wife and unborn son, 2 of the people you killed on campus." Lucas's mind filled with a vision of the pregnant woman and her friend being swallowed up by the energy field eating its way across the grassy mall. Thompson leaned in close, forehead to forehead. "I'm going to enjoy bleeding you. Slow." It was time to act, Lucas decided, whipping his head back and bringing it forward in an instant. He rammed the center of his forehead into the soldier's nose, making Thompson stumble backward with a stunned look on his face. He landed flat on the ground, face up. Lucas sprang to his feet and hustled to Thompson's position. He jumped high into the air, aiming both of his knees at the man's face. He heard a crackling snap when they made impact. He rolled off the soldier, dodging a steady stream of blood jetting out of the man's nose. Thompson's eyes were closed and his limbs weren't moving, but Lucas could see the soldier's breath puffing into the night air. Thompson's knife was a few feet beyond his head, thrown clear by the man's tumble. Lucas's heart howled for revenge, demanding he finish Thompson off for his part in Drew's death. "An eye for an eye," his temper screamed. "Go ahead and do it. Do it now. No one will blame you. This man, along with Alvarez and Rodriguez, deserves to die." His logic agreed, temporarily blinded by the rage coursing through his veins. Lucas was eager to play the role of the Reaper and take this man's last breath away. He raised his right foot until his thigh was level with his waist, ready to crush Thompson's face with every ounce of strength remaining in his body. The instant before he unleashed his wrath, sanity broke through the cyclone of fury consuming his thoughts and stopped him. He lowered his leg to the ground and stared at the unconscious man's bloody face, seeing him not as a guilty soldier, but as a young husband, not much older than Lucas was. He thought about Thompson's pregnant wife and unborn son, killed by the rampaging energy dome. If they'd been his family, wouldn't he have responded the same way? In fact, wasn't he about to do the very same thing, wield the sword of vengeance for a loved one? If he took Thompson's life, then he'd be no better than those who just murdered his brother. He wasn't a killer. He was a scientist, his logic yelled at him. How could he ever live with himself? The answer was, he wouldn't be able to. Not after promising to do everything he could to man up and make the situation right for the deaths he caused on campus and everywhere else. And killing a man out of revenge was wrong, no matter what Thompson had just done. Then his brain connected more of the dots, reminding him none of this would be happening if he'd just followed orders and not run the experiment a second time. Everything up to this point was his fault, not Thompson's. That included Drew's death. Lucas backed away, his heart no longer consumed with exacting revenge. Even though he was insane with grief over the death of his brother, he'd rather kill himself than become a cold-blooded murderer like Alvarez. He was suddenly filled with an overwhelming desire to hold his little brother in his arms. He needed to say goodbye, then take Drew's body back home for a proper burial. He wasn't sure how he was going to face his mother and explain what had happened, but he'd have to find a way. He knelt down next to Thompson to search the man's pockets. Lucas's hands were still cuffed behind his back, making it difficult to see what he was doing. He found an aluminum key in a third pocket. He hoped it was the right one. He fumbled with the key, trying to insert it blindly into the handcuff's keyhole. It took several attempts, but he managed to unlock the restraints and free himself. He removed the gag from his mouth and ran to Drew's grave. When he looked into the hole, his brother's body wasn't there. Only a muddy pool of red liquid remained along the bottom. "What the hell?" he said, staring at the emptiness, trying to wrap his head around what he was seeing, or, more accurately, what he wasn't seeing: a corpse. Before Lucas could decide what to do next, he heard rustling behind him. He turned to see Thompson's limbs squirming in the dirt. He ran to the soldier and punched him in the jaw, making sure Thompson stayed unconscious. Then he used the empty pair of handcuffs to secure the man's hands before standing over the man to admire his conquest. He was proud of his self-restraint for not killing Thompson when he had the chance, but after additional consideration, he decided a smashed nose and sore jaw wasn't sufficient punishment. He pulled his leg back and kicked Thompson in the ribs hard, just like Thompson had done to him earlier. He desperately wanted to hurt this man more, but kept his hunger for all-out revenge in check. He considered, for the briefest of moments, picking up the soldier's K-bar knife and carving his brother's initials, DR, into his forehead. It would serve as a constant reminder of Thompson's role in Drew's death. But cutting into a man's face was too disgusting, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Drew wouldn't have wanted him to do it either, not on his behalf, and certainly not at the hands of a fellow Ramsay. Lucas hoped he'd never become the kind of sick, twisted animal who was capable of disfiguring another human being. Lucas went back to the grave and searched in and around the clearing for his brother's body, scouring every inch of dirt within a 200-foot radius. But he found no evidence of Drew's body anywhere. No footprints, no drag marks, and no blood trail. Nothing. He didn't understand it. Somehow, Drew's body had simply vanished.